Tonight, it's Dr. Fate meets Dr. Fate in a book that'll get retconned out of Rebirth so fast that it'll make your head spin. Gotham Academy decides to ditch the yearbook format for its final annual, and wouldn't you know it, it's actually good again. And it turns out that reading 3 80-page anthology books will actually make you go blind. Ask me how I figured that one out. All that and more tonight on the Not So New 52. Hello everyone and welcome to episode 248 of the Not So New 52. I am your host and we're in the post game. We're after the fact. The New 52 is over and all the books that I will be covering in this episode and the next two episodes are just things that came out after the Rebirth one-shot that are still technically in the New 52 universe. And there is a lot. I cannot overstate that. I have a lot to fit into the next 3 episodes, but they can essentially be viewed in any order you like. Continuity is not exactly a thing anymore. I'm not going to try to match it up to how they each came out in each week or anything like that. In fact, this first episode here is going to primarily focus on books that had just one more issue that they needed to put out in order to wrap up the series. And in that case, I'll go ahead and list those off real quick. We have the final issues of Black Canary, Constantine, Cyborg, Gotham Academy, Grayson, Green Lantern Corps, Edge of Oblivion, Poison Ivy, Red Hood / Arsenal, Robin Son of Batman, Suicide Squad Most Wanted, Deadshot and Katana, and Swamp Thing. All of those have their final issues. I think Grayson and Gotham Academy are annuals, so they're a little bit larger than usual. But here's the thing, even with all of those books, which is already decently sizable, it's not actually enough to fill up a quote-unquote full episode of what I need this to be in order to get this all done in just 3 episodes' time. So not only will I be handling those, but I will also be finishing up the anthology series Legends of Tomorrow, which has 4 separate titles in each of those, and I'm going to be doing a full trade's worth of Dr. Fate, issues 13 through 18 specifically. So yeah, I got a lot on my plate moving ahead here. The list that I have in front of me here that I printed out says that that's 20 issues total, and that is technically true. But as I said before, there's anthology books. Legends of Tomorrow has 4 per each of its issue, and I'm doing 3 of those. And Suicide Squad Most Wanted is a double issue, and that there's Deadshot and Katana. So if I add those as if they are each individual things, this is 30 comics I need to get through in 1 episode. And just do a little bit more back of the napkin math, because genuinely I have not recorded anything regarding this episode yet. If each one of those comics takes about 8 to 10 minutes, we'll say 9 for the sake of brevity. 9 times 30 is, I believe, 270. And that's number of minutes, turning that into hours. That makes this a 4.5 hour long episode. Oh dear God. Buckle in, buckaroos. We're going for a ride. Let's get it started because I can't waste any more time. Black Canary number 12, written by Brendan Fletcher, art by Annie Wu and Sandy Jarrell. So last issue, Black Canary straight up died. She got a sword through the stomach and she's dead. However, in the last moment, Ditto walked up and said something. And then this issue is just stuff. I don't know how better to describe it. So we open up with apparently the last show of Black Canary. And I want to be clear, this is set in some sort of white light sort of thing going on, but it's like, yeah, they're playing a show, and then she's thanking the crowd saying like, oh, this is a special show because this will be the last show that we'll ever do. Thank you and goodbye. And then cuts to 1 year later and shows her being interviewed, specifically Dinah, and saying like, oh, you know, you've moved on, you're now signing with Isaac Arado, you're trying to come out with new stuff there. Like what that's all about. And the talk show host is basically just also asking stuff about her mother and like, oh yeah, and she also inspired your Black Canary stage persona and like also knew stuff about Kung Fu or whatever. And she's like, yeah, you know, whatever, I'm just putting on a show. It's whatever else like that. Cut another year into the future. we see she's kind of just strung out. She's having like parties, benders, stuff like that. And she picks up an acoustic guitar at one point, gives it a strum, and she gets a little vision of Ditto and of Kurt. And Kurt says, you know where you're supposed to be. And then she's like, hey, other person who's awake here, who I'm not sure who's supposed to be. She's like, I think we need to go. And she's like, yeah, fair enough. Let's go. Let me bring you back to life. 2 years pass. She's in a recording studio and she's listening back to her vocals. And she's like, there's a weird hum underneath this stuff. And I don't know what it is, but like, can we try to isolate that? What's that weird hum? But before she can do anything of that, Wonder Woman pops out of nowhere and says, Dinah, everything's going crazy. We need your help. You need to take command. Like the battle's going on up there. We need help from Black Canary. And she's like, oh my God, what's going on with you, Wonder Woman? She's like, oh, no time to talk, but like, you got to get up there. Rave death is causing all these problems. And she's like, I'm sorry, that's not my life anymore. I make music. I help people that way. I better get back to it. Cut to 6 years after that, we see that she went on some sort of performance. She had a new album called Scream Heels, which is much more of a poppy dance sort of thing rather than the more experimental metal stuff from before. And it's hit big. Everyone loves it. She's got a whole new fan base now. And one of the people in the crowd at the press conference is like, Dinah, your next album, is it going to be more of the same, or are you going back to your roots? And she's like, nope, only the hits from now on. Cut to 4 years after that, she's being interviewed again. There's people banging on the thing saying, okay, well, you're releasing your next album. And like, critics hated it. It wasn't good from a critical point of view, but it was catchy and it was poppy and like it still hit major record stuff like that. And she's like, yeah, that's all I really want to do now. And then the interviewer dives a bit more further in saying like, oh, by the way, some people are saying that you're trying to connect back with your mother. How's that going for you? And she's like, what? I don't want to talk about that. Stop the interview. I don't want to do any of this. And she's getting glimpses of Rave Death, this creature that's been mentioned before, and they're talking about Isaac Arado and all that sort of stuff. She's like, well, you just turned 40. What can we expect from your new album? Cut to 6 years later, we see she's meeting up on the rooftop with the previous members of Black Canary, and just like, hey, just thought I wanted to catch up, all that sort of stuff. It's like, you haven't talked to us in 20 years. What's really up? And she's like, I caught you guys' little performance. You had Bo singing. It was like a really small little thing, but like, I saw that and I just wanted to, I want to get Black Canary back together. I took everything I had not to jump up on stage and join you girls. And I can't remember the name of the person, but Paloma is just like, screw you. What are you even doing here? You just gave it all up and all that. And now you just went back into our good graces like that. Screw you. And she's like, sorry, but yeah, it's not the right time, Dinah. And as they're leaving, Dinah's like, oh, well, what about Ditto? Have you been keeping in touch? And they're like, who? So they end up leaving. Cut to 7 years after that, Dinah is visibly pregnant. She's making her way up to the roof because she got a call from Babs and Diana. And it's just like, oh, yeah, you're going to go up. And we see like one of the people at the elevator is like, oh, Scream Heels was my parents' favorite album, all that stuff. And it's like, oh, good to hear. So when they get up, she's going to greet Babs and Diana like, oh, I haven't seen you in ages. But they're there with bad news. It turns out that in the intergalactic battle against Rave Death, Oliver Queen, went and helped in the fight, and he was unfortunately killed. And the implication here is that Oliver and Dinah did marry at this point. It's her child. And she's like, wait, no, he was only supposed to be helping on like terrestrial stuff, on helping the Earth's core and all that. And he's like, yeah, well, he volunteered for deep space. That's what he wanted. He sent a message. He said he loved you very much. And she's like, I will never forgive you guys for this. Cut to 16 years after that, we see her baby is born. It's grown up, is playing guitar on herself. Dinah is not in good health. She's starting to fade out a little bit, but she did release another album that got a lot of critical success. And she's like, oh, did you hear? Everyone loves the new record. And she's like, Mom, you need to go back to bed. You need to rest. And as the kid is dropping the mom off in bed, Dinah looks over and notices it looks a hell of a lot like Ditto. And then all of a sudden she starts spiraling out. She's like, wait, no, I'm not supposed to be here. Something else is going on. And we see the forms of all the Black Canary members start like appearing around her. She's like, oh, I can feel all of you. You're all there. That hum, it's back again. And all of a sudden she gets a vision of her mother basically saying like, hey, I remember your cry. You were always powerful. Don't ever forget that. It's vibration is the movement of the universe and whatever else like that. And she basically remembers the Five Heavens Palm. It's embedded inside of her. She remembers, and then snap back to reality. all of a sudden she's alive again. She's still got a sword embedded in her stomach, but she just stands up, pulls it out. Ditto does something, and it heals up her wound, and everything's good. She's back to normal. However, the fight is still going on from last issue. We see that the demon Ravanatha, whatever, is trying to reform. That's the thing of the Five Heavens Palm, trying to reform the two halves back into one, which, if allowed to do so, would create a demon known as Rave Death, which would then spread amongst the galaxies and yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of stuff that I skipped over in that fake future thing. It doesn't matter to the plot, though. So regardless, the fight resumes. They're fighting against a bunch of demons and goons and whatever else like that. Until finally it comes up and says, like, you can stop all this, Black Canary. All you have to do is use the Five Heavens Palm and you will merge us back together, and that's all we need. And you will stop being alone. We can stop that. And she's like, I've never been alone. I've always had my family. And if you want the palm, you just got to know it's not going to put you back together. It's going to kill you. And she does it anyway. And when she does it, there's visions of all these different forms of Black Canary, but one of them also looks like her mother. And yeah, the demon disappears. So at that point, all the goons start running. Canary talks to Sandra, the one woman who's there, saying like, hey, your mom would be proud of you, everything you did there. And she's like, when I used the palm, I thought I saw her, but like also a bunch of other women who also looked like her, and also me. And Sandra's just like, maybe that's something with the demon posing as your favorite. I don't know. Like, just take it as a gift if you see it as such. So at that point, the rest of the band's looking over and they're like, all right, is that it? Did we do it? Can we all go home? And Ditto holds up his/her hands into a heart, and that's where Dinah's like, oh, wait, Kurt. I don't remember this happening, but at some point Kurt died. Like, I knew he was old, but I don't remember him dying. And we see Dinah standing at the grave. Amanda Waller comes up, says, hey, truce, I just want to pay my respects and all that. And she's like, yeah, I'm thinking of moving on, doing something new, but I need to know what your intentions with Ditto are. And Amanda goes, who? And then just walks off. So we get another thing of a show with Black Canary, the end of their tour. And she's like, yeah, this is the last show on our tour, and it's going to stay with me the longest because this is going to be the last show that we do together. And all the crowd's like, oh no. And she says, yep, but that's only because I'm dropping out. But don't worry. We've got the original vocalist for Black Canary, Bo Maeve. She's going to be taking over in my place, and we're going to sing together one last song here. So she sings how great the band is and says everything's fantastic, and they count it down, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we get one final page of Canary coming off the stage. She gets rid of her thigh-high boots and puts on some new combat boots and storms out the back door with new determination on her face. Something new right around the corner. The answer is the Green Arrow book. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's a solid ending. I think showing this flash into the future, this possible future of like the life that might have been or anything like that, it adds a little bit of a, story never ends idea to it. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it might have got a little bit too lofty in its stuff. Like I said, the last couple issues felt very rushed, but I think they felt rushed so that this issue could breathe. It feels like it does have a bit of extra time to it. So this issue, not that bad. I'll say 7.5, but overall, the Black Canary story in this back half suffered a little bit. But the book overall, it's fine. It's a good read. Constantine the Hellblazer number 13, written by Ming, Doyle, and James Tynion IV, art by Eryk, Donovan. So last issue, everything seemed hopeless for Constantine getting the two kids' souls back, and he was magically bound to not interfere. Then he came up with an idea and went to Zatanna, Deadman, and Swamp Thing. This issue picks up with them doing some preparations. Constantine has runes all over his body, candles are strewn everywhere, and he's on top of the Empire State Building. And his opening monologue basically says, when people come together and form a community, form a city, that there's some sort of magic that just springs up, that like enforces like loyalty to the city, gets people like proud of where they came from. It also entails on how the city behaves and how the people in it act and stuff like that. And there's just an unwritten rule of magic which says you don't mess with that. That magic is deep and dark and no one fully gets it, and you just don't mess around with that. To which Constantine says, screw the rules. He has a plan. So he fires off this deep dark magic in order to affect all of New York City and the underlying magic therein. And as he's doing this, Papa Midnight's looking out from a window and he's like, son of a bitch, all right. And he pulls out some like coal or something, wipes it on his eyes, does like a pattern, and he's like, you're not getting my mind, Constantine. So Neron's holding like a shareholder meeting about, profits will go up and all this stuff. But Midnight just busts in just like, hey, I told you not to underestimate Constantine. Something crazy's going on out there. He's changing the very nature of the city. And Neron's like, that's impossible. We bound him up. He can't interfere with anything. It's like, yeah? How much you willing to stake on that? Because he's literally doing it right now. And then in runs a little demon saying like, sir, our stock prices on souls are plummeting. Something's happening. And Neron's like, son of a bitch. All right, let's deal with it. So Constantine finishes the spell. He like almost passes out. He's bleeding from the mouth. And in comes Neron going, Constantine! And he's like, yeah, that's how my name's supposed to be said. What's up? Can you feel it? Can you feel how I already won? And Neron's like, you are magically bound to not be able to do this. So what the hell did you do? And he's like, oh, I didn't act against you. I didn't do anything in terms of stopping you from owning all of the souls in New York City. Like, that still perfectly stands. You totally own the city. But I made it so that New York City is no longer an interesting place to live. I changed the nature of the city so it is literally the most boring, uninteresting place for anyone to live, and all the souls in it share in that uninteresting blandness. Because you said the whole reason that you enjoy this city so much is because of how much personality it has. Well, now it's got the personality of a 20-person farming town. And so all of this stuff, the entire city, worthless. You want to keep the souls? Whatever. It doesn't make a difference. And he just lays it out. He's like, with your souls being worthless now, you're going to lose your position, all that stuff. And like, I want you to know, you could have just taken it. I wouldn't have cared, but you had to make things personal. And that's why I had to show up here. And Neron's like, hold on. Just wait. And then in comes one of the fairy folk. They teleport out from their dimension. And he's just like, Neron's like, oh God, okay, look, are you already here to collect debts? Because I swear to God, I'm not in the mood. And he's just like, no, hold on. I just want to have a talk. Look, I see what's happening here. You know that you pay me souls and I allow you to pass freely through my dimension. That's how that all works there. We still have that agreement. That's fine. I love that. However, I don't really have a use for souls. I thought it would be fun to have, and frankly, I've got more than I know what to do with here. So how about this? You sign over all of the souls in New York, because I've always wanted to own a city. I think it would be fun. And I will let you have all those souls that you built up with me over time. And we'll just call it even Steven. Everything good with that? And Neron's like, damn it, all right. Yeah, that's fine. It's a deal, whatever. So they sign it out. And Neron looks over at Constantine like, we're not done. I will have words with you. And he's like, yeah, whatever, Fleabag, get out of here. So Constantine's like, all right, new fairy owner, I want to make things super clear with you. Everything that I said to him was technically true. I may have just failed to mention the part where this spell was only temporary and it's going to disappear in about 5 minutes. And she's just like, whatever, doesn't make a difference to me. So yeah, the whole thing was just a con. It was just like, screw you, Neron. I got you out of the souls. And the fairy folk is not going to like do anything with it. It's just going to be like, yeah, I own the city, and we might up the sexual promiscuity a little bit. That's all it's going to be. So it's like, all right, fair enough. So Constantine says, hey, if I could just ask one deal for the sake of you getting that, maybe like a finder's fee. I just need 2 souls. You said souls don't matter to you. Can I just have 2 of them back? And she's like, yeah, absolutely, no problem. So Constantine runs down the street, gets over to the bar where he left Oliver, and is like, hey, I wanted you to know I did it. I got the souls for your kids back. We just got to go down and get them, but like, it's dead and done for. And then I will be out of here by lunchtime tomorrow. Okay, so you can have your normal life back. And Oliver's like, John, just stop talking. And he looks around a little bit shifty, and John's like, what's going on? And he's like, look, you got my family into a mess, and yeah, I thought that like dating a quote unquote superhero, like be someone that I'd be able to still be able to keep that separate. But I learned that I needed to step up, and so I did that. I made a deal for the girls first. And Sean goes, what? And out steps, what's her face? I can literally never remember the name, but the demon that John's been making deals with this whole time. And basically says, yep, he made a deal with me to return the souls of the kids, and I did it before any of the Neuron stuff happened, so it's binding. You can't do anything about it, blah, blah, blah. So John's like, Oliver, God, you didn't have to do this. He's like, look, you don't get to decide. Just promise me you're going to get my girls to their mom, and she'll take care of them, okay? Just do that. And she's like, yep, all right, if you ever want to visit, you can come down and see him in hell. And John covers the kids' eyes as their father just melts, like down to his skeleton, screaming out in pain and then gurgling as he's got nothing left to scream. And the kids are just crying out for their dad as John's left there, like wide-eyed and like, God damn it. So, he makes his way out to a bus stop, starts buying a ticket. He's like, yeah, I got the kids to their mom. Hopefully they'll be okay. And I mean, I can't believe that, like, after all that, it still shook out like that. So he buys a ticket, he goes and sits down on the bench, and he's like, regardless of what happens, I need to get out of here. I can go anywhere except for right here. And as he sits on the bench, Papa Midnight joins him, and he's like, Midnight, I'm not in the mood. Just no. And he's like, no, fair enough. And he's like, look, I don't want to play hero. I don't want to play villain. None of this matters to me. New York is safe, and I'm done. I'm done, and I want to be alone. And Constantine gets up, walks away, and Midnight just says, well, you always will be, John. You always will be. And that's the issue. I mean, look, I'll admit, for a minute, I forgot who I was reading. I thought for a minute where this is just that book where it's like, and just for once, everyone lives. Nope. It's still a tragedy. Oliver could not survive it. He made a deal with the wrong demon. So yeah, no, I mean, it's a downer ending. Obviously, it dovetails into a rebirth series, but it's something. I like the way it wraps up. I like the kind of little con that John pulls, and it's just, again, con short for confidence play. He just oozes confidence. He just wants to be able to make that happen. So I like the twist there. I think it all works out, and yeah, solid issue. I'm going to say this is I'll give it an 8. I think it's up there. I think it's a good way to end the series, and it ends on a note that makes you appreciate what we had and want to find out more on top of it. So that's Constantine the Hellblazer. Cyborg number 12, written by Marv Wolfman, art by Felipe Watanabe, Daniel HDR, and Julio Ferreira. So last issue, I believed, was a one-shot. I thought it was just a one and done of, he's getting some diagnostics done. It's going to take 24 hours. Turns out that does carry over into this issue. He's in the last few minutes. 20 hours have passed. He's just in a few more right here. And as he's wrapping up, he's watching live streams from around the world, and it's all just like crimes and war and stuff like that. So he's like, you know what, how about sports? Let's switch over to sports. And then as he's watching sports, he's like, every once in a while, I think that could have been me. Like, I could have been the star athlete and whatever like that, but life just had a different plan. So as he's wrapping up, he gets an alert that there's some activity on an internal Star Labs security camera. When he switches over, he sees two people clearly in like power suits, dressed as supervillains, and they've got a bag on their back like they're stealing something. And Cyborg's like, well, all right, let's see if I can stop this. So he hops over the comms and just says like, hello, this is Cyborg. Stop. You've been found out. I will come and get you soon if you do not leave immediately. And one of them, it's a boy and a girl. The girl fades through a wall, like just phases through it, and he's like, huh, that's weird. Whereas the boy is able to morph his suit, like his fist, into a battering ram and just breaks through the wall. So at this point, Cyborg's like, okay, all right, they've clearly got some superpowers, but something about the way they look and are moving, like something's not right with them either. I need to keep that in mind. So he's only got like 30 seconds left on his clock. He's like, all right, come on, I'm close. Maybe I can run facial recognition, see if I can find out who these guys are. And they're destroying security cameras as they pass by. And Cyborg is like, all right, well, it doesn't matter. 3, 2, 1, booyah. So he steps out. We see that the people whose names are Parker and Autumn, they're like, oh, okay, we got to get out of here. Like, we're moving so slowly. And then all of a sudden, a security guard, a scientist, shows up. And he's like, oh, you guys freeze right there or else I'll shoot, I swear. And Autumn phases her arm so that it goes into the guy's chest and pushes him back. And it's like, okay, come on, we got to go. And in losing concentration, Autumn resets her arm's density to normal density while it's in this guy's chest. And she's like, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, geez, I just killed this guy. This guy's dead. I just murdered him. And Parker's like, doesn't matter. What's done is done. Like, it sucks. Yes, we didn't want this, but like, we got to go. We have to get out of Star Labs immediately. And she's like, I didn't mean to kill him. She's like, yeah, okay, let's go. So they start running out the building. And that's where Cyborg finally cuts him off, just being like, where are you guys running? So they can manipulate the density of their suits, it seems like, to morph, change shape, be whatever they want to do. And they make their fists super dense and start throwing punches at Cyborg. They wrap around him and like try to contain him so that they can land more punches. And Parker is like, already, like, every time he throws a punch, he's like, ugh. And Autumn's like, you got to maintain your strength. I'll take care of him. I'm just going to try to choke him out. And then when he's unconscious, we can leave. And Parker's like, nah, man, this is Cyborg. He's with the Justice League. We can't just let him go. We're going to have to, like, take care of him at the very least. And so they're continuing the fight. Parker's throwing punches and Cyborg's like, yeah, look, you're an idiot if you think you can take me down that easily. But as they're doing this, Cyborg rationalizes, like, they both seem to be like injured. They both seem to have some sort of health problem. And the way they're talking, it sounds like they didn't want to hurt anybody. So like, maybe I can still end this peacefully. So as Parker approaches with big old mace hands, Cyborg blasts him with a white sound cannon, just like, okay, now if you want to talk, let's talk. What's going on here? Or else I'm going to scramble your brain with an even louder sonic boom. And Autumn's like, no, Cyborg, please. Look, we needed to get an invention that was in Star Labs. It belonged to our father. Otherwise, we're both going to die. So we cut to sometime later. They're having a conversation while Cyborg's running some tests. And apparently, their father worked at Star Labs. He made an invention called an inoculator that would help their mother with a degenerative disease. But as it wasn't allowed to leave Star Labs, and of course it couldn't be used on humans. So as he was trying to steal it, they were also there, but the dad was the only one that got caught because he told them to run. Turns out they didn't run. They were actually just hiding out in Star Labs. And as they were waiting for the coast to be clear, they were hiding in the Red Room, and they accidentally knocked over a vial of something that caused this noxious gas to come out. And they thought they were fine for a while, but after a few months, it finally set in, and their bodies are just falling apart. It's just a degenerative thing. So they need that inoculator device because it can save them as well. It uses something called pliable atoms, which essentially just means it wraps around whatever the infection is and then holds it and contains it and doesn't let it spread. So they're just like, all we want to do is just have our normal lives back. Can't you understand not being a freak? And Cyborg's like, oh, that's what I was thinking earlier about the athlete thing. Okay, all right, I'll try to help you guys out. So they basically volunteer for human trials on this stuff. Cyborg says, all right, we loaded, Parker's going first because he's the one that's worse off. We've loaded him up 68% of the way done. And as he's saying, like, look, we don't even know if this is going to work. This is a whole thing, but yeah, my dad also took some liberties with me and like getting me back here. So I'm only here because of his actions. So, you know, I get it. However, at that point, Silas and Sarah come in and they're like, what are you doing? Don't you ever answer your text? And he's like, oh, that's still not online. Sorry, I guess I didn't check on that recently. They know that these two killed a security guard, which Cyborg was unaware of. And Autumn's like, I swear to God, we didn't mean to do it. It was all a mistake. I'm so sorry. But in her panic, she starts freaking out. Her body starts reacting to it. And Parker sees this. He gets pissed. And in getting pissed, he turns into a giant green spike monster who starts slashing at Cyborg and like cuts through his skin on his arm, revealing a bunch of cybernetic parts. And Cyborg's like, you two get back. You're now in my world. This is no longer science stuff. This is Justice League stuff. So Parker goes over, grabs Autumn. She's out of it. She's woozy. And he's just like, hey, screw this place. They're just going to send us to jail anyway. Maybe someone else can help us. We'll get something for you, Autumn. So he transforms, busts through the wall. And Autumn's like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. I don't think we're going to find anywhere else. And it's like, psh. Star Labs is just a bureaucratic government bullshit. Who cares? We can find somewhere else. However, Cyborg gives chase. He immediately starts fighting against Parker. And as he's knocking him down, getting him down to the ground, he's like, look, I trained with the JLA. There's nothing you can do to stop me. You need to back off. And he's like, never. Silas and Sarah, however, are running the tests. They're seeing all the experimental stuff. And they say, well, yeah, the pliable atoms constrict around the infection and like contain it. But they never stop constricting to the point where they become a black hole. Like, these guys are about to be black holes. And admittedly, it's just Parker. He's the only one who got the stuff in them. And Cyborg's like, okay, well, now I have to take you in so that we can try to contain you. Like, there's no saving you at this point. However, Autumn says, nah, screw that, knocks Cyborg out, and then walks over to, I guess, the port. I thought it was a pool, but it's apparently Lake Erie, and says, no, look, we tried to save our mom. It didn't work. Our dad was in prison. He died in there. And then we're trying to save ourselves, and we also failed. Just know we didn't want anyone else to get hurt. And my apologies go out to that security guard. But Autumn takes Parker. They stumble into Lake Erie. And then as they're sinking down to the bottom, she increases her density to maximum and wraps around Parker as a cocoon. So as he turns into a black hole, hopefully it will all be contained within her body. Cyborg gets out of the pool, comes back. We see the reaction is beginning. It does cause a significant amount of damage, but it does stay contained at the very least. And everyone, except for, of course, Parker and Autumn, end up surviving. So they relate this back to Silas, basically saying, yeah, look, that scientist, their father, he always had these great ideas, but he never thought all the way through the consequences. He rushed to the ending. And that's, my opposite. I agonize over things, and I want to make sure that I don't have any regrets with what I do. And Cyborg's like, all for the better. You did what you had to do, and fair enough. And then one last shot at the very end is at the bottom of Lake Erie. We see the cocoon has been crumpled up. It's all super tight and whatnot, but it does start to glow a little bit. The implication of maybe they actually lived or something. I don't know. Fine little epilogue issue. I mean, this combined with the last issue, I prefer the last issue. I think that one is actually like really, really well done in terms of it's all from like the one point of Cyborg, whereas this one, we get more punching or whatever like that. But it does go back to the classic Cyborg tropes. It goes back to man or machine, and would you try to save somebody else via the same methods, human testing, stuff like that. So I'm not saying it's good or bad. It is kind of just in this neutral area for me where it's fine. I'm going to put it at I want to say 7. I'm also thinking 6.5, but I'm going to go with the 7. It's fine. It's a fine enough ending. I think my biggest thing is that I may have wanted this issue to be just more of an epilogue. I think I wanted it to be a little bit more of just look at all the crazy things Cyborg went through, but that's hard when Marv Wolfman only popped on 2 issues ago, like he hasn't been around this whole time. So yeah, whatever it is, it's a 7, and there's always more Cyborg afterwards. Gotham Academy Annual #1, written by Becky Cloonan and Brendan Fletcher, art by Adam Archer, Masasik, Michael Dialynas, and Chris Wildgoose, with Rob Haynes on the breakdown. So, this is just one large story, not really an anthology, but we open up with Olive looking through the bell tower, the chapel bell tower of Gotham Academy, and she comes across a clock with an arrow in it. And when she pulls out the arrow, all of a sudden a glowing skeletal hand comes out of the clock face and starts to attack her. And then all of a sudden Olive shoots up awake, realizes it was a nightmare, but it's been a recurring one. It's been something that's been happening over and over again. However, as Maps comes in to talk about it with her, there's suddenly a lightning strike, and it strikes the bell tower. And as they look out at it, they see a shadowy figure is leaping across rooftops, and they're like, is that Batman? oh, I think that might be Batman. So at that point, as they were watching the clock tower burn down, or the bell tower, there we go, burn down, they step outside, they go outside to see what's going on, and out steps Pommeline and Colton as well, and they're like, oh, hey, did you guys see that shadowy figure jumping away? It looked like he was carrying something, and as they think about it, they see like a box shape, and Maps is like, was that a body? And Colton throws out, maybe it was a coffin, or maybe that's Pommeline, I don't know. However, as they're doing this, Olive starts to speak up to say something, but then she passes out. She's burning up. She's not doing well. And Pommeline's like, okay, well, that's a problem. We got to get her back inside. And she looks around for Colton and says, wait a minute, where's Colton? So we cut to 2 days later, and we see that Professor McPherson has brought together a bunch of kids who are still here at the academy saying like, hey, what happened to the bell tower is sad, but we need to get all the old antiques out so that we can start working on repairs. I'm glad to have you all here to help out or whatever. And especially considering that this flu, this sickness that's going around has affected so many kids. And Mapp says like, yeah, Olive is sick. That's a thing. However, Pommeline steps up and says, actually, it's not the flu. We got vampires here. And she lists off her evidence saying like, yeah, that shadowy figure might have been Batman. But when you look at the fact that I saw Jen Thompson, she had bite marks on her neck. And then also the school's been out of garlic, which is like the first time that's ever happened. And we also saw the shadowy figure that was carrying something. I submit it was a coffin for him to sleep in. This is all vampire stuff. To which Colton says, that's stupid. It's not that, because it's actually Derek Powers. And they're all like, who? He gave one lecture, it was mentioned earlier on, but basically says, yeah, after the bell tower thing went out, I ran back over into the main place. I followed the person who was jumping around, and I saw Derek Powers taking off a wet and dirty jacket. And I suppose I put this forward that Derek Powers came here to lecture on chemobiology, and he actually has some sort of beef with Gotham Academy, and he's trying to get all the students here sick and kill them, and we got to find the dead body he was carrying in order to figure that out. And Pom says, that's stupid. So they're now bickering with each other. Colton makes the point of saying, you just want it to be vampires so that you could smooch one. And Pom says, you want to go there? You want to talk about who wants to smooch who, Colton? And she says, whatever, I'm grabbing Tristan, who's the man-bat boy, if you know that. We're going to solve out this whole vampire thing. And then Colton's like, yeah, well, I'm going to take Kyle. We're going to do that. And Pom's like, oh, yeah, you're going to take Kyle? Could you be any more obvious? So they head off, they do their own things, but first Colton goes over to Warren McGinnis, a little kid there, and says, whisper, 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 and he's like, got it. So they all scatter, and then Professor McPherson's like, well, I guess we'll deal with the antique thing another day. So we go to later that night. Colton and Kyle are breaking into Derek Powers' lecture hall lab, where they saw him out there originally, and Kyle points out the whole like, hey, what did Pom mean when she said, oh, you're so obvious, and like when you said you wanted to pal up with me? And Colton's like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. That's whatever. Hey, check it out. I heard something from inside. There's something going on here. And they look over on the desk table and they see the personnel file, the secret personnel file for Warren McGinnis, the kid. And they start looking into it, say like, oh, it turns out his family was tight with the Waynes. That's something. But like, why would Derek Powers want anything to do with Warren McGinnis? And then Kyle hears this sound coming from the floor that sounds like a heartbeat. And it's like, hey, that's insane. What's going on down here? So Colton pulls out a crowbar, starts pulling up the floorboard to see what's up. But before they can do anything, Derek Powers returns to the scene and it's just like, excuse me, what are you two doing in here? And they're like, we got lost. Sorry, going to bed now. Bye. And as they're leaving, Derek Powers, some glowing radiation looking stuff starts creeping up his neck. Meanwhile, over at the Pommeline side, they're out at the graveyard looking for any sort of upturned dirt or anything like that to back up their vampire story. Tristan, she keeps saying like, okay, you're a vampire, use your vampire senses. And he's like, I've got a virus, man. I'm ill. What are you talking about? And it's like, all right, well, fine. Use your vampire hearing. He's like, wait, hold on. I do hear something. Okay, yeah, there's something going on here. And we see that they get the drop on Warren McGinnis, who was hiding behind a gravestone. And turns out that Colton basically just told him, hey, go spy on Pommeline and see what they get up to. And Pommeline sends him on his way, saying, yeah, go back to Colton, tell him you didn't see anything. So at that point, as Warren is leaving, we see a shadowy figure following up behind. Cut back to Kyle and Colton. They've now enlisted Maps into their group, who tells them this is the room, this storage room that's directly beneath Eryk Power's lecture hall. So they're going to break open the ceiling tile from there to see whatever was buried under the floorboard. And as Colton props it down, all of a sudden this red liquid starts dropping on them, along with a cell phone, a special device or something like that. But it's not the thing that's making the bump noise. So as Colton's looking at the cell phone, Kyle boosts Maps up into the rafters, and she sees it's the grandfather clock that Olive saw in her dreams before and all this. And she's like, oh my God, this is so weird. However, they hear somebody is in the classroom up above, so they got to be really careful, really quiet as they load the clock tower down into the lower part of the room. And as they do so, they're like, oh, it sounds like a beating heart. What is that about? Then all of a sudden, the floorboards start getting ripped up by glowing skeletal hands, and we see Eryk Powers is the glowing skeleton guy, and he's like, damn you, Colton Rivera, bring me back my clock. So cut back out to the Pommeline plot. We see that Warren cries out for help. They immediately go chasing, and as they get up to him, they see 2 puncture wounds on his neck, and he has been transformed into a vampire. So he starts trying to attack Pom. Tristan comes in, uses his man-bat powers to fight against. Pommeline throws a bottle of holy water that I guess she just keeps on her on Warren's face, causes him to retreat out into the woods. And as they give chase, they come across just a straight up Count Dracula ripoff who's like, well, now it is too late for you to return. So we go back over to Colton and Kyle. They're all trying to run as fast as they can out of there. They're bringing the clock tower along with them. And as they make their way out, they say, hey, I know the perfect spot. There's a crypt in the graveyard that nobody knows about. We can hide out there. So they get over there. They drop the clock. They pry it open. And inside they find an actual human heart hooked up to the clockwork of this clock. And it is still beating. And Colton's like, I've heard some stories about this stuff, but this is like crazy. Also, it's giving off radiation, but like not from the heart itself. It's like from the rest of the clock tower. And Maps says like, oh, this is the dream that Olive had, the thing with the arrow in it and all that stuff. She said there was a glowing skeleton inside. So they posit that it's something to do with the clock that made Olive and the other kids sick. However, they hear yelling from the distance behind them, and when they look, they see Eryk Powers, who goes by the name of Blight, saying, you kids, what are you doing? You can't bring that clock back or else I'll kill you all. And as Maps is looking up, like, oh my God, he can see my light. And so she tries to turn off her flashlight, and she drops it and disappears into the clock. And so she dives in after it, and she also disappears. Cut over to the vampire story. We see his name is Gustav de Cobra, and he's like, oh, I welcome you to your doom. And Pom's like, I've wanted this moment for so long. So Tristan tackles down Warren, takes him out of the fight. De Cobra tries to attack Pom. She just pulls out a clove of garlic, and like it seems to work. He's like, hiss. And then she tries to attack with a wooden stake through the heart. However, it doesn't do anything. And De Cobra's like, you stupid bitch. I took my heart out and I hid it eons ago. And when he's about to say where he hid it, he looks behind Pom and sees Kyle and Colton carrying the clock tower, running through the forest, being like, oh God, what's going on? What happened to Maps? And he's like, oh, wait, where you're taking my hiding place. What? So he tries to give chase. He flies up in the air. Pom grabs on. We then see Blythe is also giving chase, and he's running through the graveyard after them. And finally, all the different plots converge, and they Colton and Kyle come across Warren, who's like trying to scare them, saying like, oh, I need more souls for my master. And Colton's like, Warren, I don't have time right now. Tell me what's going on later. However, when he says Warren, Powers is like, Warren McGinnis? Perfect. You're the one I want. So he fires off an energy blast, trying to redirect Warren over towards him. Warren, being part vampire now, is like, hiss, and he's coming after him, and he's like, yep, I'm going to take you out, Warren, because you're responsible for all the bad things in my life. So he grabs hold of Warren, holds him up, and basically says, look, for anyone who doesn't know Eryk Powers, he's a character from Batman Beyond. He's from the future. And he says here, I've come back in time because Warren McGinnis is the father of someone who causes all of my problems. The whole reason that my body is expanding radiation and whatever like that. So I'm going to knock him out here and just fix my entire timeline moving ahead. So he's about to kill Warren. Meanwhile, Palm comes in, drops off of Dracula, just elbows Powers in the back and starts arguing. It's just like, oh yeah, you're not gonna like this. So Colton and Palm both have evidence that they were both right, and they start arguing with each other of just like, see, this is the reason why, that's what's happening, all this stuff right here. And as they're arguing, we see that Gustav approaches the clock, and Powers is like, don't touch that. That's my time travel machine. Your heart is the nexus of it. And Gustav's like, you stupid idiot. This is no time travel machine. This clock's existed forever. And I must remove my heart in order to hide it somewhere even more unfindable now. Which Powers says, no, if you do that, I can't get back to my time. So then they start fighting, and the Detective Club is just like, this is crazy, whatever's going on here. Then all of a sudden, Colton's phone lights up, the one that he got from the ceiling tiles. And he clicks a button on it, and out pops Maps from the clock. She's like, hey, I went to the future, and I learned a whole bunch about what happened, and Warren McGinnis is the father of the next. And then she's like, wait a minute, hold on. I might ruin the timeline if I say that. Warren McGinnis eventually has a kid that becomes Derek Powers' mortal enemy. And if we break his time travel machine, then he's stuck here. Also, we don't want to do that. We want to get rid of him. So at that point, they all come up with a plan. They start like undoing ropes, doing whatever else they can. Colton binds up Warren and then calls out to Powers saying, hey, Powers, I got your Warren kid here. And he's like, McGinnis. So at that point, Colton and Warren run into the time machine. They've got a rope around them. Blight follows suit, jumps in as well. At that point, the Dracula's just like, okay, well, I guess I'll eat the kids now. Like, that's fine. Kyle comes up with a crucifix and goes like, no, you don't. Starts holding him back. Then Tristan pulls the rope, yanks Colton and Warren out of the time machine, and then Palm, with a crossbow that she mentioned she had earlier, fires it into the clock where the heart is, thus disabling the time travel machine and also killing the vampire. Final pages here is Olive wakes up and all the rest of the Detective Club show up, and they're like, hey, you were sick with a vampire bite or radiation poisoning or something. And I was like, I think it was the flu, guys. And it's like, well, all the rest of the campus is coming out of it as well, so you're fine, everything's good. And Maps starts to explain, and it sounds completely over the top, to which Colton's like, maybe we'll just tell her when she's 100% better. How about that? So we get a final little word off here with Maps writing in her diary, writing in her journal, saying, how far would you go to eternity in order to, like, save your friends, sail through the passage of time? Would you travel to the future? What would you hope to find? I've seen it already, and that's a story for another day. Mizuguchi out. That's the issue. It's bonkers, man. I don't know what more to say beyond that. It's an absolute bonkers story. No, it's not. I think it's enjoyable. It's so much better than all the yearbook stuff was. It gets back to the core of what I enjoy about these characters and the way they're playing off each other. So I really don't have a bad thing to say about it. It hits all the notes that I wanted from a Gotham Academy story, and having it in annual format just makes it a little bit longer and a little more enjoyable. So collectively, I got to give this one like an 8. Maybe an 8.5 even. It's really just a solid final issue, more so than any of the yearbook stuff ever was. So, kudos. Grayson Annual number 3, written by Jackson Lanzing and Colin Kelly. Art by a bunch of people, but the main part is Roge Antonio. So we open up with Harley skipping her way down a hallway. She's got an invitation, and she's going somewhere, and they reach room 237, and she kicks open the door, and inside is John Constantine, Simon Baz the Green Lantern, and Azrael. And this story, this is the framing device of this meetup here. We will get anthology-style stories from all 4 of them, each of which having their own artist. So as she gets in, she's just like, hey, what is this? I was promised punch and pie. What's going on here? And Simon's immediately pissed, like, we've been waiting forever, and what, this was all put together by Harley? This is stupid. And she's like, hey, I got an invite too. I don't know who we're waiting on. And that's where Azrael's like, I think they just showed up. And in through the door shows Detective Jim Corrigan, aka the Spectre. And he's like, hey everyone, sorry I'm late. And Simon's like, who the hell are you, Ron Weasley? And John's just like, okay, hold on, that's the Spectre. Let's give him a little bit of whatever. Like, we don't want to piss him off too badly here. And Jim basically says, look, I asked you all here because you've all come across a man named Agent 37, and you each have a story to tell. You can't remember his face, and I'm thinking that if we hear all the different stories here, we might be able to solve the mystery of his true identity. So, John, do you want to start first? And he offers up John a cigarette, and John's just like, yeah, why not? And we get to The Charmer with our art by Natasha Alterci. And John came across this big castle. He got some word that there was a nest of vampires here, so he went in to go investigate it. And when he got there, he saw they were about to start feeding on this very naked, very muscular man who ended up being faceless. And he's like, oh, geez, all right, well, guess I should intervene with that. So he goes to break down this crystal barrier between them. Doesn't end up working, and he gets blasted back. The vampires start their feeding and just saying like, oh man, you're so delicious, so great. We see that these are all like young female vampires. There's a fourth old style looking vampire who's Nosferatu. He's just like, let me have a taste of him. So he jumps in, starts eating Nightwing's blood, Grayson's blood, whatever you would call it. And Constantine, after this happens, he's like, well, that's how I operate. I get the job done, but occasionally innocent people might die, and I don't like it, but it happens. So he jumps in and he's like, you freaking vampires, now you got to deal with me. And they're like, you smell like a beer, like just directly you smell like a taproom floor. Why would we want anything to do with you? And that's where Dick Grayson stands up and he's like, oh, hey, hi, how's it going? He kicks the Nosferatu in the face, takes care of the other female vampires. Constantine's just watching from the side, and he's like, the reason you couldn't see my face is because I have this thing called Hypnos, which also is in my blood, which means you all have it now, and it also has some voice-activated features like this. And he says, Helios, and they all just catch on fire. And the Nosferatu guy's like, thank you for the delicious final meal. It was really great. And he's like, not a problem. So Constantine's just like, all right, so what? You fought off a nest of vampires. What are you? And he's like, I'm just some guy. And he's like, why can't I see your face? You working with some sort of agency or whatever? And he's like, I mean, no, I've got a mission though. And he's like, oh, so you're one of Shade. And Grayson's like, oh, you make a lot of assumptions, John Constantine. And he's like, well, fair enough, but if you're robbing me of the satisfaction of taking care of some vampires, how are you going to make it up to me next time? And Grayson just struts away in his underwear saying like, what makes you think there's going to be a next time? See you later. And Constantine's like, look, if there is a next time, if he's going to show up at this exact meeting, we're back in the framing device. If he's going to show up here, this is going to get R-rated very quickly. So Corrigan tells him to take a shower, and then it's just like, Azrael, what about you? Why don't you tell me your story with him? And he's like, Spectre, I respect you. You've got the whole vengeance of God thing going on. I really like that. So yeah, I'll share the story. And he says he was fighting part of a holy war in Kahndaq. Azrael was trying to stop this thing called the Abraxas Stone, which is something about God or whatever, from getting in the hands of the Order of Saint Dumas, which was his previous order that he worked from. And he's trying to help this small little city that ultimately was trying to hold on to their religious relic, but it was not going well. And we see that 37 dropped in with the implicit intention to take the stone and just sneak it out amidst all the chaos of the fighting and whatnot. And he absolutely could have, but he didn't, because once he saw how lopsided this fight was of Dumas people against this small village, he decided to jump in and helped up as well. So he's helping out Azrael, and Azrael's like, hey, this is not your fight. And he's like, innocent people are in the line of duty. Yeah, it's my fight. And he sees Azrael's flaming sword as this giant like Metal Gear looking thing comes up, and he's like, can I please borrow the flaming sword? He's like, no, this is like the best blade that's ever existed. It was forged in the greatest weapons forging. He's like, cool. And he takes the sword, throws it into Metal Gear, and it gets lodged inside. And he's like, do you get it now? And Azrael's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I get it. And he does this whole religious like, oh, Dumas, the Abraxas Stone will never be yours. You will know its wrath. And he carves into the metal gear and it just explodes out like crazy. Him and Grayson then go on a 2-man tear, just absolutely destroying the rest of the Saint Dumas people. And as everything's finally done, Azrael turns to him and is just like, hey, thanks for the help, but I know what you were originally here for. You were going to take the stone. And he's like, yeah, I was. Too bad it didn't survive the fight. And he just walks off into the distance. And Azrael unmasks, goes into the tent where the stone was being kept, and sees it is still there. And he's like, that man showed up. He came for selfish reasons and was going to take something from us. Instead, he became selfless and gave us everything. So we call him Almankid Majuli Mahuia, which means the faceless savior. So Corrigan puts his hand on Azrael's hand. He's like, thank you very much, Azrael, for sharing. And then Harley's like, okay, well, after that crazy-ass biblical thing, I think it's time I share my story. Far more fun. So we get The Gymnast with art by Flaviano, and I just realized I forgot to say the art of the second story, which is Christian Deuce in The Savior. So the third story, Party of the Century's going on. This guy's throwing this absolute rager, and Harley's there. She's been casing out the joint looking for something, and she looks across the party and sees a well-dressed, faceless man who has a spiral for her face, and she immediately pulls him aside, being like, I know that you must be here for the special stuff because the guy who's throwing this party collects supervillain gear. That's his whole thing. It's just, he has a collection of it. I came here with one very specific purpose and I need to get to it. And he's like, I'm also here on my mission. So like, what are we going to do here? And she's like, well, maybe we can work together. And Grayson's like, all right, you can call me Agent 37. And she's like, oh, you can call me Harley or Dr. Quinn if you're nasty. So Grayson goes out to the guy who's throwing the party, uses the hypnos to like convince him that he's an old friend from college, and so it's like, how about you tell me where you keep your collection? Meanwhile, Harley runs interference from the rest of the party goers, throws down some sort of laughing gas that keeps everyone busy, and as the guy who does the collection reveals the thing, Harley's like, awesome, cool, where is it? 2 floors down? Great. And they just jump off the side of the building, come swooping in, Die Hard style, kick in the window of the next layer down. However, security kicks in, and there's a bunch of laser grids everywhere. And Grayson's like, did you know about this? And she's like, nope. So they start having to leap around doing all this stuff. As Harley thinks she's about to get zapped, Grayson comes in just like, hey, were you a gymnast before? She's like, oh, that was another life. And he's like, what a coincidence. And they do a bunch of gymnast moves together until eventually they make their way over to the vaulted door and break their way inside. So when they get in, he's like, look, my task is to take care of everything in this room. That's my mission here. And she's like, everything? What if like one little thing went missing? And we look over and see Joker gas. We see Joker venom in a can. And Harley's like, look, yeah, I used to be with him. I'm not anymore. I've gone straight. And really the only thing that I want to do is destroy that. You don't understand the Joker. You've probably never even been to Gotham. And Grayson's like, I know everything about Gotham. I lived through Joker's Endgame. Like, don't tell me I don't know about Joker. So Harley's like looking at him. They share a glance. She leans in, gives him a big old smooch, and pockets the Joker venom and says like, well, thanks for that. We'll see you at the next big team-up event. Bye. And she bails out. So she says it was the best night of her, or the best date night of her life, and starts talking about the Joker's, how one of their dates was second best. And Corrigan just like pushes her and just be like, okay, that's enough, Harley. And Simon at this point is like, everyone here understands that I'm a cop, right? Like, I am so busy. I've gotten so many alerts on my ring, and you're all just talking about this crazy stuff. Like, look, I'm going to share my story, and then I'm going to get the hell out of here. And Corrigan puts his hand on his shoulder, just being like, okay, Simon, you're cool. You're cool. What do you got? So apparently a bunch of parademons, and this is art by Javier Fernandez, a bunch of parademons were showing up, and Simon's been following them. He's just been like one after another, and they just do not stop. They keep on showing up. He's been working for like 80 hours straight here. And as he takes out one of them, he unloads a clip of his gun into the parademon, and Grayson shows up and he's like, that seemed a little bit overkill. And he's like, yeah, well, I've been at it for a while now. So what do you want to say? Another parademon shows up and starts attacking a little old woman nearby. Grayson shows up, runs him down with a car construct. And Grayson's like, hey, if you're a hero and all that, you really shouldn't be so focused on a body count. And Simon's like, they're parademons. I'd watched Superman mow through God knows how many of them before. And he's like, yeah, well, that's only during Warzone stuff. He's like, this is a Warzone. They keep showing up and I don't know how to stop them. To which Grayson's like, well, that one you hit with the car is getting up and moving and it's flying away. So why don't we follow it? So they do. They watch to see where it goes back to. Turns out there's a central base that has a boom tube active, and that's how they're doing all that stuff. And there's also a female Fury there. So as they show up, Simon and Grayson just launch into a fight, start taking them out. Grayson takes on the Fury, who's just like, oh, your head will be mine. I'll take you. And he just keeps on dodging around, doing whatever. And the Fury's like, stop that. I want to try to hit you. Eventually, Grayson says, like, look, that's something that I learned from a guy one time, that you need to think locally. If you want to save the world, you got to focus on the smaller scale picture first. If you see smoke, don't look at the smoke. Don't try to control that. Focus on the flame itself. So he kicks the female Fury through the boom tube. All the parademons have been taken care of, and Grayson closes up the portal. And Simon's like, hey, Green Lanterns are supposed to have partners, but because all of the other Green Lanterns are off in space, I don't really have one right now. Maybe you can... Oh, you're gone. Okay, and you took the father box. That's great. That's... Ring, can we just delete this entire adventure? I don't think we need to have this one on the record. So that's all the stories. And Corrigan's like, okay, now you may not have seen his face, but he let out certain things in each of your stories that I believe are enough to identify him. And so if we all just think really carefully here about his personality and all that stuff, I think we can say who it is. So who is Agent 37? And one by one, John says Dick Grayson, Azrael says Dick Grayson, Harley says Dick Grayson, Simon says, who's that guy? And Corrigan's like, damn right. And it turns out his face starts rolling. It's not Corrigan, it's Dick Grayson. And immediately they're all just like, oh, I knew it. Except for Simon, who pulls out his gun and is just like, someone tell me what the hell is going on right here. And Grayson's like, okay, all right, hold on. Each of you I had an adventure with, and... you may have learned a little bit too much from that. I wasn't killed during the crime syndicate stuff. It's a whole thing, but I can't have you guys knowing my identity. And so throughout this entire story, I've made sure that my hypno stuff, which yes is in my blood, but is also on my skin, has transferred over to each of yours. Not a lot, but just enough that I could erase your memories of your adventures with me. And they're like, you infected us with nanobots? What the hell, man? So they all start charging after him. And right before they can attack, he says Tsuchigumo, which is the code word for mind whammy. And they all go down. So Grayson goes up on the roof, meets up with Helena, who's like, all right, you took care of it. And he's like, yeah, they're not going to remember anything about me. Grayson is, officially wiped off from all their memories. And she's like, okay, well, that's good. I was thinking how long it's been since you and I have had an adventure together, and all those adventures you had with them made me a bit jealous. And he's like, oh, well, you know what, how about we go off on an adventure right now? And they leap off the rooftop, to be continued in any random issue of Grayson, because this really can be thrown in pretty much anywhere in the middle there. Yeah, I mean, it's a fine annual. It's a good storytelling thing. It reminds me of that Batman animated episode, I think it's called like One That Got Away or something like that. I don't know. It's a solid anthology story. I don't have any problems with it. The art style rotation also works for what it is here. So collectively, I got to say this one is like an 8. It's great. It's a solid issue. Don't have anything wrong with it. So good way to round out the series of Grayson. Green Lantern Corps, Edge of Oblivion, number 6, written by Tom Taylor, art by Scott McDaniel and Jack Herbert. So last issue we had the entire Corps was made aware that the Blackest Knights, the bad guys, are actually the bad guys. And after snapping John Stewart out of it, this issue picks up slightly ahead at the end of the story, where we see Guy Gardner is tumbling through an infinite white void, and he's just saying, I don't know if anyone's going to get this message, but like, let it be known that the Green Lantern Corps, we fought right down to the last moment. We went down swinging. So we cut back. We see the Blackest Knights are absolutely destroying the last city in the universe, going absolute crazy on that. And yeah, they're just like, all right, everyone fight. Let's do what we can. Let's start taking them down. And everyone's coming in, doing what they can. Constructs swinging at their tentacles, doing all this other stuff. However, Guy eventually comes up to Iolande. It's just like, okay, so Has anyone found a way? Does anyone in your crew that like showed up towards the end of last issue know how we can get out of this universe? And it's like, nope, but we all know what we have to do, right? Like, regardless of if we can get out of this universe or not, we can't let these two do whatever they're planning to do to escape into our universe, into the next one. So even if it means we all die here, we have to stop them right here, right now. And Guy explains, here's what they are, here's what they do, all that sort of stuff. And they will try to move on to the next universe. So every last one of the lanterns comes in and they go in swinging. And Guy comments on like, we were fantastic, we were the unstoppable force, but they were the immovable objects. So it did come at the cost of many Green Lanterns. And he points out a few of them, saying that there was the youngest Lantern, Hanar, was in there. She was an orphan, and her uncle back home was very proud. She fought as hard as she could, and she bought them an additional like couple of seconds. But when Hanar dies, her ring starts to seek out a replacement, and like it's specifically saying of this sector, and starts flying off into space. Simon sees this and is like, that means our universe is close by. Like, some way to get to our universe is around here. I need to follow this. John's like, yeah, go check it out. So a couple other lanterns listed by name, they say like, this one died trying to save a family from a crumbling building. Another one tried to save a couple of other ones, and like sharing tiny little tidbits about their times here, and Guys relating to them. And each one of their rings flies off in the same direction. So as Simon approaches it, it turns out it's the giant gash in the sky. It's the giant tear in the fabric of reality. And it's like, that tear in space is where all the rings went through, and also where Arisia and Bidge went through as well. So like, I'm thinking that might be our exit strategy. And Guy calls out like, or it could tear us all to shreds. And he's like, there's only one way to find out. So Simon starts flying towards it. He's like, look, someone has to go first. I'm going to broadcast for as long as I can. Just, promise me that you'll bring the last survivors with you. Do whatever you can here. And Guy's like, Simon, I don't know about this. And he's like, look, it's so easy to distrust things you don't know, but you still have to take a chance. Promise me. And he's like, all right, I promise. So Simon starts going through, and he's saying, I can see, but then he cuts out. They don't know what he could see. And at that point, it's like, okay, look, we don't have any other escape routes. This whole universe is crashing down. First thing we got to do is deal with the Blackest Nights, and then we can worry about getting everyone through that. So they start thinking on plans on what to do. The planet that they're on, that the last city is on, will be torn apart. There's no way it can make its way through. It needs to be able to be protected by Green Lantern stuff. So they say, all right, we're going to have to move the whole city onto Mogo, like piece by piece. We need half the Green Lantern Corps to go distract the Blackest Nights, get them away from the city, as we other half start moving it over. And Kilowog's like, all right, I'll take the lead. So Kilowog acts as a distraction. The rest of the Corps starts transplanting cities over onto Mogo, saving as many people as humanly possible. Once the transition is done, we're left with Marniel. And it's like, Marniel, you head over. Mogo will protect you. And he's just like, nah, we know that we have to take care of these Blackest Nights. Our entire fight was with them, doing whatever we could there. The planet, the living planet, whatever its name was, is aware of its own mortality as well. It's thousands of years old. It's helped me this entire time. We can use it in order to deal with the Planet Eaters, to deal with the Blackest Nights. So John calls over to Kilowog like, hey, okay, new plan. Kilowog's like, so you want us to then send it back to the planet that we were just working to get it away from? Okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. But I want you to be aware, like, we're bleeding Green Lanterns dry here. So the other half come in, they go to help out, and Kilowog instructs them, everyone think of the thing you miss the most, the thing that you want to see on the other side of all this. Give as much strength as humanly possible and have your will channeled into it. So we see not only the Green Lanterns attacking, but constructs of like all the other dead Green Lanterns, family members, stuff like that. They all start attacking the Planet Eaters as well, pushing them down into the planet. The planet literally opens up and starts collapsing down around the Blackest Nights to be able to basically eat them alive. And there's like, oh, you can't defeat us, we'll consume you, we will. But it literally says in the final moments, as they're being eaten alive by this planet, that they know, like, this is their fate. They're trapped, they're panicking, they're fearful. And Guy's like, good, they deserve to feel that. So the universe starts crashing down around them. It's endgame. They all got to go. They start flying over, Mogo as well, towards the giant tear in the sky. And Guy starts up his ring. He starts talking to it. He's like, we fought against nightmares, darkness, all this stuff. We're standing on the edge of Oblivion. And the Green Lanterns go in together, no fear. And they all enter into the tear. And that's it. That's it. Look, here's the thing. I'm sure there is a Green Lantern book, maybe somewhere in Early Rebirth, that says specifically like, hey, what did we do here? But the back of this trade cuts directly into Green Lanterns #1, which is the Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz book that came into Rebirth. And I reread it just as a reminder. They don't mention Jack. Simon literally does not say a single word about any of this that happens. So I don't know. Maybe it's mentioned. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, it's a fine enough series on its own. I think standing in tandem with the Lost Army miniseries, which obviously this is the other half of, it does feel a bit weird. It feels like two completely separate stories, but this wasn't a bad story. It was just so different from what I was expecting coming out of Lost Army, you know? So for this one, I'm going to say it is I'm going to say 7.5. It might have gotten to the 8 if I felt like the emotional punches were really, really resonating with me, but there was just this layer of, it's maybe trying a little bit too hard, especially because we're killing lanterns, but we're not killing like important lanterns, you know? We're not killing the ones that we've become familiar with at this point. So 7.5, still very good and probably worth checking out. Poison Ivy, The Cycle of Life and Death, #6, written by Amy Chu, art by Al Barrionuevo and Cliff Richards. So last issue, the girls went out on the town, Ivy brought them back, and as she basically grounded them, she's immediately attacked by the villain, the big one. It's called The Grim, which is only taken from the fact that the guy behind it is Dr. Grimsley. So we get a little bit of a flashback here just saying, yeah, the Sporlings are these girls, a part plant that grew up, they snuck out, Ivy grounded them, and now Grimsley's here. So it's like, Grimsley, wait a minute, hold on, what happened with you? Because like Darshan found your body at the lab, like you shouldn't be able to be here as well. And it's like, oh, I outgrew my old skin. And he basically just says how we got here. He has always spent his entire career looking for an answer to immortality. He's always been looking for that sort of stuff. He got to the head of the botanical gardens in order to look for that. Eventually, he has some very aggressive form of cancer. And he's like, look, death is not an option. We'll find another solution. And he started looking into research to the extreme longevity plants, the ones that live for thousands of years old. Eventually, as they're looking for something to extend it, he starts injecting himself, and it seems to be going well in that he is starting to get built up, but it turns out that the only option that they really had was looking into the sporelings, looking into what they effectively call plant stem cells. In order to do that, he starts feeling better. However, it has unintended side effects. His body starts changing. And it's at that point that Dr. Luisa comes in and says, hey, I noticed some irregularities on the charts, to which she would have ruined everything. So he ends up poisoning her drink with yew berries slowly over time, enough to kill her. And it's like, yeah, well, that's all I need to do. And then I outgrew my body, and we continued on with the research over in the secret wing of the place. So at that point, Poison Ivy's like, all right, so all that, the tumors came back. You needed my sporelings now in order to fight against them, especially since I burnt down the lab like half a year ago in story. So yeah, you're a sociopath. Darshan was right about you. And that's where Darshan shows up with the sporelings. He freed them because one of them stole Ivy's phone when she wasn't looking. And they're like, oh, well, good for you. We're ready to help. We're doing whatever we can. So the sporelings jump in. Rose tries to use her pheromones to calm down Grim. And the other two come in with vines and claws and whatever else. Ivy also does her own thing, doing whatever she can. Not Hazel. Thorn comes in and tries to use her turning him to wood power, which has worked wonders in the past, but it doesn't seem to work on him this time, which I'd argue is because he's already full plant monster, but they don't seem to acknowledge that fact. It's just like, oh, well, I wonder why that's happening. So Thorn gets knocked aside. Hazel and Rose are like, oh no, what are we supposed to do? And that's where Darshan, standing on the other edge of the garden, starts taunting Grimsley, just saying like, oh, you old science hack, you. And he starts getting punched at, dodging around the blows as best he can. However, all of like the intro to this book and a couple other things throughout has had a different narrator. Not Ivy, not Grimsley. It is instead emerging from this garden box, Swamp Thing, who shows up and he is like, yep, I'm Swamp Thing, I'm Alec Holland, and like, I too was a scientist, but that's about where the similarities end. And he just punches through the center of Grimsley. Grimsley goes down, lands on top of Darshan, thinking that, you know, he's been crushed underneath the weight of this giant monster. But Darshan pokes his head out from the middle of the hole and he's like, this is gross, I'm covered in goo. So everyone looks over and just being like, who the hell is, who's the green guy? And it's like, oh, I'm Swamp Thing. Poison Ivy reached out through the green. I heard him. It's the whole thing. And Darshan's like, you Swamp Thing, you sound like a WWE wrestler. That's crazy. He's like, oh, I like this guy. He's got a sense of humor. So Darshan and the girls, the girls get a hose to start hosing down Darshan, and just like, okay, well, why didn't the touching wood power thing work for Thorn? And Swamp Thing says, oh, he has a little bit of your DNA in him, so I'm sure that had a diminishing effect. It's a whole thing. And none of them notice that Grimsley is still fine. Like, yes, he has a hole in him and he was down for the count, but he just gets up again and he starts attacking, and he grabs hold of Rose, and everyone's like, oh God, no. So the battle starts up again. They all launch into effect. Darshan looks down at the hose thinking like, well, I can still help. And he wraps it, like, uses it as a lasso, wraps it around Grimsley's neck, and everyone just jumps in. I don't know where the hell she got it from. Thorn comes in with a machete and just starts hacking away pieces, saying like, you tortured me and now I'm not going to let you do the same to my sister. And Rose is crying and Thorn is crying and this whole thing's happening. I don't know what the hell Hazel's doing. She's like not even part of the fight. Finally, because he's been hacked to pieces, he does finally stop. They throw pieces of him off the roof down into Gotham Harbor beneath. And it's like, yeah, how about we throw the rest in the incinerator? That's probably better for the environment, all things considered. And Rose looks over at Thorn being like, hey, that was the first time you called me sister. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. So now everyone's covered in Grimsley goo. And it's just like, okay, girls, Darshan, you go down, shower, like clean yourselves up. I need to talk to Swamp Thing briefly. And she basically says like, hey, thank you. But the whole reason I was reaching out to the Green was because I needed help with the girls, with the Sporlings, what I'm supposed to do. And he's basically like, look, ask yourself if they're in danger or if they might be the danger. Because like you're tinkering with forces that you're not supposed to. There's a cycle of life and death. Name drop. And you kind of jumped in the middle of that. And it's the same sort of thing that Grimsley did. He tried to fight the natural order of death, and that's not how it's supposed to be. So your Sporlings aren't mature. You don't know how they'll turn out. I don't know how you can keep them safe, but you can't keep on hiding them. They're connected between the worlds as much as you are. You got to let them explore that. And Ivy was like, all right, Alec's right. I need to do whatever I can. Not everyone gets a second chance. So she decides to call up Harley and just be like, hey, I was just thinking of you. Wanted to see how you were. And she's like, oh, well, that's nice. That's a first. So Selena told me that you have kids now. That's insane. And it's like, not kids, they're Sporlings, it's different. But as she's saying this to Harley, she goes downstairs and she realizes they're all gone. They've all went away. And she's like, where did they go? And we get one final page showing at the Gotham bus terminal. Darshan realizes that they can't stay here. They also realize it as well. And they're like, we got to go figure out who we are. We're taking a bus down south and we'll let you know when we get there, Darshan. And they're like, yeah, all right, bye. So he waves goodbye to them. And we see Thorn says, you didn't tell them where we were really going or why, right? And Hazel says, I just told them south, which is sort of true, and that we're going to change the world. The end. What happens with the Sporlings? I don't think they ever show up again. I might be wrong. I just don't recall a time where they are ever shown again. And based off of 6 months in book gets them up to 18 years, I reckon they've only got 2 years from the publishing of this book before they're probably going to start dying, which is to say they're dead. They are all dead. So, yeah, I mean, it's a fine enough story. Swamp Thing popping in out of nowhere. It's briefly mentioned, I think it's the previous issue when she's talking to the Sporlings, but it's not like, that forecast. It's not a thing where it's saying like, oh yeah, it makes sense that he's here. And then, yeah, it feels very rushed with them just being like literally put on a bus and driven out of town. So I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm super fond of how this issue wraps up. It gives us closure to the mystery of what happened, but even then the mystery doesn't feel like super twisty turny, well thought out. This book definitely just made a turn at issue 3 to say this is now about the Sporlings, and the mystery itself I feel like should have taken more of a backseat if that's where we wanted to go. So I'm going to say this is a 7. It's good, it's fine, it's not fantastic, but the art's good the whole way through. I can't really fault that at all, and I do at least know each of the characters with their own personalities, which is something to be said for being introduced pretty late into the series, all things considered. So, yeah, Cycle of Life and Death's a solid mini. Definitely check it out if you're a fan of the character. Red Hood and Arsenal number 13, written by Scott Lobdell, art by Joe Bennett. So last issue we had Red Hood coming in to stop the Iron Rule gang from putting Arsenal's fate up to a chat vote on whether or not he should be killed. This issue picks up and we see the one guy in Iron Rule named Everest is like holding his hand super close to Arsenal's face, like threatening to kill him. He's got some sort of radiation powers, as I guess do all of them. I don't remember if that was ever a thing, but regardless, he's just like, yeah, I'll melt his face off regardless of the votes. We'll kill him anyway, no matter what happened. Mind you, the vote is swinging severely towards kill him, so I don't know why they're hesitating, but all the power's been shut down by Red Hood, and Joker's daughter's like, oh, I can't be the only one enjoying this. This is super cool. All of a sudden, an arrow comes in off frame, and it embeds itself into Everest's armor, and he starts freaking out, and immediately Arsenal's just like, oh god, I know what that is, and he starts melting, like just Wicked Witch style, full falling apart, and everyone watching through the live streams is like, Jesus Christ, that's horrific. Also, just worth mentioning, one of them is Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, and the other one is Charlie Brown and Snoopy. I don't know why. So, yeah, Arsenal's like, no, Jason, those arrows were only ever meant to clean up nuclear radiation in the event of like a meltdown or something. They were never supposed to be used on people. And immediately the whole Iron Rule is like, wait a minute, what? And they all start trying to get into formation. Another arrow sinks into a different one. He starts just melting like out of his eyes. Everything starts going horrifically. The Red Hood jumps in. He's got the red bow and he's like, I got plenty more here. And after everything you guys have done between the people down in the Nethers, an entire village in Karak, and God only knows how many other people in between, I don't feel bad about this at all. And he sinks shots into 2 more of the Iron Rule. Finally, there's only one left, not counting Joker's daughter, who is the girl. And she's like, okay, all right, Arsenal's free. I give up. I completely surrender, all this stuff. And Jason's still got the bow drawn. Like, he's ready to go. Arsenal gets up in the way. He's like, she's surrendering. She doesn't have anything. She absolutely is willing to go. It's not a problem. And he's just like, Arsenal, this has nothing to do with you, but you need to move out of the way. And it's like, look, you want to make them pay for their crime? I'm just as responsible as they are. Like, I'm the one who led them down this path. And Jason's like, dude, you've literally made this the entire New 52, you've been making up for it. I don't think that you're the problem here. It's just her. And he's like, we're better than this. And it's like, no, wrong. You're better than this. I am not. And Arsenal then elbows the girl in the face, knocking her out. And he's like, even you wouldn't cross the line of shooting her dead while she's unconscious. I know you. And Jason's like, he's right. I wouldn't do that, but I don't like it. And so he pulls back the arrow and he's like, fine, Arsenal, you win, but she's going to jail. And he's like, absolutely, fine, fair enough. And then Joker's daughter's face pops up just being like, oh, it's so adorable. I almost don't want to kill you both. And we see all the people who are watching on the live stream are like, that girl's annoying. I don't like her. I wish we could vote to kill her instead. Turns out she's just in the room. I don't know why they had her pop up on like a monitor, but regardless, she's still got a gun trained to Tara Battlesworth, whatever her name is. And it's just like, all right, well, I'm here. I'm going to take care of her, and then you and I can talk. And Jason trains a gun on her, saying like, I shot you in the shoulder last time. To be polite. This one's going between your eyes. And Arsenal's like, again, trying to be the peacemaker, like, we don't have to do this. Everyone can calm down. We're all good. And Jason's like, come on, you know you want to. Go ahead and do it. And he's like, you are a rabid dog and you need to be put down. Arsenal's still trying. Everyone's got hot tempers, all this stuff. Until finally Jason's like, look, Joker, he's not my dad. I know you keep on trying to say this stuff if he's your dad, but like, he's not responsible for me. And Joker's daughter's like, keep telling yourself that. And then Arsenal comes in with some electrifying trick arrows. Joker's daughter wasn't looking, ends up tasing her, taking her out. And Tara's just like, all right, I'm out. Thank you. I'm getting an ambulance. So finally, we get the standoff between Arsenal and Red Hood. And Arsenal's like, what the hell, man? You just like killed a bunch of people on live stream. Like, we're never going to be able to get our reputation back. No one's going to hire us. And Red Hood's just like, grow up, man. What are you doing? And he's like, what are you talking about? He's just like, all those people on the live stream just voted to have you killed for fun because they could. You think that any of those people give a damn about us? And he just shoots the live stream camera out while telling everyone to drop dead. Everyone's just like, well, that was rude. So he takes off his helmet and he looks at Arsenal and he's like, look, this was never going to work out. You believe in people too much. I don't believe in them at all. I'm never going to be the hero you want me to be. I know that you can, though. I have every confidence in you, but like, we got to go our separate ways. And Jason just walks off, leaving Arsenal behind. Cut to entirely different, like Silver Age looking pages, also done by Joan Bennett, where we get the olden days, the first meeting of Robin, Jason Todd, and Speedy. I'm blanking on his name. Why can't I remember? Just Arsenal's in my head. Roy Harper. There we go. So Roy's at a baseball stadium and there's a gang of guys dressed in baseball uniforms who are coming to attack him. They don't even say really what they want. They just have weapons. I guess they're robbing the place. And then all of a sudden Robin comes in and he's like, don't just stand there, Red. Let's kick some butt. So they jump in. They start beating these guys up. One of them pulls out a gun and Arsenal uses a trick arrow in order to take the guy out. And as they're down, he's just like, oh, hey, by the way, make sure you never tell anybody I was saved by a shock arrow. And it's like, deal. And by the way, since we're both masks here, I feel comfortable telling you my name's Roy. And he's like, oh, and I'm Jason. And he's like, oh, well, why'd you take the name Robin? Why not like Jaybird? Come on, Jaybird, let's their getaway car was out front. Let's go take care of that. And he says, right away. So they leap off of the side saying, you know, one day we should ditch the whole sidekick thing and team up together. And Jason says, one day I'm sure. I think it's meant to put an emotional point. It's meant to be a thing of like, look how good friends they were, and it all just fell apart because situations demand. But like, it's just out of nowhere. It doesn't feel thematically like it's in line. It's just there. And then, yeah, I mean, Joker's daughter just gets tased. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to make of that. So, yeah, the arc goes out with a whimper, not a bang. I guess they're trying to make a point about the cruelty of just people in general, and like, Roy is this one shining star that should be allowed to believe in the power of humanity, I guess. Look, people believe for at least a while that the Red Hood book in Rebirth was good, that it was much better than this was. Fair. If you want to have that, you can have that, but like, I don't particularly care for this. I think there were a couple good moments throughout this last arc, but it just, by the end, threw it all away. And frankly, I don't know if it was pacing. I don't know if they didn't know when they were going to be canceled, how many issues they were going to have, but it just didn't work out. So this issue is kind of just like a 6 for me. It almost hits on some moments, but it just fails to do so, and that makes it hurt all the more. So that was Red Hood Arsenal. Long live Red Hood. Robin, Son of Batman, number 13, written by Ray Fawkes, art by Raymond Box. So last issue we had the son of Dendarga, I think it's Surin, I could be wrong. He was taken away from the path of evil, they're showing him light, and then they broke him out of collection by Talia and Batman to show him a good time around town. So this issue picks up with all darkness and then all of a sudden a glowing light. And it ends up being all these souls that are swirling around what I believe is the original body of Dendarga. So we cut to a barbecue shack that they've gotten the whole menu from, all these fries and all this other stuff, including some dessert, some ice cream. And they're like, hey, Surin, have you ever had dessert before? And he's just like, no, I don't think so. My father forbade indulgences and the poisons of this world. And Robin's like, well, maybe if you had a little bit of butterscotch, you wouldn't be such a dick. And like, they all get a kick out of that. So as they're talking to each other, all of a sudden Goliath reacts. He smells something in the air, and ninjas, all the Darga clan just start attacking again. And it's like, oh, the Luan Darga has found us. And Surin is still stuck in like handcuffs, whatever you want to call him. He's unable to move as freely, but Robin and Nobody go in and they start attacking all the ninjas. And Surin's just like, let me out. They're not going to stop. They don't understand that, like, you know, all this stuff has changed. They're going to keep coming until they kill us all. However, in the time it takes him to say that sentence, Robin and Maya have already taken care of all of them. They're already all knocked out. And when they're knocked out, it turns out they didn't actually do much of anything. The guys just went down. And Robin's like, Surin, you did something here. You're a murderer. What did you do? And he's like, it wasn't me. I did. And then Surin passes out as well. And it's like, uh-oh, all right, something's going on. So Maya puts a frequency disruptor, whatever she wants to call it, onto Surin, saying like, that should protect him from whatever's going on. Should we call your dad or someone? And it's like, my comms are offline. Something big is interrupting all this stuff. It must be Darga magic. We're gonna have to figure out what's going on. And Maya, using her helmet, can see in a different range of light. She sees some sort of energy is moving about and flying up through the sky from these bodies. So he's like, all right, well, let's go. We got to follow it. They follow it somehow all the way to Russia, which I figure should be on the other side of the world, at least over the Pacific, but hey, whatever. And when they get there, they see that there's a clearing in a forest that all of these energies are coalescing to. They try to come up and get to it, but there's a force field around it, to which Surin wakes up and he's like, oh, Goliath, take me closer. My bloodline, it'll let me through. So he puts his hands on it, he does some magic spell, and the whole force field drops. So they enter into a trap door, and Maya makes some jokes of like, so his bloodline lets him into a strange magical temple. Yours lets you into a volcano. What does my bloodline get me? Can I get like a pizza parlor or something like that? But either way, they follow down to the where the energy's going. And to be clear, this is souls. It comes up later, but it's soul energy. And as they see it coalescing on this figure standing on the side, they're like, all right, he's clearly a bad guy. Let's jump in and attack. So counts to 3, launches the attack, and he's like, oh, it's too easy to get this close. And he realizes, oh, it was all a trap. This is Dendarga. He's coming back from the dead. So they start launching the attack as best they can, and then Dendarga hears a little voice off to the side saying, Father, and he's like, Surin, you're still alive? You useless bastard. I sent you up here for one thing, and that was to bring me back, and you should be dead because of it, but instead you're alive, which means you failed, and you're a failure, and I hate you. And he was like, Father, you lied. You said that like we would all live happily in the post world. And he's like, yeah, of course I lied. It was just me. I was going to make the world my image, and you failed. So now I had to have this backup plan that launched, I guess, as soon as you failed. So shut up. So at that point, he comes over and he's like, whatever. I'll take your soul anyway. It'll power me up. That's all I need here. And Surin's like, no, Father, not this time. And he grabs hold of Dendarga's hand and like pulls it off of him. And he's like, fine, whatever. I don't need you. So in doing so, though, Dendarga apparently managed to drain him. Like it's something about doing that is being drained of Den. So they come in, they keep on throwing punches, kicks, whatever they can to try to distract him. He's like, whatever, even if you take out this body, I'll just come back again. Like all the energy here, I can't fail. So we see more souls are swirling. They're all coming into this giant crystal that's in the middle of the room. And he's like, all of this means nothing. There's nothing you can do. And Robin looks at the crystal and says, I think he just told us how to beat him. So Surin did you ever learn to pull spirits the way that your father can? Did you ever learn how to like pull spirits out of people? And he's like, yeah, I mean, a little, I guess so. And so Robin hooks up some wires to the crystal and says, cool, do it and funnel them out into me. We can short out the crystal. And Den's like, you stupid idiot. Like, A, that'll kill you. There's no way that you can handle it. And B, even if you do, like, it might take a couple centuries, but I'll eventually get enough souls to redo the spell again. And Robin's just like, I endured the Year of Blood and then the Year of Atonement, and like, screw you. I'm going to make sure it was not all for nothing. So Maya tries to come in once she hears it's going to kill Damien. Goliath is told to swoop in and stop her, which he does. And then the spell breaks, all the souls come out, it shorts out, and Robin and Den both lie motionless on the ground. Cern comes to, and he's like, oh, it stopped, he did it. But Maya's like, at what cost? He was my brother, he saved the world, what was it? And she's like crying, she's super upset over this. But they look up into the sky at the swirling souls that have all escaped, and they spot one that looks like Damien, and they're like, what do we do? Can we call to him? Will he respond? Damien, son of Al Ghul. And Maya's like, shut up. That's not what he answers to. He's Robin, and he's son of Batman. Title drop. So at that, Damien recognizes it, and she's like, yes, you're a hero. You're my brother. However, the soul of Dendarga tries to hold on to him, tries to pull him into the afterlife. And someone's like, nah, go to hell, Dad, and blasts him with spirit energy. So all the souls disappear. Maya's like, oh, come on, Damien. We still have all this cool stuff to do. We never finished our ice cream at that barbecue place. And Damien's just like, wasn't even that good of ice cream. And she's like, oh, okay, all right. Were you just messing with me there? And it's just like, nope, we succeeded. Good job, everyone. And he walks over and starts petting Goliath. And Maya's like, good job, everyone. We just saved your soul from the afterlife. Thank you very much. And all we get is a good job, everyone. But it cuts over to Damien's face, and he's like holding back tears, and he's smiling. And he's like, yep, good job, everyone. So he gets a call from Batman and Talia, who are like, you're 3 hours late to drop off the Surin kid. You dropped off the map. What are you doing in Russia? Like, you better bring that back this instant. Damien's just like, yeah, all right. Thank you both. Goodbye. So he looks over at Maya and Surin, and he's like, well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going on our next adventure. And they all hop on Goliath and fly off. The end. That's a fun little epilogue. Didn't need it. Nice to have. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been saying this every issue. The Darga stuff has always been just a little bit confusing. I feel better with each progressive issue that it is like the problem was in the initial issue where Darga was introduced, the whole idea of the Darga and how they used the Year of Atonement as like this thing to bring them back to life. It felt over-explained. It felt like there was so much complexity to the plan, and like all this names and lore and backstory was being dropped. As we get more and more issues, it simplifies down, where it's just, oh, an angry wizard who has a blood feud with the Al Ghuls was trying to take over the world. That's all you had to say. And with every issue, it gets easier to understand that. So this issue, I'm honestly mostly fine with. Don't have a problem with the way it was presented. It's a little bit hokey to say like, oh no, but I had a backup plan. Somehow Emperor Palpatine returned, but it's fine. It's still a fine book. Collectively, I'm going to say it's a 7.5. Good, not great, but still very much worth a read. And while I think the first arc is probably better than the back half of it, it's overall still just a pretty decent read, so definitely check it out. Swamp Thing number 6, written by Len Wein, art by Kelly Jones. So last issue we had Alec going around trying to find a way to get the possessed other form of Swamp Thing, the Matthew Cable Swamp Thing, to give up his powers or to get Alec his own powers back, and he thinks he came up with something. So we see that Matthew Swamp Thing has still taken over Louisiana, and he's like, oh, tick-tock, I gave a deadline to when the entire Earth had to give up power to me, and you're not doing it. And then there's a voice from behind saying like, wow, you made quite the mess in one day. To which he's like, Alec, you really are hard to kill, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, you don't know the half of it. So here's the thing. Matthew, you were a good man once. What changed, man? You used to be cool. And he's like, oh, well, as I was out looking for the cure, trying to figure out how to get you cured from Swamp Thing, I went to Nanda Parbat, but on my way down the mountain, I nearly died. Like, I was in an avalanche. I was totally messed up. And as he's saying this, he's changing from eyes to he's, saying like, oh, he was really messed up, and a voice came to him and he made a deal. He made an exchange for power. What can I say? Matthew Cable was a coward. And I was like, okay, that's a lot of third person talk. Who are you? Who am I talking to right now? He's like, man, you really are stupid. Who is it always? And he does the reveal. It's Anton Arcane. Yep. He took over Matthew Cable's body as a deal with the devil, and Alec is like, I condemned you to hell, and he's like, yep, and I got better. Ha 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 ha. So yeah, Anton Arcane has the powers of Swamp Thing. Now he looks exactly like both. And he's like, yeah, well, he invited me in and I took over, so that's all I'm doing. Matthew Cable lapsed into a coma and I've been piloting his body ever since. So he's like, all right, now you know the story. I'm still just going to kill you, and I'm going to make sure you die this time. And Alec's like, haha, you think I'm stupid and not come with reinforcements? Check this out. And he waves back, and in comes Phantom Stranger, Zatanna, and the Spectre. And Anton's like, I thought it was going to be a fair fight. He's like, oh, it will be. It's going to be mano-a-mano. They're just here to enforce the rules, you know? And it's like, oh, yeah? What kind of rules is that? You going to show up? We going to box? What's up? He's like, kinda. I brought along a fist. And he pulls out the hand of Fatima. And he's like, bro, how many times did I have to tell you there's no way you can use that again? You would need an act of God. And the Spectre just goes, somebody rang? So they start launching the spell. They start doing the whole thing. And we cut over to Argus, where Steve Trevor and Etta Candy are like, well, we're out of options. Like, we tried a couple other things of trying to figure out how we can stop this Swamp Thing or whatever, but we were directly told by the chief of police to nuke it. And I'm thinking that's our option. So we need to get the president on the line. And she's like, I already got him. It's for you. So we cut back over to Louisiana, and Zatanna's launching the spell, doing everything that happened. And it's talking about, like, oh, the old gods start to tremble and all this other stuff, whatever. And I don't know if they are recharging the hand of Fatima so that another wish can be made, or if they're just undoing the wish that it did the first time. But regardless, with Spectre and Zatanna there, and Phantom Stranger, I guess, just pissing in the corner, we see this transition between Alec turning back into Swamp Thing and Anton basically just losing his green hue, and like he still looks like Anton Arcane. So he's like, no, god damn it. So now that they're both giant hulking behemoths of gross looking muscle, he's like, all right, now it's a fair fight, let's go. And he just starts wailing on Anton. 3 punches, he's already down. And Anton's like, I don't understand what I did wrong here. Cable wasn't using his body, and all I ever wanted to do was live. Can't you show me some mercy? And Spectre comes down like, oh, you want mercy? You want a little bit of mercy from me? How about I give you exactly what you deserve? And he like waves his hand, and Anton starts screaming out in pain. And he's like, wait, I thought you said you were doing mercy. He's like, I'm not the ghost, the spirit of mercy. Yeah, that guy's on vacation. I'm the spirit of vengeance, bitch. And so he comes in and he damns Anton Arcane back to hell as he's screaming like, why? So yeah, we get a glimpse of Anton in hell, and he's reduced back to his old man form, not his big bumbling behemoth form. And Etrigan the demon's just sitting there like, hey bro, I saw what you did up there. That was super cool. I'm going to torture you for all eternity now. And he's like, you do what you have to, demon, but I'll know who my true torturer is. Holland! And so then we cut up to Argus, and Argus is like, oh shit, it looks like they fixed everything in Louisiana. That's awesome. I feel like we should do something, though. Oh, yeah, stop the nukes, totally. Yeah, call off the nukes. Code green. So the nukes are diverted, and we see Phantom Stranger. Spectre just pissed off. He's gone. Zatanna disappeared as well. It's just Phantom Stranger and Swamp Thing, and he's like, well, I guess I should stick around here and try to clean things up. And Phantom Stranger's like, yeah, Zatanna went to the hospital. God only knows where Spectre went. You sure you're good to do this here? He's like, yeah, I'm fine. And he goes over to the sheriff and he's like, hey, I'm super sorry for all this. And immediately sheriff and deputy pull their guns and they're like, get out of here. This is not your city. You need to leave. And he's like, you know what? That's fair. Okay, sorry. I'm around if you need me. So he starts bolting away. And Stranger's like, this is what you sacrificed your humanity for? You sure you wanted that, man? He's like, I have made my peace with it. I just want to make the world a slightly better place, and whatever skin I'm wearing doesn't make a difference. So, yep, I'll wear this moss and work towards the salvation of mankind. Now, if you'll excuse me, and he just leaves Phantom Stranger. Phantom Stranger's like, don't you walk away from me. I'm the one who does the walking away from. Just who the hell do you think you are? And he's like, oh, I know exactly who I am. I'm Alec Holland. And he limps away back into the marsh, and we get one-page epilogue showing that Matthew Cable, his comatose body, was brought back to a hospital. There's no change in his condition. He's totally comatose. And a woman steps into the room and says, my poor sweet Matthew, and gives him a little kiss on the cheek. It's Abby Arcane. And as soon as she leaves, and Matthew's eyes shoot open, and he goes, Abby? Cue credits. That's the book. I like it. It's a fine enough ending. Obviously, having the reveal be Anton Arcane, it doesn't feel like it's out of absolutely nowhere. I do think it only works for people who are even mildly aware of Swamp Thing lore, but that was true back when we introduced Matthew Cable, so I'm not that plussed about it. It's just a fun little, like, it doesn't even feel New 52. It feels like a connection back to Len Wein's original Swamp Thing run. You know, it feels like it's linked all the way back to the barely... was he post-crisis? Maybe it links together with the Alan Moore stuff, but I don't know. I've got a blind spot when it comes to that, but I am aware of Matthew Cable, and that was enough to get me through. So, overall, I'm going to say this is I'll say 7.5. It's good. I feel like it's just missing something that pushes up to the great mark. It does get a little bit predictable when it comes down to the Hand of Fatima and like, oh yeah, the Spectre showed up. I wonder what's going to happen. But it's good. It's still a solid one throughout. So 7.5, and that is Swamp Thing, specifically The Dead Don't Sleep. Suicide Squad Most Wanted number 6, the Katana story written by Mike W. Barr, art by Diogenes Nevis. So last issue, we got the full introduction to Halo, which was a character created by cosmic energies being controlled by King Cobra, being forced into this junkie girl, and it's pissed off. So this issue opens up with Lord Cobra and Katana are like, oh my god, what the hell's happening here? And the energies inside call themselves Oracle, different from the character of Halo. I'm just gonna say Halo, because Halo's like, well, we were wanting to be able to escape, you forced us into pain, and now we will not be dominated by you flesh sacks, so we will eliminate you. And they start blasting energies at him. Enchantress jumps in the middle, puts up shields, and it's like, wait a minute, why would you care about revenge? You're cosmic beings. And it's like, yeah, we thought we moved past this too, but like, it feels good and we want to do it. So it's like, all right, fair enough. So Katana and Cobra put aside their stuff in order to deal with this, and immediately Cobra's talking to his wife, just be like, we'll betray them as soon as we can. Yeah. So they start firing guns. Katana starts swiping with swords. But every single time that they try to take a shot at the girl, Violet Harper, it seems to get protected by the energy. So, like, that's a point of weakness. And they just tackle Violet and hold her at sword point and say, you're going to let us out of here or we're going to kill her. And they do. So when they get outside, they meet up with Dr. Jace, who's like, I tried to go against Lord Cobra's orders. And he's like, you bitch, I'm going to have you killed. And Katana's like, nah, you're not going to do anything with the sword. He's like, too late. I've already sent my guys. Like, as soon as they see her, they're going to try to kill her. Meanwhile, Halo, she was kind of just like unconscious for a second. Then all of a sudden she snapped to attention. She still got energy in herself. So she blasts it at Enchantress, who deflects it to Katana, who deflects it back at Halo, and it ends up knocking her out. And it's like, well, that's only going to work once. Meanwhile, door breaks open. The Oracle energies are not happy. Down on the ground, we see that Lord Brian's forces of Markovia are taking aim at the ship. It's all coming down, and he's like, she'll find a way out. Katana will. I know in her she's going to be able to do that. So Dr. Jace goes running. Immediately, she runs into the Suicide Squad, who are like, hey, lady, we're with Markovian forces. We're here to protect you. You're good. So some Cobra soldiers pop out. They start taking aim at Dr. Jace, despite the other truce that Katana and Cobra have. So the Suicide Squad are like, all right, well, screw these guys, and they immediately start throwing punches and taking bodies. Cobra leads Katana and Enchantress down throughout the ship, away from the Oracle energies, but they keep on breaking through doors and catching up. Enchantress is like, hold on, let me just talk to them, let me see what's up. What can we do to make this good? And it's like, we have indignities upon us, we must get our revenge. It's like, okay, you guys want your energy back, the one that's inside of her. What if we just give it to you? And it's like, you can do that? And it's like, I don't know, probably. So they set Halo down, and Enchantress starts working some magic, starts pulling the energy out. And as it's coming out, both Halo and the energy is like, nope. We're all about to die. Do not do this. This is a bad idea. And then Halo drops to the ground, and he's just like, well, you failed, so we're just going to go back to trying to kill you. So they swipe around the group. Katana throws her Soul Taker sword. It gets embedded into a computer terminal, but through one of the spirits, and the spirit disappears. Like, the energy itself disappears. And Katana's like, there, see, I can kill you with a sword. You're all gonna die unless you leave. Get back here. And so they all just like, Jesus, all right, we're out. So they run away. Cobra points out, your sword didn't do shit. It was the electricity from the computer. And Katana goes, yeah, but they don't know that. And maybe they'll figure it out, but like, let's use this to our advantage. So at that point, Violet wakes up and she's freaking out. She's having an identity crisis because it's no longer Violet in control. It's the energy. The energy is there, and it is bound in the body after Enchantress's thing. And it's like, I'm the energy, and I am now in command of the body, and I know I can't escape it. So we then cut over to a bunch of Cobra guys who are in the control panel. Dr. Jace knows exactly where it is, so she's been leading the Suicide Squad there. And Deadshot basically turns to Harley and goes, Harley, smash. And she's like, yay. So that's happening. We see that they eventually start making their way to a escape pod, but don't worry about that. Cutting back over to the Cobra fighting against the energies. Energy comes at them once more, and it's like, aha, now we've got an idea as to how to take them down. We'll figure out what we can do. However, they don't get a chance to fight because Violet Harper, aka Halo, jumps in and starts throwing the punches. And the energy's like, we literally are trying to help you, man. Why are you fighting us? And it's just like, oh, I'm not one of your kind anymore. There's nothing you can do to get me out, and you will kill this form if you attempt to. And the energy's like, we're okay with that. And they start zapping her and trying to get the errant energy out, they call it. So Enchantress in Katana, and Katana's like, hey, can you do something? Can you just like launch a spell, some sort of electricity thing to get rid of them? It's like, well, yeah, but it might destroy them. Like, they might all die. And it's like, okay, they'll destroy the world, so I'm okay with that trade-off. And Chance's like, all right. So she does it. All of the energy spirits oracle dissipates. It's all gone. And Enchantress is like, do you know how many sentient lives you cost? And Katana goes, I know how many I saved, bitch. So because the energy threats are now gone, Cobra immediately is like, now for our betrayal! And they're about to start attacking. Enchantress just blasts them and is just like, all right, well, this didn't go well. However, Katana straight up impales Lady Eve with the Soul Taker sword. So Cobra gets the body just like, this didn't go to plan. We're out. So he gasses the room, decides to start making an escape. Katana tries to carry Halo's body and is moving slowly. Enchantress like, you cool? And she's like, I swallowed some of the gas. We're good. We're getting the escape pods. So they all load up the escape pods. All the Suicide Squad and Dr. Jace escape. However, Katana and Halo are left behind because I guess that gas was actually pretty potent. And as the ship is coming down, the Markovian forces on the ground are like, we see two ships, but we don't know who's in them. One of them is Cobra, obviously. Where's Katana? What's going on? And we see jutting out from the ship is Halo. She's woken up. She's carrying Katana down. And we cut to a few days later in a hospital room where that stupid cat and the little girl are there. And Katana's like, thank you so much for caring for me, but I must now go. It is my journey or whatever like that. So Byron says, hey, you're welcome to come to Markovia whenever. No big deal. Cobra swears revenge on not only Markovia, but the Suicide Squad. And he's like, well, all right, I need to leave. I'm taking the cat with me. And Halo, I need you to help look after us because that's what families do. And Halo's like, oh, that's cool, but inside I feel like we're dying. And she's like, you just need some food. We'll get you some food. And she's like, what is food? And they all walk away with a smile. The end. I'll admit, I mentioned this last issue. I didn't expect this to become an Outsiders story. Like, it starts as Suicide Squad and then just slowly transitions of like, yeah, but we got Markovia, we got Halo, and we got Katana. It's an Outsiders story now, which, fair enough. I mean, if that's the story you want to write, it's probably the best story you could write with Katana. Because I'll just say it, Katana by herself, not an interesting character. I don't think she has enough going on. I think you need to put her with other people to make her interesting. So... fine story. Could have used less Suicide Squad, but I understand it's the name of the book. Can't really do much about that. So I'm going to say this one wrapped up at a 7 for me. It's good, not great. It's just kind of middle of the road stuff, but it is interesting to have these characters resurrected. I think that's nice to have and bringing them back into the larger universe. So great. Suicide Squad Most Wanted number 6, the Deadshot story written by Brian Buccellato, art by Victor Bogdanovich. So last issue, Deadshot got out, went to go visit his kids, said, hey, I just got to get some money. And when he came back, he realized that Will Evans wants to make things personal and kidnapped his daughter and left a note saying, you and me one-on-one, let's go. So we open up with him reading the note at this point. He's like, I was never scared to death. Like, that fear never even crossed my mind. That's what was my edge. But this crosses into what I care about. This is too much, and I got to live just long enough to see this happen. So he explores the apartment where she was being held, finds the other kids who were also in this apartment under foster parents. And he's like, hey, no one's going to hurt you. The bad guys are gone. I'm going to get you out of here, but you need to cover your eyes and promise me you will not open them beforehand. And they're like nodding. They're like, okay. And he leads them through the room with all the dead bodies and their foster parents. And when he gets outside, there is an entire team of SWAT people there. Like, put down the kids, Floyd. Amanda Waller steps up and is just like, hey, it's going to be okay. These policemen are going to take care of you. And he tells Amanda, like, hey, he took my daughter. And he's like, yeah, I know. And one of the little kids is like, hey, you better not shoot this guy because he's got to go save her. And Amanda's like, yes, he does. So we cut over to Will, who's talking to Suchin, the daughter, and he's basically just villain monologuing. He's like, oh, all of my life I've been setback after setback, but now I finally get to prove myself as the #1 assassin, and like, all this is going to work out for me. What does that tell you, little girl? And she's like, I don't know. And she's wearing like a bomb vest. Like, she's part of this now. And he's like, oh, it tells you that life is beautiful. So we see somewhere outside of Gotham, there's like some small island that just has like a couple of buildings on it. It's barely used for anything. And these are the coordinates where Will has told Floyd to meet up with him. Floyd is on a speedboat. He's on a comms to Amanda and is basically saying, hey, Amanda, I got one request. And she's like, just to be clear, despite you getting out, you're still an asset. You don't get to ask for things. And he's like, I get that, but you're going to do it because it's the right thing to do and because I will never join the squad again if you don't do it. And she's like, well, let me hear what it is. So then we cut to him arriving on one side of the island. There's a TV with Will on it saying, hey, I'm so glad that you decided to show up. We're going to have to play a little simple game here. We're on totally equal footing. We're on opposite sides of the island. We're each going to have the exact same gear, the same number of bullets, and everything else. And that will determine which of us is truly the better assassin. And he lays down a couple of other rules of like, you can't take off your helmet, you can't remove your gear, stuff like that. Everyone is 1-to-1 here. If he breaks any of the rules, then Suchin is going to be killed. So he's like, yep, all right, let's do it. So there's a very limited amount of shots that he can take, but we see that they also have tracking software so that they can see where the other one is relative to each other on the island. It's not super accurate, so there's still some wiggle room, but it gives a gist of it. And we see Deadshot makes his way towards a building in the middle of the island. So does Will, and he's like, oh, you're so predictable. You're trying to take the higher ground, I bet, but you should have done the calculations, realize that I would have gotten here first. And then all of a sudden, Will's rifle just breaks into 2 pieces, and his tracking software in his wrist also gets shot. And we see that he absolutely was like, yeah, I did do that. So we then see Deadshot, Floyd coming up saying, hey, you got no rifle now and no eyes on me, so you can either break your rules and take off your helmet to track me down, or you can go back and get replacements. What's it going to be? And he's sticking to his own rules. He goes back to his base of operations to pick up some more replacements, and it's like, yep, Evan sticks to his rules, and that's fair. He wants to beat me fair and square, but I just want to win. So we see that Deadshot does take off his helmet. He leaves it as a fake tracking point on the map so that he can sneak up behind Will, up on this lighthouse that he set up on. And in doing so, he triggered some motion sensors that Will set up. He's like, I got you. You cheated. You broke the rules. But Floyd is just, he doesn't care. Will's just like, you were so convinced you wanted to get this face to face, but like you broke the rules to do it. Now your daughter's going to die. And Floyd's just throwing punches. He's getting up close. He takes a few shots to like the side of the neck and stuff like that. And Will basically says, you told me that fear has to be gone, but that last 1% of fear, that's what made me so perfect. That's what made me not as reckless as you are, and that's recklessness is why your daughter's going to be killed right now. And Floyd just tackles him off the light tower, and as they're coming down to the ground, he just says, you talk too much, and boom, they slam into the ground. Will first. He's dead. He's absolutely dead. So helicopters come into the island. Floyd goes and gets Suchin, makes sure that she's safe, and hands her off to not Waller, but like an assistant, a care or something like that. And he's like, all right, Waller, I've kept up my end of the deal. And Waller says, and I'll keep up mine. Cut to 3 weeks later, we're at a playground. Suchin is there with all of the other kids that she was growing up with. And he's like, oh, Floyd, do you want to come play with us? And he's like, oh, I got to get going soon. They're coming to take you away to your new home, and you kids are all going to stick together. They're going to take in all of you. And she's like, well, why aren't you taking me? You said. And he's like, I'm sorry. I really wish I could. And before he can finish his sentence, Waller comes in and says, your daddy has to fight for America. He's going to keep the country safe. And Suchin's eyes light up, and she's like, are you a superhero, daddy? And he's like, yeah, I mean, you could say something like that. Anyway, yeah, I got to go, but I'm going to check in on you, okay? And she's like, okay, I love you. And he's like, I love you too. And he walks off. We see he's admitted back into Belle Reve. He's got the bomb in his neck again. And as he passes by Harley's cell, she's like, hey, you grew back your mustache. You shaved that off of the previous issue. And he's like, yeah, it didn't feel right without it. And she's like, yeah, I know what you mean. And they have a little moment. They share a little smile. And she passes him a baseball and a glove. And when he gets back into his cell, he just tosses the ball around. The end. I like it. I don't know what it is about it, but I like the fact of like, yeah, no, he gets a moment. He gets what he wants. Obviously, it's not everything he wants. He has to still give up being with his daughter in order to guarantee her safety. But on the same point of that, I appreciate that he stayed to the idea of like, yeah, regardless of the rules, regardless of like the honorable thing to do, I'm going to do what I need to do. And I like that about the character, that just puts him a little bit under Will in terms of, like the honor of being Deadshot or whatever that Will saw it as. But it is this larger thing than that, where he doesn't care. He has his family. Like, it never meant that much to him. So I like it. I'll give it an 8. I think it's a solidly, definitely well drawn. Reminded me a lot of Greg Capullo's artwork, which is always top tier, but it's Dialynas Nevis, so also top tier in that. Yeah, nothing more to say, but definitely worth checking out. Legends of Tomorrow number 4, the Firestorm story, written by Jerry Conway, art by Eduardo Pansica. So previous issue was a really long extended fight scene that was jumping between times, all against major force. Ended with Firestorm being taken. So this opens up with Firestorm in a plasma bottle prison thing that can control a nuclear man. And we see Major Force's like, hey, General Eiling, looks like you're torturing that guy. And he's like, no, this is just enhanced cooperation techniques. And I will do whatever I need to do in order to get him to tell us where Danton Black can be found and yada, yada, yada. And Force is like, okay, I'm still not comfortable with this, so I'm gonna bounce. You have fun with whatever it is you're doing. And he's like, I will. And he calls down to the little comm thing and says, keep going, make it stronger, do whatever you gotta do. Meanwhile, Firestorm, we see Stein is talking to Ronnie and it's just like, hey, we gotta split. Like, if we show them like two people here, then they'll see like I'm Martin Stein or whatever. Also, the plasma bottle has the consequence where it is ripping our nuclear bonds apart. So like, we'll go into meltdown if we stick around here much longer. And Ronnie says, no, we can't do that. It will reveal our identities. And I really don't want to have that happen. So also, we're doing this to help out Jason. Meanwhile, cut over to Jason, who I guess has gotten out of the hospital for his seizures. He's talking to his dad, just being like, look, it was all related to Firestorm stuff. It has nothing to do with anything else. So they weren't going to find anything in the hospital. We got to get back to Stein and co. And the doctor's like, psh, screw Stein. Whatever's going wrong with him, he deserves it. He's the one that put my son in danger. Which Ronnie's mom is there and says, hey, my son also happens to be in a part of that. And he's like, yeah, okay, sorry. So they arrive at Stein Labs and they look around. Nobody seems to be there. And Jason's dad is like, I swear to God, they said they were coming here. Like, I thought I remembered that. And Jason says, hey, it's all cool. We've got a little helmet thing that Professor Stein uses to talk to me and Ronnie when we're in Firestorm mode. I'll just put it on. It should auto-lock. And the moment he does, he feels all the pain and stuff going on with the plasma bottle. He almost passes out again. The dad's like, damn it, every time. And he's like, no, Dad, something's going on. They're in a plasma bottle, General Eiling, because I guess he was able to see through their eyes or something. And Ronnie's mom was like, okay, well, we got to go to the authorities. Like, if Eiling's doing something illegal. And he's like, that's insane. Jason's father is like, are you kidding me? I was part of the military. Like, I went on a tour, and let me tell you something. If someone's doing something wrong in the military's not going to openly say, oh yeah, our bad, that guy's been punished. Nah, he's going to be punished, and then they're going to come after us for trying to whistleblow. And it's like, okay, well, what if we go to the press? And it's like, no time. Like, we're not going to be able to do anything about this. So Jason's like, yeah, we can do it. We will rescue them ourselves. We have the technology. And when they try to push back, Jason's like, no, they were doing this for me. Like, we got to hop in before they go critical. So then we cut over to Multiplex and what he's up to. And basically it looks like he's just building the big machine. And he's telling the doctor, whatever her name may be, Cunningham, saying, hey, yeah, we have all this uncertainty. Multiplex exists as a probability wave in quantum space and yada, yada, yada. But, like, he doesn't know which one is the real one, and he has infinite potential, but he can't, like, tap into it fully. And the doctor's like, oh, so that's why you're doing this. That's why you're building the quantum field generator in order to tap into your potential self, no matter what the cost. And he thinks about it for a second. He's like, yeah, I guess that is a pretty good way to sum it up. And she just smacks the self-destruct button, being like, all right, nope, screw it, we're done with this. And he's like, God, I could just turn it off, right? And he just turns it off. He chases her down, just being like, you can't beat me. I'm everywhere. I'm everyone. Like, this is what it is. And she's like, why would you risk all this just so you can, realize your true self? And he's like, no, I realize the infinite self. I am going to have infinite potential, and therefore that power will be able to be recognized. So we see Jason and co arrive at just outside the military base. For some reason, they do like 3 panels of everyone just contagiously yawning around each other. It happens. So anyway, Jason puts back on the helmet. He's immediately locked in pain again, but he gets out a few words to Ronnie. He's like, oh, hey, you guys doing all right? And they're like, no, we're not cool, man. We're about to hit critical pressure. Meanwhile, the low-level tech guy's telling Eiling, like, hey, we need to back off because, like, this whole thing is, like, right at its limits. We're about to blow. And he's like, no, he hasn't given me what I want. Keep pushing. So we see that Jason is still locked in. As they push the limits, they go too far, and the low-level tech guy's like, I told you, Eiling, now we're going to have a nuclear meltdown. And he's like, crap. Major Force comes back, and he's like, everyone evacuate. I'm going to try to rip him out of this thing. You do what you got to do. However, it turns out that the whole reason that it's going critical and the reason they don't just shut off the plasma thing is that there's some generator that their auto shut off does not affect, so it's still supplying power. And Jason and them look over and say, oh, there it is right over there. We got to do something. So Jason and his dad hop in the car. He tells whatever her name is, the girl that's with them, no, I got to do this. They were trying to help me, I have to help them. And Jason's dad floors it, crashes into the transformer. They both bail out the last second, and that allows Firestorm to blow out through the roof. And General Eiling says, go after him, soldiers, we got to shoot him. And Major Force says, no, belay that. He is no longer in charge. He's broken so many laws. And Eiling's like, oh, you're disobeying my orders. I'll have you court-martialed. And it's like, yeah, probably. But then I'll give my side of the story, and you'll also be court-martialed. So what up, bitch? And we see Firestorm. He pops out of the building, lands right next to Jason and co. And he's like, okay, so that all happened. That's done. Now we need to really settle down and find Dancing Black, a.k.a. Multiplex, because it's going to be really, 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 really bad if we don't. That's the issue. It's fine. It's a solid issue. I do feel like this and the last issue feel a bit like padding, though. Like, the whole Multiplex thing was, the focus. It's the whole reason we're doing all this. Like, I looked back at the last issue and I was like, Jason wasn't even in that one. Like, all the stuff of Jason getting out of the hospital, I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing. So yeah, no, it's not a bad part of the story. It's just a different story. Like, it's 2 out of 6 issues are just, oh, all right, well, I guess we're done with that now. Point wise, I don't know. I'd say it's a solid 7.5. I think it's not quite a great. It is still a good story being told, but I think when I look back at the arc as a whole, this issue and the last issue are just going to be like, well, we had to have that happen for some reason. Legends of Tomorrow, number 5, the Firestorm story, written by Jerry Conway, art by Eduardo Pansica. So last issue, we kind of got the wrap up of the whole Major Force General Eiling thing. That just, now we're on to Multiplex. Well, kind of. So we open up this issue showing that Firestorm gets everybody out by putting them all in a big protective bubble and just carrying a piece of Earth back home. And we see that they make their way back home at like 5:20 in the morning. And it's a school night, so all the kids have got to get going. Meanwhile, Dr. Stein is telling Ronnie as they split apart, like, okay, I don't know specifically what Multiplex is up to. Like, with 100% certainty, I'm going to go and look into it. I'll get with you guys as soon as I figure out something more about it. And Jason's dad is like, cool, I crashed my car to save you. Can I take yours? And Stein's just like, yeah, here, I'll go get the keys. So everyone starts making their way home at 6 a.m. Ronnie's getting into bed. She's like, oh, you got practice after school today. You need to get some rest, and I'll wake you up in an hour. At least you get that much. And like, he thanks her for coming out to save her, and she's just like, no, I'm happy to have you as a son. You're a great son. You've never resented me for being a single mother, and yada yada. And he just falls asleep in the middle of it. And she's like, all right, well, I mean, fair enough. We then cut over to see Tanya getting dropped off, and Jason's like, okay, bye, Tanya. I'll see you in class. And Jason's dad is like, so, you ever gonna pull the trigger on that? And he's like, what, Dad? Jesus, no. Also, she's gay. And he's like, ooh, all right, sorry. That seems like a touchy subject. So I love this page. I love this page. It's a single page of Martin Stein at Stein Labs at 6:30 in the morning. He makes himself some rice in the microwave, walks over to his computer, and starts eating it. And nothing else happens. No words are said. I love this page so much. So then we cut over to Multiplex's place. We see he's waking up Dr. Cunningham. And she's like, oh, God, I thought it was all a nightmare. You're actually doing this, aren't you? And he's like, yep, totally. Anyway, let's keep it going. And she, like, smacks the food out of his hand that he's offering up. And he's like, that's just being rude. How dare you? So at that point, he once again just kind of states his thing where he's like, yes, we exist in all these different probabilities, blah, blah, blah. But then he points out, because we exist in different states of, like, fluctuation and whatnot, Schrodinger's cat, where the cat is both alive or dead when you collapse the wave function. I have that collapsing wave function happen to me all the time, and then all of a sudden one of his clones just explodes. And she's like, oh, Jesus. And he's like, yeah. And one of these is the real me. And what happens if that one explodes? I can't risk that happening, so that's why I'm doing all this. And she's like, okay, sorry. And he's like, all right, no problem. I'll make you some more eggs. So we go to football practice, and he's still debating, Ronnie is still debating on whether or not he's going to take the scholarship from like 3 issues ago, but it would mean betraying his team. And his teammate reminds him like, hey, like, you've only got a day to figure that out. You have to figure it out by Thursday night. And he's like, I know, I'm thinking about it. And he pulls out his phone. He sees that Stein texted him saying, hey, I've got a lead. Get over here now. Then we go over to Jason, who rescheduled his interview that he passed out in the middle of before. And it's like, oh, yeah, the guy's coming over here soon. No problem. We see Monica, Jason's intellectual rival, comes in and says, hey, sorry to hear about what happened to you before. Like, I don't want you passing out. Here's a drink, keep your fluids up, all that sort of stuff. He's like, thanks. And it's like, yeah, we're academic rivals, but we can still be friendly. So he's about to take a sip, and then Ronnie comes in and it's just like, dude, we gotta go. Stein's got a lead on multiplex, and we gotta go. And he's like, I'm about to do my interview, and I'm not part of Firestorm anymore, so why? And he's like, you and Professor Stein are the only ones who know what it's like to be as Firestorm, and the professor's like really weird about it. So I would like to have you just also in my head with that helmet thing to be able to get us through. And he's just basically saying how he needs Jason to be part of this. Interviewer comes out, and when he looks around, Jason's already gone. So we cut over to Stein Labs, and a convoluted backstory of how Multiplex really likes the Greek myth of Daedalus and Icarus. He just names a bunch of corporations after Daedalus, and so that's how Stein managed to track him down. And he's like, yeah, anyway, we figured out what he's doing. He bought an abandoned missile silo, and he's making a quantum field generator. And if he does that, it will distort reality and will destroy all of everything. So he's like, yeah, this seems to have nothing to do with Jason's seizures. I don't know what's going on with that, but like, we got to deal with this stuff now. And Jason's like, all right, well, I'll use your lab while you guys are out. And he's like, yeah, totally. If you could clean up some test tubes, that'd be great. And he's like, yeah, okay, professor, bye. So they fly off, they do their thing. As soon as they reach the missile silo, Ronnie's like, all right, professor, just hang back, I got this. And he's like, bro, you said that like every issue, and every issue we get our cheeks clapped. So maybe we should think of a plan before we go in. And it's like, yeah, all right, well, first we need to establish that he's actually in there, to which point, oops, they missed their chance and the field generator's on. And all of a sudden, reality starts warping, which means that a bunch of monsters start bleeding in from other dimensions. And so he's got to fight against all of them while also trying to get to Multiplex. Stein is like, well, we're already screwed. Like, this sort of thing draws power from the fabric of space-time, so if it's turned on, like, we can't turn it off. Like, all we can do is just fight our best. And he's like, oh, we'll figure out something, professor. Nothing's impossible. So they get down, they see the machine. Firestorm tries to have a standoff with Multiplex, and he's basically like, oh, turn it off, or I'll make you turn it off. He's like, or else what? Whoa, what are you going to do to me if I don't turn it off? And he's like, oh, I'm gonna turn it off myself, and then I'm gonna punch your face in. And he's like, yeah, you really think you could do that? I'm pretty sure I could take you out. And Firestorm's like, yeah, you and what army? And even Professor Stein's like, come on, Ronnie, it's Multiplex. To which Multiplex is like, me and what army? And so, yeah, all the clones jump in and start attacking him. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's good. I just keep coming back to that one page of just Professor Stein just shuffling his way through with a bowl full of rice, and he just gets on the computer. Like, if he didn't look like a 70-year-old professor, I would use that as like a pure description of my life. Like, I work remote, so I associate with like, up 6:30, here we go, shuffle over to the computer. Like, God, I love that page. Everything else is fine. It's like, the reality warping, whatever else, who cares? It's all superhero stuff. It's fine. But that one page just got me. So I think I get last issues like 7.5. I'm going to say this one is it better or worse? I think it's building. It's doing something else here. I like Multiplex going a little bit more heavy on the reasoning why he's doing this. I'll say it's a 7.5. I think it's still up to maybe a bit above the other one, but I wouldn't call it great. So 7.5, and we will see what happens in the final issue. Legends of Tomorrow, number 6, The Firestorm Story, written by Jerry Conway, art by Eduardo Pansica. So last issue, we finally got to the beginning of the fight against Multiplex. And the thing has been activated, the field generator. So this issue picks up, and immediately Firestorm is just jumped. He's not doing great. Martin Stein is, of course, inside of Firestorm at this point. Jason's there because he's got the helmet on that allows communication into Firestorm. And Ronnie's just like, what do I do, guys? I'm in a little bit over my head here. How do I get out? And it's just like, oh, you can change your own density and you can become intangible and just like phase away. And he's like, oh, cool. So he just phases away, goes down to the basement. However, remember that the field was turned on, which means that there's a whole bunch of monsters from other dimensions or realities or whatever, just floating about and also attacking him. And so he's got to take out those. Meanwhile, Jason, who's back at the lab, is like, hey, Professor Stein, you got an alert coming through on one of your computers here. What's that all about? And he's like, oh, I set that alert after we were kidnapped by General Eiling. I hacked into the government's airwaves, and I'm just listening to see if his voice ever comes up again. And he's like, that's super illegal, but I mean, I get it, I guess. So Jason tunes into the airwaves, and the general, after doing clearly illegal things, was restored to his post, and they're just like, yeah, all right, we figured out where Multiplex is. We found the silo that he's hiding out in, and we're going to fire a bunch of missiles at it. To which point Ronnie's like, oh, cool, like there's all these monsters or whatever, fire some missiles, yeah, shut the whole thing down. And both Stein and Jason are like, no, man, if the thing is blown up before we like turn it off properly, then it's just going to keep going. It's only going to get worse, and it'll probably end up hitting the hometown. And Ronnie's like, okay, so what do we do? And it's like, I don't know. It seems pretty hopeless where I'm sitting. And Jason's like, oh, hey, well, we'll figure out something we can do there. Meanwhile, I'll see what I can do about the military. So Stein eventually posits that because he works so closely with Multiplex, with Danton, he can figure out the ways he would have designed things and say, well, hopefully I can use that knowledge to figure out some way to shut this down, but we need to be able to get over to the control panel. We see the doctor who was kidnapped also is trying to do the same thing, and Multiplex is like, we already did this. Like, I already stopped you. Stop trying to do this. You're dumb. You're being stupid. And she's like, you're insane. And it's just like, yeah, well, maybe from your point of view, but like, I've got a whole probability field to play with here. If I destroy one reality, another will pop up in its place. So I don't care what you think. We then go over to the military base where the bomber jets are making their approach. They're just like a minute out when all of a sudden something goes screwy with their GPS. They're taking off course. The low-level tech guy is being blasted by Eiling of like, what's happening? He's like, I don't know. And it's like, well, figure it out. So he storms off to go do that. Jason's like, yeah, that was me. That interview I've been trying to do for the internship, they should have seen me do that because that was some hot shit. Meanwhile, we see that Firestorm's busy fighting against a giant robot bug. I don't know. It's just happening. So Stein's like, well, we can make progress on this. Another 5 and 10 minutes, we should be fine. And then Jason's like, oh, they fixed the GPS thing and they're on their way. You got about 30 seconds. So Firestorm's like, all right, Professor Stein, I've got an idea. We're going to take him on. And he's like, but there's only one of us. And he's like, wrong. There's two. And so he splits apart Firestorm voluntarily. He tackles into Multiplex. Ronnie does, because, he's a high school quarterback, and that means that you can take on an entire group of grown men. And we see Stein goes over to the doctor and just like, hey, hi, I'm here to help you. Do you know what the off button is? And she's like, yeah, it's that one right there. And he's like, cool. So he presses the switch. All of a sudden, the whole thing starts powering down, which for some reason causes Multiplex's clones to also start disappearing. So there's only one more left, I guess the quote-unquote real one. Firestorm fuses back together. He's like, oh, it's you're at the end of the line, Danton. And he's like, no, I'll just restart the computer. And he's like, nope. And he grabs hold of Danton's wrist and starts flying up out the roof. And obviously the missiles are incoming, but he doesn't know that. However, Danton says, no, you can't stop me. I ain't going to prison. So he has a glove on. He loosens the grip inside the glove and he falls back down to the ground. To which Firestorm's like, all right, man, I'm not going to force you out, but you should have taken it. And then we see the missiles coming in and Multiplex is like, ah, crap. So the whole thing explodes. Jason seems thrilled. Stein's concerned, but we go to school the next day. And just like all that's done. Don't even think about that anymore. It's literally all finished. We instead cut to, remember how Jason was having seizures or whatever during his meetings with his internship place? Turns out Monica, the girl that is his academic rival, kept on offering him drinks, and they were, not even misquoting her, straight up roofied. Like, Jason took the glass, did some experiments on Einstein's lab, and said, oh, there's rohypnol in this. I was being drugged by you. Why would you do this? And she's like, because I always come in second to you, and I deserve this internship, and yada, yada, yada. And he's like, okay, like, that's awful. You're horrible, but I'm not going to turn you in because if I get this internship, I want it to be because I earned it, not because I just reported you to the police. And, like, it's phrased as like, oh yeah, Jason, you did the right thing, but like, she has problems. This should be dealt with. But yeah, we see Ronnie. He's just like, hey, yeah, no, I see what you're doing there. I'm going to turn down that scholarship. That would mean betraying my team because they only want me for the sake of winning that game. I'm a team player. That's always who I am and who I've been. So they go into the school. Jason apparently gets a text from Dr. Stein saying, hey, Ronnie's phone is dead. Tell him I need him. We got to do Firestorm. Something's coming up. And so they run out the door. And this is the most baffling part of the book. As they turn the corner, they're hidden like behind the school. No one's around, including not Professor Stein, mind you. He's basically saying, hey, look, I'm glad that you and Professor Stein can still be part of the Firestorm Matrix. I'm out of that for good. Like, there's no way I can get back in. To which Ronnie transforms into Firestorm and says, yeah, well, you're some part of something bigger than just the Matrix. You're part of the team. And the three of us together will be Firestorm. And he picks up Jason and flies over towards Stein. Question, how in the hell did he transform into Firestorm? The rules are pretty straightforward on this. You gotta be with the other person part of the Matrix to become Firestorm. At least, okay, to be fair, that's not how it was at the beginning of the New 52, but I'm still going to call shenanigans on this because they changed the rules and that's what it is now. Yeah, I mean, Look, the book itself is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. It's literally just like the last two panels. It's just that thing of like, yep, I'm transforming now. We're going to fly away. It's like, bro, you're not a Green Lantern. You don't just flex your ring and then whoop, oh, all of a sudden I got the suit. No, you need the other guy. That's very important. I'm sure I'm hyperfixating, but like, I was baffled. I was trying to figure out an explanation. I just couldn't. So yeah, no, I mean, the story beginning to end has been fine. It's weird that the seizures actually didn't have anything to do with Firestorm, which means he lost the Firestorm Matrix for absolutely no reason. Like, he should be much more pissed at Monica just because of that. Just because of the idea of like, oh yeah, you cost me my superhero-dom. Like, screw you. You know, the more I talk about it, the less I'm liking this issue. So I'll just give it a score right now. I think I'm going to say a 7. I think it's capable, it's good even, but it's not standing out. And I do think this is slightly weaker than pretty much any other issue that came before it. So not out on a bang, but what are you going to do? Legends of Tomorrow, number 4, the Metamorpho story, written in art by Aaron Lopresti. So last issue, in this weird alternate world thing, we are on the quest to go get the orb, everyone's after it, and we came across some creatures called Wolvengot, which are weird dragon-looking things. So immediately a fight thing breaks out. We see Metamorpho comes in, he's swinging hard. They are extremely hard to kill, the Wolvengot. They are fast, they've got a huge bite, and their skin is like stone. To which Sapphire says, hey, you've got elements in you that are harder than stone. Focus on things like vanadium or another one that I can't pronounce. And he's like, what? And he's like, yeah, just do it. And so he focuses, he makes some spears, and he's starting to get through the Wolvengot, but it's still slow going. So she says, what if you just poison them? Like, turn into a fluorine gas, to which point he does, and immediately they start dropping like flies. So they get them all down, and everyone's like, oh, hey, you did great, you did fantastic. And he's like, oh, well, Sapphire's the one who's telling me the periodic table, so she's great as well. And then Sapphire turns over to Neith, the young girl that's traveling with them, and it's just like, hey, can you show me how to use one of these spear things? Because I was feeling a little bit not psyched for that battle. And she's like, yeah, of course. So then we go over to, oh god, why am I blanking his first name? Kanjaro, I believe. I don't know. He and his crew have arrived at the Temple of the Orb, and immediately he's like, cool, you two drones, go and check it out. And they're like, oh god, we're gonna die. We're all screwed. And the one drone's like, hey, don't worry about it. We're just as safe up here as we are back there. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And then he takes a step too close to the temple and bursts into flames. And he's like, all right, well, never mind. So the guy running the instruments is chewed out by Kanjar, and it's just like, hey, why didn't you tell me that was there? He's like, it's not on our I don't know what it is, but we can't see it. The only thing we can see is that little small power source that we ignored before for this big power source is currently on its way here. And so Kanjar's like, oh, all right, well, then we'll just, everyone cloak yourselves and we'll just sit around and wait. So we go over to Metamorpho. They're grilling up the Wolvengot, and basically he's getting the lowdown from the villagers like, yeah, we started to doubt that there was a chosen one, and specifically that you would have been him, but after that fight we just had, like, you're absolutely the chosen one. He's like, nah, I'm just a guy, man. I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, no, you've got powers, and you're the chosen one. Like, you're gonna have to just accept that here. And they start talking about like destinies and whatever like that, everything else they need to do. Neith, the young girl, comes in just like, hey, look, I respect you, I want you to do that, but I want to know, once you get the orb, once you return it for us, what are you going to do? Are you going to stay here with us and continue to like help us through our slow re-civilization process here? And he's like, I'm just hoping the orb will turn me back to normal and I can go home. And it's like, why would you want to be normal? You have all these superpowers and everyone here respects you. Isn't that enough? And he's like, yeah, all right, I mean, I'll consider it. So we see Sapphire also comes up and says basically like, hey, you know, I think you're pretty special too. And he's like, oh yeah, thanks. And he feels weird for flirting because he knows, like, I look like this and you are a beautiful blonde young woman, and I feel like that creepy old guy who forgets how old he is and is hitting on the 18-year-old. And she's like, okay, well, you kind of just ruined it, but whatever, bye. So we go over to Simon Stagg. I guess that his scientists managed to make a gun that will neutralize Metamorpho's powers for like half an hour. And he's like, cool, great, this is top secret. Java, I'm sending you in. You got to get over that pyramid. You're going to figure out what's going on there. And don't come back unless you got the power source. So we see Metamorpho fell asleep at some point. He gets another vision from the orb basically saying like, hey, don't be greedy, focus on selflessness, and come and find me. And he shoots up, he's like, all right, well, I'm getting dreams, we got to go again. So they start walking. Sapphire's trying to ask for descriptions of what the dream was. He's like, it was just weird blurry images, it's whatever, but like they were talking about destinies. They almost get jumped by another little monster, but Metamorpho sees it and he's so on top of his game now, he just stabs it, no problem, and takes it out. So they arrive at the Temple of the Orb, and the main villager dude's like, nobody's allowed to go any closer because everyone just bursts into flames. And Metamorpho's like, okay, well, I'm the chosen one, so I should be fine. And Sapphire's like, and I'm not letting him go in there without me. And then Neith is like, and I'm also going in there to protect them both, and Metamorphose turn around and be like, excuse me, you two are not the chosen ones. You'll be staying right here. Don't worry about this. I'll be fine. And so he goes up, he like hesitates, he puts his hand on the temple, and he's fine. He doesn't explode. So he goes inside, and immediately something happens in the temple that his body is like taken over. He doesn't have control of it. It starts morphing and changing, going through all these hallways, and eventually he forces himself back together, and he is currently at the altar of the orb. And the orb starts talking. He's like, oh, you have all these powers and your honor. How is that doing right now? He's like, what? What are you talking about? He's like, okay, you're the chosen one. I'm the orb. When you were breaking apart, quote unquote, dying, I chose you as my guy who would help me come here and help me return to my place as guardian of the planet. This has always been your destiny. You literally have never had any other choice. And she's like, what? But why? What? If you have all this power, why do you need me to come in and do this stuff for you? And he's like, I am limited to the orb. Or I say he. Technically, it's like genderless. It's just a power source, but whatever. So when we go to the orb, it's just like, look, my power is for the good of the planet. I need you to be able to do this for me. And he's like, okay, well, why me specifically? Like, if you needed someone else to do something, why couldn't you have let anyone else do it? It's like you and destiny, okay? This was always your destiny. It has nothing to do with me. Like, this was always what you were meant to do. I just gave you the powers you needed to. And Rex is just like, okay, well, can you make me human again? He's like, the orb is just like, well, that sounds a lot like a personal request, and we don't really do that. You need to fulfill your destiny. That's the more important thing here. So some time passes. He manages to emerge from the temple. He's got the orb inside of a little box, and immediately Kanjaro's people are like, hey, we're here to take the box. We want the power source. Thank you for bringing it out here. And Metamorpho gets zapped once, and he's like, that doesn't sting. Like, I got more power than you can imagine. And Kendra's like, oh, okay. And he just zaps one of the villagers to death. And he's like, yeah, I can do that, though. So immediately a fight starts breaking out, lasers flying everywhere. Sapphire takes the box, runs to hide, but then we see she pulls out a little walkie-talkie and says, hey, can you hear me? Dad, this is Sapphire. I got the box. Betrayal. Yeah, sure. I'll admit, like, those pages inside the temple where it's just saying, like, this is your destiny and I needed you to do it. It felt like they weren't actually really saying anything. It was more of like, oh, we kind of wrote ourselves into a corner here of saying how important it was he has this power, but in reality, there isn't a reason. So we're just going to say destiny and leave it at that. I mean, everything else is fine. I really don't have a problem with the overarching plots that we have here, the Kanjaro stuff. Like, everyone's looking for this power source for their own reasons. Fine. Like, no big deal. Overall, I'll just say a flat 7. It's the art style sometimes is a little bit heavy for me. It's a little bit like, I don't know. It strikes me as like Bronze Age, like early 2000s as well, where it's just like really heavy outlines on some stuff, and it just sometimes it's a bit much, but beyond that, it's a fine read. I don't really have an issue with it. Legends of Tomorrow number 5, the Metamorpho story, written and art by Aaron Lopresti. So, last issue, Kanjaro showed up. It was a fight over the orb, the power source, and then Sapphire may have betrayed the entire group. Oh no! So this issue picks up, fight's continuing on, Kanjaro's jumping in, and he's firing off laser beams like crazy. It's just like, all right, enough, this is stupid, I don't like it. Eventually he fires off a well-placed shot at Metamorpho, which seems to destroy him. He's all sorts of different pieces and parts now, and so Neith jumps in and is like, I'll kill you for that. That was our chosen one, how dare you? And Kanjaro just flips her over, just being like, yeah, you don't matter to me, you're not important here. But of course Metamorpho's still alive. He just reconstitutes himself, punches Kanjaro in the face, and then traps him up against a mountain and is like, all right, take your last breath, this is it, I'm just gonna straight up murder you. And he goes to like stab, and then he's like, wait, hold on, this isn't me. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not an executioner. Also, this entire time, he believes that Kanjaro is a employee of Simon Stagg, which of course he isn't, but like, whatever. So he basically is like, no, I'm not going to do this. But Neith is like, no, do it. Seriously. It's like, he's a bad dude. And then one of Kanjar Rose's guys jumps in and like tries to get ready to kill Metamorpho. He turns into a gaseous form, is able to phase right through, which gives Kanjar just enough time to turn on his cloaking device and leave. Neith comes in and is like, I'm going to kill the guy who tried to jump you. And he's like, no more killing, nothing like that. And she's like, why? They literally just tried to murder us. And he's like, yeah, but when we reset your society and you get back to civilization, we're going to need people who can show mercy. Like you. And she's like, fine, whatever. So they look around for Sapphire and just like, oh, wait, she had the box and she bolted. What? Did she betray us? And Metamorpho's like, no, I know Sapphire. She wouldn't betray us. She's just probably hiding somewhere with the box. It's all right. Let's just track her down. It won't be an issue. So Ammon, the one main head guy villager, is injured. So it's just Metamorpho and Neith going out to track her down. We then go to Sapphire, who's still trying to get a hold of her dad, trying to call through. Of course, it doesn't go through dimensions, but it's like, okay, well, the transport that like got us here or whatever is a straight line south from here, so I'll just go ahead and follow that, and hopefully you can track it. Like, you're ready to take me home, Dad. And we see Metamorpho and them are trying to track down her. They come to the conclusion that she wasn't just hiding, that she is trying to make her way back to the transport, and he's like, no, this can't be the case. Something else must be going on here. But they chase after her. We then go to Stag, who, if you remember last issue, had Java going in with a gun that can get rid of Metamorpho's powers for a while. They just have confirmation that he went into the pyramid. And it's like, well, we can't communicate. It's just going to matter of how many people pop out when all this is said and done. So he's got a signal on Metamorpho on the inside, and he's ready to track it down. We then go over to Sapphire, who's like, okay, it's getting dark. I don't know where the hell I'm at, and there's all these crazy-ass beasts. I need to set up shop here. But I have power. I have a power source, so let me just open the box. And she pops it open, and immediately the box is like, who the hell are you? You're not Metamorpho. What happened to... I gave my box to Metamorpho. What's going on here? And the orb looks into her mind, and we get a flashback to her talking to her dad, and we find out the point where she was betraying. And it's basically just Simon Stagg being like, hey, I noticed you're getting really close with Rex, and like, he's not forthcoming to me because he thinks that I'm just this horrible capitalist that only does horrible things. But like, you could get close to him, and getting close to him would allow us to get the orb. And the orb not only is enough to pull like third world countries out of poverty, like free energy for everybody, but also it could cure his condition. So if you care about the world and him and also your own career, then you should betray him. You should like pretend like you're going after him or whatever. So make him trust you. And then we see the orb has comments of just like, wow, I mean, I can feel your soul. You're very conflicted by your choice here, but like, you still did it. Like, well, why are you running? Why are you hiding if you're so conflicted? She's like, get out of my head. So she slams the box shut, and she's like, oh God, I was an idiot. I need to go back and throw myself at their mercy. I shouldn't have done all this. However, as soon as she makes the decision, a giant beast is there, ready to attack, ready to kill. She gets pushed down into a hole. It causes the diamond that Metamorpho gave her like 2 issues ago to go tumbling down to its depths. And she's just holding onto the edge, and she's like, all right, well, this is my consequences, my karmic punishment. Just please make it quick. And then all of a sudden the beast yelps out in pain, and we see Metamorpho has shown up, and she's like, hey, Rex, I can explain. And Nieta's like, traitor, killer, do her, throw her down the hole. So he's like, hold on, let's just hear her out. Sapphire, what's up? Why did you take the orb? And she's like, I was going to betray you. I absolutely did that, and I ran away, and my dad's the one who sent me here, and I had a change of heart, and I didn't want to do it, but I thought I was doing the right thing to begin with. It wasn't just purely selfish, but yeah, I was also being a little selfish. And Metamorpho's like, so all of this, everything we had was a lie? And she's like, no. So I swear to you, it's not. I care for you, and I wanted to help you. And he's like, no, you did this for you, okay? This wasn't for me. Like, you were willing to sacrifice this entire planet to do it. And she's like, no, I was literally just turning around because I realized the error of my ways. And he's like, all right, fine, whatever. We'll talk about this later. Where's the orb? And she points it out, and he's got the spear at her neck, and it's just like, no, seriously, you have no honor. By our customs, you should be killed. And she's like, please don't. So Metamorpho's like, look, yeah, you need to remember what I said about leaders before. You need to be a leader that shows mercy. And it's like, God, the chosen one, wisdom. So at that point, he's basically like, all right, well, we need to get back. But when I say we, I mean me and Nieth. Sapphire, whatever you do, that's up to you. But like, we're done. We're not doing this anymore. So we see Sapphire is so distraught, so disbanded. Full night passes. She's still hanging out next to the corpse of this giant-ass beast that was killed. And then she hears footsteps. She goes to hide. We see that it's Java. And she's like, oh no, if Java's here with a gun, that can only mean bad things for Metamorpho. So I got to get over to them and warn them. So we see, again, another, I don't know, 24 hours, 12 hours, something like that has passed. The main group of Nieth and Metamorpho have arrived at the main temple of the orb, and it's like, awesome, we just got to bring the orb in there, put it in its resting place, no problem. We see the rest of the villagers have also made their way over, and everyone's there, and they're like, oh, hey, cool, by the way, what happened to Sapphire? And he's like, that's a long story, I don't really want to get into it. And as soon as they're about to walk into the temple door, in comes Java, who shoots Metamorpho, stripping of his powers, not his looks, just his ability to like transform, and says, well, I'm gonna get you. You're dead. I'm gonna kill you. And that's it. That's the issue. Yeah. I mean, it's refreshing to have Sapphire actually like be a traitor. Like, sure, she came and saw the light or whatever like that. But I appreciate that the previous book's ending of, Dad, are you there? I want to pick you up. Like, I'm glad that we didn't just explain that away. You know, she did actually betray. Sure, she had a change of heart, but like, this is a character trait. This is something that makes her her own person. And I like that from a character development point of view of Rex is going to have to probably get over that, but who knows? Like, maybe he's just going to be like, no, you're just like your father. I'm striking this out alone. Like, how dare you? So whichever way it turns up, I'm interested to see there. I don't care about Java. I just don't. Like, the Kanjar Rose stuff's a bit more interesting, but the Java stuff, it's weak at best. So, ignoring the cliffhanger at the end, I think the whole issue is still going to be like 7, maybe a 6.5. I sour a little bit more with the ending, so I think I'll say 6.5. I think that's kind of where I'm at with that, but it's okay. It's still an okay read. For anyone who's a fan of Metamorpho, all 2 of you, I think it's perfectly acceptable. Legends of Tomorrow, number 6, the Metamorpho story, written and art by Aaron Lopresti. So, last issue we had Java showed up at the Temple of the Orb. He shot Metamorpho with a depowering gun. And here we are. So we open this up with Java basically telling all the other villagers, like, I don't care about any of you. I only am here for Metamorphos. So yeah, I'm going to take him down. And they all start talking to themselves. I had completely forgotten they're speaking an ancient language. And Java's like, what is that, Egyptian? I can't understand you. What the hell are you saying? And immediately Nieth jumps in and just kicks him in the face. So a whole fight starts breaking out. Metamorpho jumps up, he tries throwing a punch, and Java's like, ho ho ho, not so strong anymore without your ability to change things. And then Nieth stabs him in the back with a spear. Doesn't take him down, because, you know, caveman powers or whatever. But he starts going brutal, taking out the villagers, and then finally he's got Rex by the throat, just being like, I don't need the orb to stop you. I got this gun to block your powers, and now you're helpless again. And he just starts going off, saying, like, you always look down on me like I'm some sort of savage. Now it is you who will die. And then all of a sudden a trank hits his arm and he's like, oh, who did it? And he looks over and sees Sapphire, who's just like, you suck, Java. Nobody likes you. And Java's like, but wait, I did this whole rescue mission for you. And she's like, thanks, but no thanks. Bye-bye. And so he passes out. Rex is, of course, happy to see Sapphire, just like, well, it's the least I could do. I saw him coming. And he's like, well, all right, thanks, but like, now I don't have my powers and all that. And she's like, well, look, I did come here to help you. I'm hoping that you'll let me try. Like, I can be of assistance here. And Metamorpho's like, okay, fine, but what about all the others? And it's like, well, they're not dead, but they are all out cold, so we need to take care of this now. So she picks up the box, and she's like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. they walk inside, and he's like, look, I don't exactly know how this is going to work, but I'm guessing the orb will instruct us on proper things. And she's like, okay, fine. Did you ever find out if it would change you back to human? And he's like, not really. It's very cryptic. And she's like, yeah, tell me about it. It also spoke to me. And he's like, wait, what? And she's like, yeah, I went to look at it earlier on when I had it, and it's what made me realize how stupid and wrong I was about betraying the group. And he's like, yeah, all right, we've all got our problems. It's fine. You don't need to beat yourself up. And she's like, oh, you don't have to be so gracious to me. And he's like, well, I mean, it's easy to be gracious to someone so beautiful. And she's like, by the way, I lost that giant diamond you gave me. He's like, well, as soon as I get my powers back, I'll go ahead and fix that up. And she's like, no, I don't care about the diamond. Like, I mean, sure, if you want to, no problem. But like, when I dropped the diamond, it felt like I was losing you, and I didn't like that. And so they share finally a kiss. It's all nice of a moment. And all of a sudden, they hear a humming sound. And for whatever reason, Jarrell just drop kicks them both in the face, like full running, both legs in the air, both of their faces. The orb goes rolling out, and we see it rolls into this room that has a huge amount of technology. It switches from ancient Egyptian tunnel to giant boiler room. And Kandra's like, Jesus Christ, all this stuff. This is amazing. I'm going to take back these powers, and then I'm going to take you out, and I'm going to rule the universe. However, as he's fighting Metamorpho, who had his hand on the orb goes rolling again, this time hard enough that it cracks against a wall. And it starts leaking out energy, and Sapphire's like, shit, we're out of time. I got to take care of this. So she scoops up the orb. She runs it over the platform that it needs to be sat on. And then there's a giant explosion. And it turns out she didn't make it. in the explosion, the orb, which mentioned slightly last issue, needs a host. It needs someone to... the orb was acting as a host itself. The power source needs a host. And so because Sapphire was caught up in the explosion, she is now the host, and she has taken the name Unity. Just think Starfire, but more fire. And Sapphire's like, oh, I've become Unity. This is what I am. And he's like, wait, what happened? He's like, oh, host, all that sort of stuff. And Metamorpho's like, okay, but we're like in your room, like that you can use to power back up the world. Can you just like get out of her body? And it's like, nah, we're pretty heavily bonded. Like if we left, it would kill her. Also, I'm feeling this very strange sensation towards you. Is this what the humans call love? And Metamorpho's like, I mean, I don't know about that, but I certainly feel some things towards Sapphire. And it's like, well, either way, we have to go. We have to discover our new purpose now as Unity. And he's like, but what about, like, we can still chill together, right? And it's like, no, my powers, the power of the orb, is debilitating for you. It causes you to, freak out. Your body does not do what it needs to do. So yeah, we can't really be together anymore. But you have been given a new chance. You can now find your new destiny. You can do whatever it is you need to do. And he's like, are you kidding? You took away my humanity just to do this task, and now you're telling me that like I can't complete it here? And it's like, no, we're still going to go out. We're going to fix the world. We're going to do whatever. You did your job properly, but if I hadn't done that, if I hadn't, made you Metamorpho, would you have seen this to completion, or would you have been your old selfish human self? He's like, maybe. So either way, it's just like, well, this is the end for what was and the beginning of something new. And she leaves a bit of her power inside the machine to fix the world. And then she's like, now I'm off to go figure out other stuff. Bye. And he's like, oh, goodbye, Sapphire. I'll never forget you. So Unity flies off. Metamorpho comes out of the temple. And we just get all the wrap-up stuff where Metamorpho talks to the villagers, and they're like, please don't go. We love you here. And like the world's changing back to good, and we want you to be around for that. And we all respect you, and you're cool. And he's just like, nah, there's only just enough power to like go through the portal one more time. I got to get everyone else back. And also I'm going to go kick Simon Stagg's ass. And it's like, all right, fair enough. So then we cut over to Simon Stagg, who's talking to his lab techs. Lab techs are like, hey, we just got 3 life forms popped up in that pyramid. And he's like, cool, are any of those my daughter? And he goes, no. And Stagg says, cool, you're fired, man. So we go over to the pyramid. We see it's Metamorpho, Java, and Jarrell. The moment Jarrell unconscious hits the ground is a ship just beams him up. And it's just like, son of a, all right, well, he's gone. Guess I can't do anything about that. But Java here, we're going to go have a word with your boss. And the final page is Simon looking all sad at a photo of his daughter, saying, oh, Sapphire. All of a sudden the wall busts down Kool-Aid Man style. And there's Metamorpho, weapons made out of his hands, saying like, hey, it's Judgment Day, Stag. And the name's Metamorpho. The end. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's the end of a story. Obviously, it's the end of the arc. We got out of that dimension or whatever. But like, this feels like a good setup for like an ongoing. You know, like you read this and then you're like, okay, we now have this reason for hatred between Stag and Mason. We got the power set figured out. We have all this other stuff here. And he's a tragic backstory as well. So like, I appreciate the character setup. It feels decent. It just doesn't feel like that conclusive of an ending, I guess. It just feels like, oh, and the adventures will continue. And I'm pretty sure there wasn't a Metamorpho book until like the Terrifics, if you count that. And then there was also a Metamorpho, I think somewhere in Dawn of DC, like a full 7 years after this. So yeah, I gave the last one like a 6.5. I will say it got me with the Sapphire thing. I think that was a surprise. I didn't expect it to go there because I just assumed that those two were always just going to be the star-crossed lovers, but like, you know, still able to try to make it work. The fact that they completely took it off the table is weird to me, but hey, subverting expectations. I'll give you a 7 for that, and probably the book as a whole. Legends of Tomorrow, number 4, the Sugar and Spike story, written by Keith Given, art by Bilquis Evely. So last issue, I mean, this is a pretty episodic book. So last issue was a Wonder Woman story. This one does pull back from the issue before, where at the very end of the Superman Island stuff, we discovered that there was somebody who was controlling these evil dolls, and they took notice of Sugar and Spike. But this issue opens up with the Green Lantern thing, where apparently there is a museum for metahumans, or metahuman stuff is opening, and Hal Jordan Green Lantern has approached Sugar and Spike and said, hey, check a look at this newspaper. And they're like, okay, what's it's a museum, what about it? And he points to a little display that's on the front cover and says, there's a little flower looking thing in there. I think it's my friend named Itty. And they're like, what? So we get a little bit of explanation as they're passing on that Itty is some sort of space flower fish thing that used to ride around on Hal Jordan's shoulder back in the Silver Age. And he noticed it here, and he's like, if that's my friend being kept against their will, I'm a little bit concerned about that. So I'd like you to just go and check on it and see what's going on. So they arrive here and explain a little bit more that Itty left the planet. That's all they got here, but they're looking into it. And as they enter into the museum, we see all of this old superhero costume stuff, like the original Red Tornado, Kite Man's up in there, all this stuff. And there's a family in there where the kids are like, oh my God, this is so boring. And the mom's like, look what you did, Harold. And they argue their way out of the building of just like, oh yeah, see, now we wasted all this time and this money and the kids don't even like the stuff to begin with. It's like, I thought they liked superheroes. So Sugar and Spike enter, and they meet Mr. Carver, who is the guy who owns the museum. And Sugar flashes her badge, or PI badge, at him, and he's like, it's been a while since someone came around and wanted to ask me questions. You know, I used to be a supervillain back in the day. It was a Green Lantern villain named Lamplighter, and, you know, I had my stuff, but I was put away in jail. I did my time, and now I run this museum. And it's like, yeah, you get all this stuff legally? And he's like, yep, I won the lottery. Wouldn't you know it? $12 million. Just my luck. And Spike is just like, how many tickets? You bought just one ticket, man? You kidding me? Like, you're that lucky? So Spike and him get into a little bit of a thing as Sugar keeps on trying to interject and like get the facts about the case that they're in, until finally she just bursts. She's just like, what about the Itty display? And Spike is like, okay, well, we pissed her off, so I'm just going to head over here. Meanwhile, Sugar gets an explanation. He's just like, yeah, you know, this creature used to pal around on Green Lantern's shoulder. It wasn't even so much like a sidekick, more of like a companion, but I can understand why Green Lantern wouldn't want this sort of thing to come out. It's kind of weird, the type of friendship that he had with it. And she's like, and how did you come to possess it? And it's like, oh, another one of his villains was on some hard times and I purchased it from him. So, you know, I'm sure you understand. he doesn't want to share the name of the person who had it, and meanwhile Spike is going around looking at all the different like displays or whatever like that. We get so many weird ass Silver Age groups here. The Green Team, I think Prez Rickard is somewhere in here as well. And Sugar's basically like, okay, is the thing inside of the display alive? And he's like, I don't know. It hasn't moved. It hasn't done anything. I haven't heard it talk, but like, it's an alien. I don't really know. Maybe it's just in like a really deep sleep or something like that. So she's like, all right, I'm going to need to take a look at this. If we're all on the up and up, if this isn't like a living, breathing thing, then you're fine. Like it won't be a problem. But otherwise it is to an extent sentient. We need to deal with it. So she lifts up the display and she's like, are you sure this thing is dead? And he's like, probably. And finally, as she is getting hold of it and taking a look at it, in comes this other figure. And it turns out that this character's name is Rebecca, and she was the evil person who was controlling the dolls from before. And she immediately locks onto Sugar and Spike and then beelines it to the girls' restroom and just be like, son of a bitch, I didn't expect them to be here already. You didn't tell me they would be here. And she opens up this box that she has on her, which is another itty. It's the same looking flower thing. And she floods the box with water, which I guess activates Itty. And I'm just going to call it Itty. I don't think they have individual names. But she's like, hey, you with me? You here? Like, what's going on out there? Just like, oh, is there a problem? You told us you knew what you were doing. And it talks like Yoda. I'm not going to do that, but just know it does. And it's like, oh, you have you encountered those two out there before? And it's like, encounter? Yeah, no, totally, for sure. I don't even have a name for myself yet, and I've already got recurring foes. This sucks. And as she's like arguing with this flower, and flower saying like, you told us you would have this under control, in walks Sugar, who's like, I'm not going to damage the itty. I just want to take a look at it in private. And she immediately locks onto the itty in the box, looks at the itty in her hand. And as Rebecca's like, I could explain, she just holds up her finger, exits out of the room, and is like, hey, Spike, can you do a Google search? What the hell are these things? Rebecca, meanwhile, pops on her own phone and says, hey, something came up, change of plan. I need you guys to get here. Bring guns, like do whatever you got to do. And she's there, someone on the other side is arguing. She's like, whatever, I'll handle it, just do it. They only have trank darts, they're not going to hurt you. You guys bring in here, say that you're robbing the place. And she pulls out a gun of her own. So we see as Spike is looking this up on the internet, he gets the full story of Itty. After Itty departed, it turned into a blue humanoid looking figure that then found a mate, and it was believed to be the last of its species, but then it gave birth to a whole litter of things. And these things, the ones he collected, are not Itty. It is the offspring of Itty. And at that point, people in hockey pads with guns come in wearing masks, and they're like, freeze, we're robbing the place. Rebecca comes out saying, haha, we meet again. And they're like, have we met you? Like, what is this all about? To which Spike is like, wait a minute, hold on. I recognize your voice. You were the voice coming from those killer doll things on the Kryptonite Island. She's like, no, I wasn't. Shut up. What are you shut up? He's like, yeah, you got a whole like Southern twang thing going on. So Sugar's getting more and more pissed off as everyone's talking over each other. Like, wait, are you with them? Are you robbing the place? What's going on? She tells Rebecca, hey, hold my itty for a second, and then just clocks her square in the nose. She starts bleeding profusely from it. She's like, son of a bitch. Oh my God. Oh, this is horrible. So we see Spike fire some trank darts at the robbers, so now they're out of this as well. Carver's like, what the hell is going on here? And as Rebecca's down on the ground, they now have both itties. The itty that was brought back to life, it was in Rebecca's possession, is like, perhaps I can explain what's going on here. And they're like, oh, okay, so what's up? What's going on? It's like, oh, well, first, is our sibling okay? And we're like, we don't know. And they hold it in front, and it's like, oh, it's in a defense form. It's hibernating. It's something that we can rescue our kin from. We can get it out of there. And it's like, okay, cool. So what's going on? Why is your kin here? Why are you here? And it does a little bit of explanation, like just a tiny bit, before Sugar's like, okay, hold on. Before you say anything else, pulls out her phone, calls up Hal Jordan, says, hey, you need to get back over here now. This is not Itty, but it is Itty's kids. And there are two of them. And then the other Itties is like, actually, there's 34 of us. And it's like, never mind, there's 34. Get over here. So at that point, Rebecca finally gets back up, just being like, hey, you can't do this. She's talking with like a lisp because she got punched so hard. She's like, you can't do this to me. I got rights and all this stuff. And we see the other idiot is like, hey, we reached out to her. We were worried about our kin's safety. We thought we reached out to someone who was like on the up and up, doing the best or whatever. And she's Sugar's just like, how did you find out about this lady? Like, what did you do to manage to make contact? And the other idiot's just like, oh, we found her in the penny saver. To which point Sugar's like, I'm sorry, you're a villain for hire, and you were listing yourself in the penny saver? To which Carver is just like, well, look, all right, it's tough starting out as a supervillain. You gotta take some small weird things to build up your brand, and sometimes that's expensive. Like, I get it. It makes sense. And Rebecca's like, oh, please shut up. I don't want to deal with any of this right now. So she's trying to say that she has a right to remain silent, all this other stuff. And the other idiot's just like, anyway, what I was saying, we have some memories of our father that we all share. We wanted to find out where he came from, so we decided to just pop on down here. Or the other idiot decided that. And at this point, Hal Jordan shows up. He's like, what the hell happened? And Sugar's like, doesn't matter. This isn't the idiot you were looking for. That idiot's fine. There's 32 more of them. Can we go now? So we cut back over to Jersey. Spike still needs a rundown on what happened because he cannot piece it together. And Sugar basically says, the first idiot went off into space, had a bunch of kids. One of the kids wanted to know more about their dad's history, and so went down to Earth to find out more about it. It got stuck here. It was sold into this display by a supervillain who needed some money. The other idiot was worried about their sibling. It came down to Earth to look for it and got in touch with Rebecca, who also just happened to be a villain for hire that they had encountered earlier. And he's just like, yep. And now Hal Jordan will be taking care of her because she's a criminal. No big problem. And Spike's like, well, I mean, she was cute, though. And Sugar just turns around, gives him a stink eye, pulls out her trank dart gun. And he's like, whoa, hold on. You know, like, it is still practically morning. Like, don't put me out for that long. And she's like, fine, good night, Spike. And just goes into her home. The end. Like I said, very episodic. I like that we came back to that girl who had the stuff, though. I do wonder, because somewhere in between last issue to now, I looked up a little bit of the where do Sugar and Spike come from? And there was like, I wouldn't even say Silver Age. It's like Golden and Silver Age series called Sugar and Spike. And they were like toddlers that it was just a comedy book. Like it had nothing to do with like investigations. They were just toddlers that just had like baby speak between them. I'm curious if Rebecca was a character like in that book. Maybe she was like a rival to the two of them or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if we're making these sort of deep pulls, because this book is just defined from deep pulls. Overall, it's fine. I really do like the art style more than I like the story being told. I keep on waiting for there to be something more between Sugar and Spike, and maybe we'll get it by the end of the series. But like, we're on issue 4, and I still feel like it's just episodic. I feel like this is more of a proof of concept for like a CW spinoff show than a actual story that has a beginning, middle, and end. So 7.5, a lot of that's the art carrying that, but it's good. It's still, it's a fun read. No matter what, I'm having fun with this book. Legends of Tomorrow, number 5, the Sugar and Spike story, written by Keith Giffen, art by Bilquis Evely. So again, it's very episodic, but we do get mentioned in this one back to that Kryptonite Island special and also the previous issue. However, Spike is in Queens, and he's meeting up with their supplier of trank darts, whose name is Bernie, who I guess is like roughly their age and is a super smart guy. And he's basically like just trying to talk about Sugar and like everything else that's going on here. But Spike is like, look, you know, I'm having some real problems, and like I want to talk to people about it. And Bernie's dry, sarcastic. He's got a wit to him, and like he's like, oh, can I ask you something? And he's like, look, asking, yeah, go ahead, but no guarantee I can give you an answer. And he just like resumes the trank dart thing. He's like, okay, look, whatever. Do you have the tranks? And he's like, okay, hey, look, sorry if I'm hitting a nerve. Like, what's going on? He's like, look, this is serious. And Bernie, I think, like, again, I have said on numerous episodes for this specific story, I'm waiting for the story about Sugar and Spike, you know? And this issue is more or less that, but Bernie specifically is saying, oh, well, if this has to do with Sugar and, you know, how you feel about her, wink, wink, then maybe, you know, I don't really want to talk about that. And Spike's like, what? No, I don't, not at all. And I'm like, okay, thank you. That's all I wanted. But regardless, Spike more or less is like, look, when we went to that Superman Island, like, there were people killed, and like we reported that to the Justice League and all that, but still. And Bernie's just like, what's the big deal? Like, you knew the score of this when you got into this stuff, that you would handle all of these superheroes like dirty little secrets or whatever, and then you'd handle all the messier stuff, like the whatever fallout there is to the superheroes. Like, that's what it specifically is. And Spike's like, you sound just like Sugar. Like, it's this whole thing. And it basically sounds like he has some level of, like, maybe survivor's guilt or like PTSD or something from what happened, and everyone else is just brushing it off as like, hey, you know, it's superheroing, it's whatever. So Bernie gets up, offers Spike a drink, and he's basically saying like, okay, well, all these concerns you have about like what's going on, have you talked to Sugar about it? And he just sputters his way through, and he's like, yeah, I should have known. You guys have been this way ever since you two were toddlers. And he basically says, look, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but remember how you got involved in all this? And Spike's like, oh yeah, Colonel Computron. And we get the flashback, which is, we see that Sugar and Spike are acting as normal private investigators, and they're hanging outside of a motel. Spike's got a camera trained on a door, and he's just waiting for whoever this guy was that they've been hired to follow to come out with his mistress. And it's so boring. Spike is like, Sugar, like, I expected when we got into this PI stuff, it would be, I don't know, a little bit more flashy, a little more exciting. Sugar's like, hey, whatever, it pays the bills. But he's like, no, it's so tawdry. And Sugar's like, I'm sorry, how do you know what that word means? So Spike's like, look, I'm going out. I'm going to go get a drink. As he steps out of the car, he sees a man coming out of the main office going to take a room. And as he steps inside, Spike's like, Sugar, I recognize that guy that just walked into that room. He was the one that was on the news. He's a Captain Computer guy or whatever. He's a Flash villain. And Sugar's like, okay, well, I remember that guy on the news. He did his time. He got out, like, whatever. He's not doing anything wrong. And he's like, yeah, but like, didn't they say on the thing that they're not allowed to have, like, he's not allowed to have a laptop or access to any like technology like that? Isn't that a point of his parole? And Sugar's like, is there a point? And he's like, he had a laptop. I saw him walking in with it. And she gets a little bit like shifty eyed. She's suspicious, but she's like, whatever, just go get me a donut and a drink. And then all of a sudden there's a big flash of light from inside the room that he just walked into. And they're like, okay, now you've got my attention. Let's go ahead and see what we can figure out here. So Sugar heads over to the main office, and he's like, what are we doing? Wait, he's the one who went into the other room. Like, what's going on here? He's like, all right, look, relax. We just need to take a look, and if need be, we'll call the cops. No big deal. So she goes into the main office, and immediately the person's like, oh yeah, hey, the rooms already have towels. Don't think that I didn't check. And she's like, yeah, but they're already stained. And it's like, okay, well, it costs you $10 extra, to which Sugar just squints her eyes. And then we see her emerging with a handful of towels, and Spike's like, you just punched that person for towels. What are you doing? So she walks over to Computron's room, knocks on the door, says housekeeping. And she's like, oh, you might want to hide, by the way. It's just me here, but be on ready. So Computron's like, hey, I already got towels. Don't worry about it. It's like, oh yeah, but those weren't switched over. And she does this whole thing saying the girl who put them there, like, she didn't switch them over in time, and she might get fired, so we're just switching it over right now so everything can be cool. And like pulls on his heartstrings. The moment he opens the door, he outstretches a hand to take towels, and she just busts her way in. She takes a look at the computer just in passing, and then makes her way to the bathroom, and just like, okay, yeah, he's got some heavy duty software running right now, we got to get that handled. But as she goes to leave, Computron's already shut the door and is like, I saw you looking at my computer. Who are you? Who are you with? Did Wiggins send you? Did he send a girl to do his dirty work? And she's like, I'm just here for the towels. I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, don't play coy with me. And she's like, well, I did notice that you've got a program running to try to run password description. Yeah, is that what's going on? You're trying to give that big mechanical arm you got on a boost? And we see he's wearing this giant mechanical arm. And he's like, wait, you just looked at it for a second. How could you know? And she's like, it's a computer science in high school for all it was worth. So at that point, he grabs her by the neck with the big mechanical arm and just like, oh, look, I'm not a cruel man. This is only going to hurt for a second. To which she calls out to Spike saying, hey, Spike, come on. You see from inside the door just wham, but it doesn't give break. And then you just hear groaning from the other side. Sugar's like, God damn it. Punches Computron in the face. Spike finally gets his way inside. He manages to land on a bunch of electronics, causing them to like crackle and shack or whatever. And Computron's like, oh, they sent a whole team after me. Guess I should be flattered. But I developed this technology, and Colonel Wiggins was trying to take it from me. I want my fair share, so that's why I took it. And Sugar turns to Spike and goes, Spike, no, please don't do it. It's not worth it. And both Computron and Spike are like, what? But while Computron's distracted looking at Spike, Sugar just goes, grabs his laptop, chucks it outside the door, and as Computron goes to dive for it, she ends up tackling him down. And he fires off a blast from his mechanical arm, blows up Spike's car, and Spike's like, oh my, that was my, what? And Sugar's like, oh god, are you going to make a big deal out of this? And then all of a sudden, because again, it's a Flash villain, the Flash comes running in and just goes, what the hell? Who are you guys? What are you doing with Colonel Computron? So we got back to the modern day with him talking to Bernie, and Bernie's just like, you could have given me the Cliff Notes. I've heard that story like 100 times. You could have just said something like, oh, we accidentally foiled a nefarious plan and all that. And they basically just speculate on, like, Flash took that story, the fact that these two random-ass kids who are acting as PIs managed to take out one of his rogues gallery, went back up, told the Justice League about it, and that's why the Justice League has been continuously coming to them to handle their more embarrassing issues. And Bernie points out, like, that's great. Like, they pay a significant amount of money to make their dirty laundry go away, and you just, like, get all of the excitement and stuff like that. It sounds like everything there is cool. Like, why do you want to mess that up? And Spike's like, oh, I mean, whatever. So clearly not getting it. He picks up the trank, starts making his way out. He gets a call from Sugar, and Sugar's like, hey, you got the tranks, fine, cool, whatever. We didn't need them for a while, but whatever. By the way, we got a call from Mr. Carver, the dude who ran the museum from the last issue. Turns out he's so much space in his museum, he doesn't have enough stuff to fill it with. He wants to thank us for, like, how we handled things there and letting him keep the Ivy stuff, or the Itty stuff, by giving us a room, like an office, and we can, like, live there. We can work out of there. It's a whole thing. And he's like, Sugar, he's a villain. She's like, reform, no big deal. It's like, still a villain. And she's like, okay, so what? You don't want to do this? And he's like, I think we should just think about it. And she's like, all right, well, why don't you come over and we can discuss it. I told him that I had to discuss it with my partner. And Spike's like, hold on, the last time you said that, you had already done the thing. Son of a bitch, did you already do the thing? And she's like, why don't you come back and we can then discuss it? And he's like, God damn it, Sugar, don't do this to me. And she's like, well, I got to take a shower, so bye, click. He's all pissed off. We see that she goes to turn on the shower, but then she gets distracted, heads out of the bathroom, opens up a closet door, and we see that Sugar is actually really into this superhero stuff, because inside this closet is a whole bunch of old 90s and earlier relics, where we see, like, Aquaman's hook hand, red and blue Superman suits, Phantom Zone projector, and she's like, damn straight I said yes. I like it. Again, this is pretty much all I've been waiting for this thing, is to get some sort of backstory on, like, what is it about Sugar and Spike. I still think I could use a little bit more about, like, prior to that. Like, they say, like, oh, ever since you were toddlers. And obviously it's going back to the original Sugar and Spike from, like, the 50s and 60s. But I would have liked to seen a little bit of what does that mean in this continuity? Are we meant to just treat that as what happened? Like, the Silver Age stuff happened as it was presented there? How did we get to this point? I feel like a couple issues have hinted at a romance, but, like, we never get to it. Was there a history between them? Just give me a little bit of something. I just want to see it. Beyond that, this is a great issue. Art's fantastic. I'll go ahead and give it an 8. I don't feel bad about that. It's a very nice story being told, and I'm sure Bernie is also a character that comes from the original series, but God help you, I couldn't tell you. So, yeah, 8 for this. Definitely a joy. Legends of Tomorrow, number 6, the Sugar and Spike story, written by Keith Given, art by Bilquis Evely. So last issue, despite this being such an episodic book, this one actually is a direct carry-on. Last issue, Sugar revealed to Spike that she had an offer from Lamplighter, who runs a metahuman museum, to allow them to open up a office that they can work out of in the museum. And Sugar apparently has a lot of metahuman / superhero merch that she's been picking up over the years. So we see some movers are unboxing their stuff, is putting it all inside the museum. There's one guy who's like, oh, hey, I heard a supervillain runs this place. Think I can get an autograph? And Sugar's like, I don't know, probably. I think you'd like it. And he's like, awesome, that's going to be so cool. And then we see Spike's coming back from one of the back rooms. He goes up to Sugar and says, hey, Carver wants to know if he can put any of your stuff on display. And Sugar's like, I'm sorry, he already opened the boxes? And we see he's going through all of her merch that she brought in, and he's like, "Oh my god, this is great! Is this an actual Phantom Zone projector? Is like, does this thing work? Is there really a Phantom Zone?" And Sugar's like, "Wait, I thought that we agreed that we were going to get all this settled. Hold on, how do you even know it's a Phantom Zone projector?" And it's just like, "Oh, it's a bunch of speculation on the web. A guy named Snapper Carr posted some schematics that drawings, and this matches that perfectly. So maybe he was an old Justice League mascot. Who knows?" And Sugar's trying to be polite and all that, saying like, "Mr. Carver, I believe that we agreed." But before anything else can happen, in comes the Legion of Superheroes, a very young version of Saturn Girl, Cosmic Boy, and Lightning Boy, who literally have their names like written in English across their chests, all come in, and they're just like, "Oh wow, look at all this historic stuff. This is great. This is a treasure trove." And Saturn Girl's like, "Excuse me, we're looking for Sugar Plum and or Spike Wilson." And Carver's like, "The museum's closed today," and just immediately Cosmic Boy's freaking out over all the old stuff. Lightning Boy and Saturn Girl are getting a little bit embarrassed. So as he goes off to look, Carver tries to run interference before eventually Sugar's like, "Okay, look, you know me, you say my name, like, what's up? And did you break in here?" To which Carver's like, "Did you? Yeah, I locked the door. What's up with that?" So long story short, Saturn Girl knocks out Carver because he threatens to call the police, puts him down on his ass, and it's just like, okay, we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. And Sugar's like, "You think?" And he's like, "Look, we're from the future. We're from the year 3012. We need your help." And they're like, "You're kidding, right?" And he's like, "Nope, I'm Saturn Girl. I'm a telepath. I put your father to sleep." And it's like, "That's not our father, but whatever." And he basically says, "Look, we have a device here in the modern day and in your time that is giving us grief in the future. It's called a transdimensional modulator, and the device itself isn't a threat, but it's like future technology that it inspires becomes a problem. So we just want to get it off the table here and get rid of it." And at that point, Saturn Girl's like, "Oh, rogue tech is always a bad thing." To which Sugar like throws her a look of like, are you serious right now? And Spike is just unable to believe this, but it turns out that him and Cosmic Boy have been having a completely separate debate because the historic record shows his name is Sprite instead of Spike, and he's trying to correct that. And Cosmic Boy's like, "I'm pretty sure I read the record right." So basically saying, "Okay, look, if we were to take your case, if we did that, where would we even find this modulating thing?" It's like, "Oh, it's at Star Labs. That stands for..." And she's like, "I know what Star Labs stands for." However, then the mover comes in and says, "Excuse me, you blocked us in." And it's like, "What? We don't have a car." And he's like, no, not you, Sugar and Spike. You, the new ones here. Your weird cube thing that you arrived in." And they're like, "Oh, so sorry." We step outside and we see their time machine is just a square cube looking thing in the middle of the driveway. It's like, "Oh, we're so sorry. We'll go ahead and get rid of that." But before they can do anything, a time bubble shows up, and it just plops down right on top of the sphere and goes rolling off to the side. And out from it steps Brainiac 5, Supergirl, and Lightning Man? I don't know, Lightning Boy, whatever his name is, but like older, significantly older. And they're like, "Wait a minute, hold on. What the hell is the Legion cube doing here? What's going on?" So Sugar at this point is like, "All right, I quit. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm going to go unpack. I'm going to take a shower. Like, screw this. You guys figure out what you need to do, and then I'll be back." And we see she takes a shower, gets dressed. As she comes out, she rifles through a few of her boxes, and she pulls out a photo of Sugar and Spike, but like from the Silver Age series. From like, they look like toddlers, and they are like super Silver Age. It does not fit the art style at all, but I love it. And she gives just a brief little smile before she heads back out. She's like, "All right, back to it." As she opens the door, she sees Supergirl's right there. She's like about to knock. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." The other legionnaires are all arguing amongst themselves down the line, and Supergirl's like, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Carver and your boyfriend." He's like, "Oh, he's not my boyfriend." It's like, they're trying to get everything straightened out. I'm so sorry. But quick question, Sugar, why didn't you stop the modulator from being created? Like, why? And she's like, "We just found out about it." And it's like, right, but why didn't you stop it? And it's like, we just found out about it. So Brainiac 5 comes over and is just like, "Okay, something happened where when we went back in time to this point, we are trying to get the transmodular device in order to stop," I'm just going to call it technology A, "from being developed. It's a whole thing. However, there's no record of us having gone through it or the Legion, having gone through to get rid of it earlier in the timeline for some other thing. So we may have made a paradox here. It's a whole thing. And Sugar's just listening to all this, like, rolling her eyes at how ridiculous it all sounds. And Brainiac's like, okay, regardless, both of us want the transdimensional modulator gone, so if we do that, everything else should just work out. Like, the paradox solved. Sugar's just like, okay, so you're saying that if we get rid of this thing, and Brainiac 5's like, the transdimensional modulator, he's like, you're pushing your luck, kid. So Brainiac 5 goes back to deal with the other Legionnaires. We see that a little bit of a fight is breaking out because they find out that Carver used to be a supervillain. So Sugar's like, look, Supergirl, do you have a minute to spare? Let's just get this handled. So we see that Supergirl flies them over to Star Labs, and they get a nice little art touch here is that Sugar's hair is just all sorts of messed up from the flight. And it's basically like, look, if you don't feel comfortable letting us into Star Labs because you're talking to the guard, we can get the Justice League on the line. I'm sure Batman would have something to say. And the Star Labs guy's like, oh, no problem. We can go ahead and let you in. That should be fine. So they arrive in, they get the transmodular thing, and he's like, I don't know why, like, the technology in this, like, doesn't matter. Like, it literally has never worked, so shouldn't be a problem. All of a sudden, they grab it, they fly back over, and as they arrive, they see like 5 other time spheres and bubbles and cubes and stuff like that. And Sugar's like, oh God, this doesn't look good. So as they arrive back in, we see tons more Legionnaires all throughout their history have all teleported back to this moment. And for whatever reason, they all think that they're the only ones that should have been showing up here. Eventually, Sugar storms in. She holds it above her head and says, like, hey, is this the thing that you want? And then a bunch of villains come in. One of them named Starfinger and says, nobody moves, hands over the modulator, and nobody gets hurt. And one of the Legionnaires is like, didn't we handle this guy like last week? And Starfinger and all of his goons are like, why are there so many Legionnaires here? There shouldn't have been any here. Why are there so many here? And then they're like, oh, the time stream didn't mention anything about this, but before we walked in the door, I did point out all the time machines around, boss. And he's like, shut up. So Sugar eventually just like walks over to Starfinger, hands it to him and says, here you go. It's your problem now. She grabs Spike's hand, walks out. And he's like, all right, thanks. And as soon as they get outside, all the Legionnaires attack Starfinger. And like Carver's outside, Lamplighter, he's like, I mean, smart idea, I guess, but like they're destroying all of my stuff, my museum. To which Supergirl comes out and says, don't worry, I super speeded all your stuff away. It'll be fine, no problem. And he's like, oh, thanks, that's so considerate. So Supergirl sits next to Sugar and Spike, and they all just listen to the pows and bams and whoops inside until Spike's finally like, so, you seeing anyone? And that's effectively the issue. There is one final page to just wrap up the series where Sugar and Spike are looking at a glass case that has a bunch of Silver Age comics in it, one for each of the different stories that we covered between this. So like a detective issue, an action issue, so be it. I think it's a fine proof of concept. I think the art style is great. I like the characters. My only critique is that it feels like we were dropped into this world and we didn't get an explanation as to like what's going on between these two. What are these characters? Like, I get their dynamic. I understand the way that they interact with each other. Spike's a little bit slow. He's a little bit dumb, but ultimately he comes through where it counts. Sugar, she's a lot more competent. She's got more of a snarky, take no nonsense side. I understand the characters. I just want to know more about like, how did we get here? How did we get to the point of like them working together? What's their history together prior to this? And that would all be things that could be fleshed out in a completely full series, but we got 6 issues in an anthology book, so what are you going to do? Collectively, I do think this is still worth an 8, if only on art alone, but also the humor of this book is just top-notch as well. So, like, maybe it's not for everybody, but I think this was honestly the best part of the whole Legends of Tomorrow book. I really do appreciate it. So, yeah, 8 for this, 8 for probably the whole series. And will Sugar and Spike ever pop up elsewhere? No. Legends of Tomorrow, number 4, The Metal Men story, written by Len Wein, art by Yildiray Cinar. So, last issue, we had Red Tornado was out and about, spread loose by Nameless. The Metal Man came in, took care of it. But wouldn't you know it, the military showed up. So we see that the military have arrived. They're basically threatening all the Metal Men. Metal Men are like, screw it, yeah, we'll fight them. Let's take them down. Let's do it. And Dr. Magnus comes in and he's like, look, guys, I'm not going to have the ability to rebuild you. Like, I'm not, like, they're taking you in and I'm having my stuff revoked. So, like, I don't want to put you guys at risk. That's the problem. Like, they're going to take you away from me. And as he's saying this, a voice from the back says, maybe not. In comes Cliff Steele Robot Man, attorney at law. And he's wearing a full suit, and he walks up to General Scaletti and is just like, hey, General, my Metal Men friends here are completely sentient beings. They act on their own accord, and that means they're protected by the Constitution. Did you know the Constitution grants you rights? It's basically just the exact same thing. And he walks up and says, look, I've got a judge who issued a writ of habeas corpus. You can't do anything to put these people at risk. You got to be able to let them go. And he's like, well, she's like, you can't do this. And it's like, a piece of paper says I can. So the Metal Men and Magnus all hop into the ship that Cliff gave them. And they're just like, Cliff, I mean, thank you for everything. He's like, yeah, shut up. Don't make me regret it. And they fly off immediately. The moment they're gone, General's like, tell me we have tracking on them. And it's like, no. And Scaletti's like, all right, plan B then. So we see that they somehow made their way up to the Justice League Watchtower, where Cyborg is the one on duty. And of course it's Cyborg. He's just like, hey, look, if you hadn't taken us in, we didn't know where we could have gone. Cyborg was like, hey, don't worry about it. You guys have been there for me over in my book. Please check out my book. And the rest of you, like, yeah, we'll keep Red Tornado up here and safe until we can figure out what to do with him. And he's just like, well, depending on what Robot Man can do, he might actually be sentient himself. Like, he might be able to go free on his own accord. So that should be something that can happen. We then cut over to Tin, who is looking through the Justice League stuff. He comes across a giant ass gun, and Cyborg is like, okay, let's set that down, because like most of the stuff on this thing will like end the world kind of dangerous if used in the wrong hands. And Tin's like, oh, okay, sorry. So at that point, he's just trying to get the Metal Men to not cause chaos. And he's like, hey, guys, I'm on monitor duty. How about I turn on the Michael Bay Transformers marathon for you? And they're like, oh, hell yeah. So we then cut over to Nameless, or more specifically, the lair of an unnamed villain who is talking to Nameless. And the unnamed villain is like, what's the problem, man? You literally, they were there. The Metal Men were there. You found them. What's the problem? And just like they keep on escaping, like I'm working on them, I'm doing what I can. As I said before, we should have gone to the source when we had the chance. And basically, the Nameless villain is just like, all right, well, I want their responsometers. You got to give me it. And we see Nameless, the guy behind all of it, still slightly obscured, puts away his laptop and says, "Mother is starting to become obsessive," talking about the unnamed villain. So whoever that is, it's Mother, and we see that she plugs in a giant Matrix-style port in the back of her head and just like, well, I'll scour the internet and I'll find out exactly where they are. We cut back over to Scaletti, who has basically told, I can't even remember her name, Dr. Lace, I think, the other doctor there, okay, we've got the prototype responsometer. You've been working with the other scientists to make a bunch of duplicates of it. And she's like, yeah, it's been super easy. We've made new Metal Men. But here's the kicker. We only had certain metals / elements on hand that were in enough to, like, quantity that we could make it work. So they're a bit strange choices. And we see as they pop their way out, we get lithium, magnesium, silicon, zirconium, aluminum, and copper. And they each kind of have their own parallel to one of the original Metal Men. Copper is definitely the platinum of the group. She is the female one. And Scaletti's like, okay, well, let's see what they can do. And they all just show off their abilities. Magnesium can burn, lithium can fly, zirconium super tough. Silicon can control sand, maybe. Aluminum can wrap stuff up. He's literally just aluminum foil. And then Copper's got like stretchy abilities, so it can just like wrap people up as well. But using the body, it's more expandable than aluminum's is. And it's like, all right, cool, that's great. But then Scaletti walks up to Copper and is just like, hey, Doc, why'd you give this one your face? She's like the exact same looking as you. And she's like, what are you talking about? We don't look anything the same. As the two of them are both like right next to each other in panel. And Scaletti's like, all right, you know what? I'm not going to push that bear, like, whatever. And she's thinking to herself, oh, God, I've got another crazy one. So we go back up to the watchtower. And we've got Red Tornado down on the table. And Cyborg is like, okay, so you're saying Red Tornado was activated via the internet, and he was activated via like some virus from this nameless guy. Well, that's good for us. It's going to leave some traces, and like the nameless guy may be good at like hacking and bouncing himself off the internet, but I am the internet. So check this out. And he gets into the code. He follows around all the VPN bouncing, and he's like, oh, there you go. I tracked this down. His IP address is right here in the middle of Manhattan, Times Square. He's like right there. So all the metal men are like, cool. We gonna go kick some ass? And it's like, I mean, we're free to do whatever we want now. So yeah, let's do it. And Cyborg's like, all right, I'll put you guys down there. I'm going to keep Tornado up here. I'll make sure that he's safe. You guys are good to go. So we cut down to Times Square, and we see a bunch of people walking around, and he's on his, Nameless is on his laptop. Metal men come up and are like, hey, man, we know who you are. And he's like, all right, fair enough, but you don't know who I am, which is to say, he is not just Nameless. He is also the former villain, the Calculator. So immediately, Magnus goes for his laptop to stop him from doing anything, but he's like, did you forget when I was the Calculator? I had the ability of hard-like constructs. I was the master of them. So he takes all the billboards in Times Square that are showing mascots at the time, which consists of a cowboy, a stereotypical Italian chef, and an apple, and throws them as hard life constructs to the metal men. Immediately, the cowboy goes down from Mercury. Iron throws Platinum while she's like a spiky ball to cut through the apple. And then Gold just electrifies himself and takes out Luigi, the Italian chef. So Calculator tries to make an escape. Magnus punches him out and is just like, all right, there you go. We did it. So let's put him on the ship, and we'll take him back to the U.S. military base, and this should fix up everything, because now the metal men won't be wanted for deactivation anymore because Nameless cannot take him. However, before they can, they say, excuse me, that it won't be necessary for you to go to the base because your replacements just got here. And we see Scaletti's there with Dr. Lace and all the new metal men. 12 different metal men, now all in the same place. This is, look, from a reading perspective, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure, like, they all look very visually distinct. I'm not worried about being able to tell them apart. From a recap perspective, this is going to be the most confusing thing to explain to you when we get there. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the idea of more metal men. Like, it's fun. It's a nice idea of like, oh, what if we had a whole periodic table of elements of metal men? Fair enough. I will say, are they all metal? I think they are. Are they like actually labeled as metals? I don't think it. The only one is zirconium. Like, that's the one that I'm like, that doesn't seem like a metal, but I also don't know what it would be otherwise. So regardless, art's fine. The new characters are fine. Really don't have a problem with it. The Calculator's a bit of a weird pull, but also we see that there's someone else pulling the strings on top of the Calculator, so maybe that'll be more interesting. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to say this is I'll just give it a flat 7. It's good. It's not great. It's just another piece of the story. Legends of Tomorrow, number 5, The Metal Men story, written by Len Wein, art by Yildiray Sonars. So last issue we had Metal Men v Metal Men, as 6 new Metal Men were made. This issue opens up with something totally different. We have in the research center where all the metal men are typically stored, another responsometer is like BB-8ing its way through the facility. It manages to get into a chemical waste dump area, and it just plops itself inside one of the vats. But we'll get back to that. So we got the 6-on-6 metal men thing going on, and Magnus is like, are you out of your mind? Where did you even get the tech for this? And it's like, we found your old prototype, so yeah, we've been remaking it. We've made them better, stronger, or whatever else you got there. And Magnus is all pissed at Skeletti, just being like, well, you know what, this is what it is, so what are you going to do about it? And he's like, well, I mean, I'm just more pissed that, like, you chose these crappy sounding elements. I mean, zirconium? And Zirconium's like, hey, what did I ever do to you, man? Like, what are you even talking about here? So then Aluminum steps up, and I guess Aluminum has a Brooklyn accent, and he steps up to Mercury, and he's like, hey, you think you could take me? I'll take you down, man. And he's just like, oh, yeah, is that a threat? You know what's up? And Mercury just, like, throws a blob of mercury at him. Aluminum tanks it, but then he slips on it and falls on his ass. And the whole group is like, oh, God, oh, no, is this really the best that we are? And he's just like, wait a minute, I'm a robot. Why do I feel pain? And it's just like, it's part of the responsometer. You're not invulnerable. That's a whole thing. So Lithium and Zirconium start talking. They're just like, what do we do now? Like, one of our guys just got attacked. We got to step up, right? Like, that's what it is. Yeah, okay, all right. Team, we're coming together. We're going to fight the Metal Men. Here we go. What's up? And Copper's the only one just like, guys, please, can we not just be all machismo about this? Meanwhile, back over at the research unit, we see the toxic waste thing is bubbling up. A couple scientists are freaking out. They're like, oh, we got to activate the release valve. But it's too late. And out of the toxic waste, that comes chemo. For anyone not familiar with chemo, I guess that it's a responsometer that's in a bunch of chemical waste. That's chemo. Also, I think he last showed up in like World's Finest back in like 2012. Anyway, one of the scientists is trying to, well, they're both trying to run, and one of them's just like, hey, I don't got to outrun chemo, I just got to outrun you. And he's like, you son of a bitch. But the other scientist gets caught, and he's like, please, I have an invalid mother and 6 cats. And then he gets incinerated by chemo's toxic breath. Chemo busts through a wall and is headed out, I guess, to New York, probably, considering where the story moves. We then see the fight is, getting amped up, doing whatever. Skeletti's like, hey, look, can we please not have these, like, we just want to get Calculator taken care of. Can we just do that? Control your teams. And both Lace and Magnus are like, this is going to be a disaster for you if, like, this breaks out in the middle of Times Square. So, no, we're not really inclined to stop them. Like, we don't really want to. And he's like, what are you talking? You won't have jobs tomorrow if you don't listen to me. And just been like, Magnus is like, I don't really care. And Lisa's like, neither do I at this point. So they do a half-hearted attempt to stop their respective metal men's. And are like, no, it seems like they want to fight. Can't really do much about that. And Scully's like, you know what? Fine. Sure. The military personnel side of me wants to see our new toys, the new metal men, tested out. And if it goes poorly and if they lose, then, like, how could I be in any worse trouble than I already am? So whatever, kill each other, let them fight. And we see the fights begin. So first we get Aluminum versus Mercury. Aluminum learns to dodge Mercury's, like, little balls, and then he wraps Mercury up in his aluminum and says, ha, I got you trapped. And Mercury's like, bro, I'm a liquid at room temperature. And he just seeps out of the aluminum wrap and is just like, all right, now I'm going to kick your ass. We then go Magnesium versus Lead. Magnesium's whole thing is burning powers, so Lead manages to make a concave mirror to send the fire blast back at Magnesium, and he's like, okay, well, what if I burn your feet and melt them? And he's like, oh, we shapeshift. We could just remake ourselves, no big problem. So that happens. Lithium versus Gold. Lithium apparently has, like, Rodan-style wind powers where he just flies by and causes, like, a supersonic blast. Justified by him being the lightest metal. And Gold just turns himself into a screw, bolts himself into the ground, and then as Lithium flies by, grabs him by the leg, and then just starts Hulk smashing him around. And just like, all right, tell me when it starts to hurt. We then go Zirconium versus Iron, who are both, big, tough guys, and they're plowing in against each other. And eventually Zirconium ends up knocking off Iron's hand. And he's like, you knocked off my hand. He's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I did. He's like, bro, again, we're shapeshifters. It doesn't matter. And he pounds into Zirconium and knocks him out. Tin versus Silicon? Yeah. And Tin's just like, wait a minute, hold on, we don't have to fight. Like, we don't got to do that. And Silicon's like, coward, I see. And he punches Tin in the face, causing Tin's nose to go askew. And he's like, oh, God, what are you? Oh, Jesus. So Tin ends up tackling Silicon, who does know how to like transform a bit more. He's a bit more fluid. He's like, but silicon's one of the slipperiest metals. You can't possibly get a grip on me. And Tin's like, I don't have to. And he turns into a tin can and says, you're about to be canned. And we don't see what that does. He just turns into a tin can. So we then go over, if you remember last issue, that Nameless, who ends up being Calculator, had a handler, had someone who was calling the shots. We see that person come back again, who was called Mother, and she's like, all right, well, I need to get Nameless out of this. He can still be of some use. They used electronic handcuffs to put him away, those stupid idiots. So I'm just going to hack in and I'm going to release him. So she calls in via some implants or whatever like that in Calculator and just like, all right, hey, I'm getting you out of here. Be ready to run. So she deactivates it. He starts sprinting away and Magnus just picks up his laptop, which he left behind, chucks it at his head, and he goes down. And it's like, well, all right, maybe this time we just put him in some rope or something. Maybe that'd be better. And we also got his laptop, so we can check that back out when we get home. So finally, for our last matchup, we get Copper versus Platinum, and they're both the females of the team, and they're just like, Jesus Christ, all this testosterone and dick swinging. Look, can we just like, are you cool with just wrapping this up? And it's like, yeah, absolutely. So Platinum wraps up the new Metal Men. Copper wraps up the old Metal Men, and the fights just stop because why not? So Skeletti's just like, oh, you release my Metal Men immediately. It's just like, yeah, well, maybe once we start acting like adults. And Platinum and Copper just start talking to each other, and they're just like, hey, Copper, you look a lot like the other scientists. She's like, no, we don't. Shut up. There's no similarity. And then Chemo's there. There is no transitionary period. It's literally just, no, we don't look anything. Chemo. So that's where we're at. Chemo somehow, hold on. It actually says at the beginning of the issue where this base is located. I want to see where they started at. Fort Brazos. It doesn't say. It just says Fort Brazos. I have to assume it's like Nevada because they're in the middle of the desert, right? Like this is one of those like Area 51 sort of installations that's separated from everyone. And he got to New York in what, like 30 minutes? Nah, I'm calling BS on that. So yeah, I don't know. I like the new Metal Men. I think as much as the metals are kind of dumb, they'd be good for like a B team. You know, they'd be good to just like have around. It doesn't feel like this book any longer has like a focus, you know? The idea of this being like, sure, whoever this mother character is, and I have my guess, but whoever this mother character is going to be the main primary bad guy. Is this something that also controlled Chemo? Is it plans upon plans? Maybe, but all this was introduced barely last issue. The Chemo stuff wasn't introduced until this issue. This feels more like a Metal Men Greatest Hits than it does its own story. So, yeah, I'm going to say I think the new Metal Men bring it up to a 7. If those weren't there and this was just all like more Chemo stuff or more stuff with a calculator, I probably would be down in the 6s. But I'll get it to the 7, barely. They're holding on by a thread. Legends of Tomorrow, number 6, the Metal Men story, written by Len Wein, art by Yildiray Cinar. So, last issue, new Metal Men, they fought. It seems to... The book plays it out as if they are almost equals. They got stomped, but then Chemo showed up, so whatever. So this issue opens up, and it's just everyone hiding from Chemo. Chemo has toxic breath and like spit and whatever like that. It fires off toxic waste at everybody. Everyone seeks cover because the chemicals are highly corrosive, and it would affect pretty much any of the Metal Men at this point. And Magnus is like, who the hell brought back Chemo? Like, we already dealt with this. Dr. Lace, did you have something to do with it? He's like, I don't know what the hell this is. No, it wasn't me. And it's just like, oh, well, if not you, then who? Gold comes up and asks Magnus, hey, what's the plan? It's like, save as many people as possible. Same plan as always. So Silicon jumps in and is like, all right, I'll take him out. And she does like a sand and glass blast at Chemo, just like, haha, now you're kicked in it. Easy peasy. And then all of a sudden, Chemo blasts through it with his own corrosive breath, which is also superheated, I guess, because Silicon turns to glass and he just cracks. He's like, oh, I failed, forgive me. And he breaks into a million pieces. So he's gone. We then cut over to Gold and Lithium, who jump into the fight. Gold gets swatted away, no problem, but he's like halfway across town now. He got hit hard. So he jumps back into the fight, and when he comes back, he sees all the metal men, both old and new, coming together to try to fight against Chemo, and nothing seems to be working. We've gotten the hints that there is someone else pulling the strings behind the scene. They see Chemo arrives on site, and they're like, "Oh, this wasn't me. This is just from bad to worse. But I might be able to use something to my advantage here." And we see that this is the character Mother Machine, who's like, "Oh, I need those responsometers. I need to know how to have robots that can act independently of the internet and be on their own thing. I'll have to go get their stuff myself." And a little editor's note says, "See the last incarnation in the Black Hawks series." That was the beginning of the New 52. That was 5 years before this issue. But regardless, saying, all right, hey, yeah, let's keep it up. Come on, gang, everyone, let's fight. Both Mercury and Copper get doused in some of the chemicals. It seems like they're still good to go. They're up and moving. However, Iron tries to jump in, and he's like, "Oh, I'll take him out." He gets blasted full force with a chemo blast, and he starts to rust. He's immediately caught up. He's falling apart, and he's like, "Oh, Doc is counting on me. I can't let him down." And Max is like, "Dude, let me down. Stop being in the fight. You've done all you can." And he's like, "Oh, but it wasn't enough. Forgive me." And he falls apart into nothing. Platinum gets all pissed off. She swoops in trying to get revenge. She gets hit by it and just crashes down to the ground. It doesn't look like she's corroded, but she's out of the fight, to which Magnus is extremely pissed off about that. So Copper's then like, "Hey, look, leave this to us. We'll handle this." Lithium comes in, tries to do a wind blast because he's like, "Look, if I just keep my distance and I just keep blowing wind at him, everything should be fine." And it seems to work for a second, but he gets a little too cocky, gets distracted, and then gets blasted by a chemo blast. At that point, Skeletti's like, "No, oh God, this isn't how this was supposed to happen." And they're like, "I'm sorry, do you have some extra knowledge of this situation?" And Skeletti's like, "Okay, look, I was desperate. All of my plans were falling apart. I had R&D build me another responsometer that was programmed to resurrect Chemo. I figured it could take in the Metal Men, and then I don't know what the plan after that was, but this is all a bit too much." And he's like about to start throwing punches, and Lisa's just like, "No, hey, that is not the way to handle this." And then she comes in and punches Skeletti out, and is just like, "All right, someone take her into custody. We're gonna do whatever we can here." So the Metal Men, all of the ones that are left, are like, "We got to come together as a team. Come on, let's do this." Both Gold and Aluminum try to wrap him up to like keep him distracted, keep him not be able to see what he can do, while Mercury lays down some slippery substances on the floor. It doesn't seem to be working. Aluminum loses his grip and starts being corroded as well. Gold, he can feel himself tarnishing around Chemo's head. Chemo just rips him off and tears him apart, leaving Mercury, who, again, tries making a puddle of stuff on the ground, and he's like, "I never liked that Gold guy, but we were teammates, and I'm going to get my revenge." All right, Mercury's gone. So we got zirconium, copper, and magnesium left, and they're like, "All right, it's up to us, the newbies. We'll take care of this." And as they fly in, Tin is left standing over near Magnus, and Magnus is like, "Oh, Tin, you're still alive." And he's like, "Yeah, someone needs to look after you, right?" Immediately, Chemo does blast from his hand and his mouth to take out all three of copper, magnesium, and zirconium all at once. So it's just Tin left. That's it. And Magnus yells out, "You heartless bastard!" To which Tin has a little light bulb moment and goes, "Oh, that's it. The heart is the responsometer. That's what's keeping him moving, keeping him doing whatever. This is our last chance to do it." And so Tin transforms himself into a spear. He fires himself at the heart of Chemo, which is where he can see the responsometer floating around. And as he pierces Chemo's body, the responsometer falls out of the goo, which I guess just dissipates Chemo. Sure, why not? So he lands on the ground next to Magnus, and in comes Mother Machine. who, again, these people are able to just get to New York, no problem. Mother Machine comes in and just like, hey, I was the one who was employing Nameless, and you can call me Mother Machine. I want the responsometer. And Magnus has got it behind his back, and he's like, oh, you know what? After everything that happened, usually I would destroy something like this, but I'm so pissed off at the U.S. military. Yeah, go ahead. You can have it. And she's like, what? Seriously? Awesome. I don't know what happens next. It seems like he fiddles with it somehow, but I couldn't tell you how. But when she approaches, it absorbs her consciousness like a Pokeball, and then she's just stuck inside of it. So Magnus passes that off to some military guy who's there, just being like, there, her consciousness is trapped forever as long as you don't let her out. Put it in concrete and bury it in the desert. I don't care. And Lace is like, what do we do with all the metal men? They've all been corroded and tarnished. And Magnus just looks back being like, we do what we always do. We sweep up the remains and we start rebuilding. So we go back to the research station. Turns out Scaletti was in trouble, but, you know, not enough to actually face consequences, because why would the military admit fault? So she was just reassigned to Antarctica. So at that point, the metal men, Magnus is like, okay, here's the deal. My metal men are like perfectly made. They're absolutely fantastic. I can make them no problem. Your metal men had a glitch. You didn't remake the responsometers properly, and like, I'm working on it. I'm doing what I can, but it's not looking good. However, Copper, the other female one, had the prototype responsometer that I used, and that one was originally my software, so that one was actually fine. I managed to recover it. So I've decided to bring her back along with my metal men, and I've decided to also give them a few upgrades while we're at it. And it's like, yep, we're going to the cutting edge of technology. And we see all of them emerge from their pods, and I'll be honest, they just look worse. Every single one of them has zero personality. They look like art class mannequins with like lines on them. The only one's got a little bit of something going on is Copper, and that's just because she has a unique haircut. But like, yeah, they all come out and they're like, yeah, hey, Doc, we're back. We're all good. And Doc slaps his forehead and says, here we go again. I know the redesign doesn't stick. Like, I know this is, it's the sort of thing where like anytime a character gets a new costume, like, you got like a 90% chance that it's not going to stick around, that we're going to go back to the old stuff eventually. I don't know why they bothered with this. I really want to express to you how much it just doesn't look good compared to what the old metal men were. I don't know why we're taking this route, but hey, we're here. Adding Copper to the group, I think, is actually a smart idea. Copper is a normal enough metal. Having another girl on the team, I think, does a good evening out of things. No shade on that, but I also think that's something that doesn't follow through either. I don't think that's something that's really kept in continuity. So, I don't know. This book overall just felt like, I think I said earlier, it felt like Metal Men's greatest hits. It felt like something that was, oh, we got Chemo. Oh, we got all the different robot characters that you could possibly want. We've got them upgrades. We're doing all this other stuff. So I don't really feel like it had a conclusive storyline. It just felt like pushing and pushing until finally, oh, we're at the end. So I'm going to say 6.5 for this one. I'm tempted to go down to the 6 because of that last page, like redesign of the Metal Men. It's a really bad redesign, but I don't think it's enough to justify from like a story perspective. Like, okay, they don't look great, but whatever, so be it. Yeah, 6.5. That's probably the whole story as well. It's just okay. Dr. Fate number 13, written by Paul Levitz, art by Ibrahim Mustafa. So, previous issue, as the story was wrapping up, we saw Kent Nelson, the already established Dr. Fate, showed up and is apparently Khalid's great uncle. And this issue is just him being like, yep, I'm your mentor now, to an extent. We open up with them on a building that's under construction, like a super high rise, and Khalid's acting a little awkward. He's like, oh, is it cool if I call you Uncle Kent? And he's like, I'd rather you just call me Kent. I don't like feeling that old or whatever like that. But yeah, whatever. And they just kind of debate like, okay, did the helmet come to Khalid because Kent was already Dr. Fate? And he's like, nah, I don't have any Pharaoh's blood in me. This feels like it's something different entirely. And he's like, well, I'm not really the hero. I mean, you got the booming voice thing going on, Kent. I got nothing. And he's like, no, you got something there. Back when I first took the mask, I was afraid of heights and all that stuff. But look at me now. I'm carrying on as I please. And he's like, so, I mean, are you here for the helmet? Like, do you want it back? Like, I can get back to my normal life. I'm cool with that. Like, I'm willing to give it up. And he's like, no. There's no going back. You're Fate now. You can't, no matter what happens, it's like the movies say, try to get out, they'll keep pulling you back in. And we see Kent describes a little bit of him maybe trying to leave, but he ends up going to the Tower of Fate and like gets back into it again. And Khalid's like, wait, hold on, who pulls you back? And he's like, it's a long story, never mind. Point being is that something called me here. There is a dangerous darkness around this city, and there's a point of light that can oppose it, and that point of light is you. So whatever it is, I think that like you're up for the task, so why don't we get to it? And he basically says, all right, well, we got something we can do. Let's go. And I swear to God, he's about to leap off of this skyrise, like this super high up thing, when all of a sudden there's an explosion out in the distance. And it's like, all right, well, let's get going. And Khalid pulls out the helmet. He's like, do you want it? Like, you're more suited to this. And all of a sudden, Kent's just, boom, already in costume. He's got the full helmet and everything. And Khalid's like, oh my God, like, how did you even do that? And he talks to Naboo in the helmet. He's like, seriously, helmet. He doesn't have a helmet. How did he do that? And it's like, oh, Kent is way more into all this. Like, he doesn't need the clothes to make the man, per se. So they go off to check out what the fire is. Turns out it is just a natural gas terminal. It's gone up in flames. Khalid is struggling to see through all the smoke while Kent's just like, let's go. Let's hop into it. And Khalid's like, how does he manage? Oh, I guess I could try something. And so he uses his powers to like just push the gas away, the smoke, be able to see through it. Meanwhile, Kent's already using these magic spells to cause this huge pillar of dirt to rise up and smother out all the flames on top. And he's like, yes, it's a good thing there's a natural landfill just a few miles away. And Khalid's like, dude, I live here and I didn't even know that. How do you know like the area this well? And he's like, dude, being Fate is all about listening. That's what it's really here. Like, your wisdom comes from that. So he guides Khalid's hands a little bit in casting the spell, and we see he's also able to make a much smaller pillar of dirt to wipe out the flames. So they're doing that, and as they get to it, they notice there's a handprint on one of the natural gas things. I'm not sure what that implicitly is, but they draw attention to it pretty heavily. So he's like, look, something evil is loose in your city. We got to get it figured out of what we can do. And Khalid's like, wait a minute, hold on. I thought the whole reason I became Fate was to stop Anubis. Like, what do you mean there's something else evil and bigger out there? I don't think that's my job. And he's like, no, Anubis was your first task. You're going to be sticking around for a while. He's like, fantastic, great. So they're trying to figure it out, and Kent basically points out saying, all right, this is too much and too big of a scale in order for it to be just one person. So either it's a whole bunch of demons, or someone is figuring out how to destroy the city essentially remotely, using it as like an effigy or a proxy. So we got to go out and deal with that. So he flies off to take care of another fire on the far side of town. Khalid's like, okay, so we need to stop us at the source. He said burning the city in effigy, to which point Naboo's like, yeah, listen to his words. They're pretty wise. And he's like, oh, okay, I got it. Turns out when he was younger, his father brought him to the World's Fair sort of area where there is a small-scale replica of New York. And he's like, if someone's burning the city like voodoo style, it's gonna be there. So he starts flying in that direction when all of a sudden these two rocket ships that are there at the World's Fair Center take off and just are about to collide, head-on collision around Khalid. And he's like, well, I can't outrun them. They're chasing after me. What am I supposed to do? And he realizes, oh, right, I have phasing properties. So he just phases out for a second as the explosion happens. We see across the town, Kent is controlling another one of the gas fires, and he's like, all right, well, there's no dirt around here, so I'll have to do this the hard way with like an actual spell. And he tries calling out to Khalid, but no answer. And he's like, yeah, he still isn't listening, so I'll check on him after all this. So we go back to Khalid. He comes out of the thing. He's like, Jesus, I phased, but it's still incredibly hot. I need to get out of here. And he looks at the rockets, realized they crashed, but obviously they were being force piloted because like they didn't have any gas in them. They've been defueled for decades. So he finally makes it over to the Queen's Museum where there's the scale model of New York, and he sees on the scale model the fires are there. He's like, okay, that must be it. So who's causing them? And all of a sudden he gets punched out of the air by a fireball. He's about to land on the Empire State Building. He's like, oh no, I don't want to be the cause of that. And as he looks over, there's this tiny little baboon creature, and it's got Egyptian like artifacts and stuff on it. And he's like, go away, mortal, a freet burned city. And he's like, well, no, that's not your fate to do that. So he sees, I think a Freet like shrinks down to scale size of New York and then starts like blowing fireballs all over it. And Fate's like, okay, well, I mean, there's something I could do about this. So he reaches over and grabs a little iron globe, opens it up, and he's like, time to put the genie back in the bottle. And he closes it around the baboon, which it starts freaking out. It's saying, no, the iron burns, please save me, master. And he's like, master, I'm not your master, Jesus. But he basically looks at this thing like a little pokeball, and he's like, so what do I do with it? I have no idea what to do. And then in comes Kent saying, oh, hey, you managed to figure that all out on your own. Good job. I'm proud of you. So I know exactly what I can do with this guy, but it looks like he came from Anubis' realm. It looks like he came from the Duat, which is probably your fault that you left the door open on your way out when you were revived. So we're going to have to figure out what to do with that next issue. But for now, I'll take care of him. And then just Kent disappears, and Khalid's like, Jesus, man, I really need him to give me some lessons. It's a fine start. It's so strange to see somebody besides Sonny Liu doing the art. Like, to see Khalid in any other art style is like, Jesus, it's imitating, it's close, but it's not quite the same, and it just is a bit jarring. But no, Kent seems like he's going to be a decent mentor, if not a little bit the same as Naboo of like, here's some vagaries, figure it out on your own. So whatever it's going to be, I'm down with it. Collectively, I'd say it's a good start, but I don't think I can give it over like the 7. It's just an interesting pairing here, but I need to see more of it in order to give it a more fair shake. Dr. Fate number 14, written by Paul Levitz, art by Inaki Miranda, except for a backup story, which I will get to. So we open up this issue basically picking up right where we left off with the last one, where Ken Nelson told Khalid, yeah, when you came back from the dead from Anubis' realm, you left the door open. And when it comes to magic, you have to take responsibility for your stuff. So we're going to go deal with that. So we open up in a cemetery, and he's basically explaining that to Khalid. He's like, yeah, we don't want any more of those little bastards come through. Like, we'll just go ahead and take care of them. And he's like, wait a minute, so hold on, all those fires from last issue were actually my fault? And he's like, well, I mean, in a indirect manner, I guess, but it's all unintended consequences. That's what magic is. It's all unintended consequences. So he points out where the little doorway spell entrance is, and he's like, all right, there it is. You need to close it. And he's like, wait a minute, I didn't even know this thing was there. Why didn't Naboo tell me about this? And Kent just lays it out for him. He's like, Naboo sees things differently. He's from a different time and a different realm. He's not going to see problems the same way you see them. But here's the number one thing you need to understand about magic, Khalid. Don't trust anybody completely. Don't trust me. Don't trust Naboo. And if you ever meet a guy named Constantine, you sure as hell don't trust him, because like nobody is entirely on your side. Got it? And he's like, wait, but then how am I supposed to like do it, like trust and learn? And he's like, you'll pick it up. So we see Nelson opens up the door. He does what he can to get Khalid into the realm, but he's like, it's your spell. You need to figure it out when you get in there. I can't do anything but just point you in the right direction. He's like, all right. So he jumps in. Naboo's already saying this isn't wise, but he goes for it. And we get just this page of him tumbling through weird-ass space. And he's like, I have no idea where I'm going and no idea what the proper direction to even start in is. We get a one-page reprieve where we see Khalid's dad is driving a cab and he's stuck on the bridge, and they briefly talk about how the fires were put out yesterday by some superhero types, and he goes like, huh, yeah, totally. I don't know what the point is. We then go to Khalid, who makes his way to a structure that has 3 doors on it. And he's like, is this the Duat? This doesn't look familiar to me at all, but all right, let's go with it. So as he steps up to it, all of a sudden one door just flings open and a giant ass boa constrictor comes out. And he's like, what the hell is this? Is this real? And it starts wrapping around him. He's like, well, I'm not going to let this thing kill me. He uses fate magic to just eviscerate it. Like, its spine pops out of its body for the whole length of it, and it flumps to the ground, and he picks it up. He's like, I mean, either my magic is getting stronger or this thing was particularly weak to begin with. But he looks over at the now open door, and he sees 2 little creatures, another baboon-looking type and a crocodile. These are ones that were directly serving Anubis before, and he recognizes them. He's like, oh god, I was hoping I'd never run into these guys again. And they're like, wait a minute, Anubis will give us tasty treats if we bring this guy in. And they're like, but wait, where's Thought's outfit? Maybe we shouldn't attack it. And the little crocodile's one, well, this is how I worship. And he bites onto Khalid's arm, manages to draw blood. And he's like, nah, screw you guys, I'm not going back at the Duat. And he just picks up the crocodile by the scruff, throws it in there, and the baboon hops in. He's like, sorry, bye, don't hurt us. So Khalid slams the door shut. We get another one-page reprieve of Miss Nasor, Khalid's mom, is talking to someone who's like an excited graduate student, and is just like, oh, I read your Wikipedia page. You did so many interesting archaeological things. And she's like, my son wrote most of that. But also, if you want to talk to someone interesting, you want to talk to my great uncle who's in town, Ken Nelson. He brought me on my first archaeology dig, and he's just the coolest cat you've ever going to meet. So back to the Duat, we see he's standing in front of the door. He's holding it shut, and he's like, okay, I found the door, but how do I lock it? How do I keep it shut? There's literally nothing around here for me to use. And Naboo's not giving him any sort of guidance or anything. So he's like, all right. All of a sudden, it starts like looking weird, and he's like, this is reminding me of like a Lewis Carroll story, like Through the Looking Glass. Like, and in one of those stories, I think it was Humpty Dumpty said, when I use a word, it means just what I choose it to mean. So why not give that a shot? And he just aims his hand at the door and says, lock. And it locks. A little golden spell pops up, and he's like, huh, all right, cool, that worked. And so as he starts to leave, we see one other door, one of the other 3 doors, pops open just the tiniest little bit. So it's now the next morning. Khalid emerges out of the weird realm he was in, and Kent's like, took you long enough? Did you lock it? And he's like, I guess. You really could have been more specific about what I was going to see. And Kent's like, I didn't know. Magic is different for everybody. You're going to have to figure out what works for yourself. But like, you know, find your inner strength, your inner magic. So they're walking away, and Khalid's like, does it get easier? And he's like, I'm not going to lie to you, no, but like, you figure out more about it. And Khalid's like, okay, fine. Final question. How do we know we didn't lock more creatures in our world than out? And he's like, you don't. Good luck. So that's the main story. I mean, it's solid. It's probably like maybe a 7. It's shorter, and it has cutaway pages, which makes me like feel like less happened. But I'm liking the way Khalid is learning from Kent here, even if it is just vagaries and whatever. So then we cut over to the backup story with art by Breno Tamura. And apparently there is a cross-religious worship service going on down at the local church because of terrorist attacks that happened recently. And we see Kent, Khalid's parents, Khalid, and Shia, Khalid's girlfriend, are all attending to this. And he's like, I invited Shia over to have some alone time, but now we're going to the service, and it's kind of a whole thing. And she's being a little bit flirty with him, saying like, oh, you're so behind in the class, I don't think you can study anatomy. Wink, wink, wink. So they make their way into the chapel. We see that there's multi-faith stuff going on, and Akila is there, the neighbor who's got a thing for Khalid, and apparently her parents don't want her to be here, but she felt like she had to come anyway. And this is finally where we get the first introduction between Akila and Shia, to which Shia's like, all right, I mean, I get it, she's cute, but like, you know, in that old country sort of way. So all of a sudden, some police officers come in and say, hey, everyone, like, you're allowed to do this, no problem, do your multi-faith thing. However, there are some pretty heavy protests going on outside. If you hear any loud noises, please do not come out of the building. It is not safe. And Khalid's dad is like, gunshots? We're praying for peace, and they've got gunshots? Is this really what America is? Is this its fate? And Khalid and Kent share a look, and Khalid's like, yeah, he knows. He figured it out. Don't worry about it. So at that point, a little girl comes in and says, oh, the angry men outside are saying we have to go back where we came from. And Kent's like, don't get involved. This is a thing for men and humans. Like, magic should not be involved. And Khalid's like, no, this is like an open sore, and if I'm going to heal the world, this is where I'm going to start. So he goes outside as Fate, and we see all these people are saying like, oh, go back to your own country, yada, yada, yada. And he's like, Naboo, any suggestions? And he's like, oh, thought said that wisdom comes from confronting oneself. And he's like, I actually can make something out of that. Thanks. And what he does is he uses his fate magic to show all of these protesters their ancestors, back when their ancestors were immigrants. And the immigrant ancestors are just telling all these people off of like, what the hell is wrong with you? Go back home. You're a horrible influence. You're a horrible person. And it's like, Jesus, ghosts. And I'm getting out of here. So they all run away screaming. We see, I guess once they're all gone, there's a police officer who's like 1/16th Cherokee, and he's like, maybe they all learned like where they came from and all this stuff, but my people, we believe the Great Spirit planted us here like rows of corn. And they're like, bro, you're 1/16th Cherokee. And he's like, all right, or maybe one of my ancestors just hooked up with a white chick from Indiana, whatever. So the rest of the family all leaves after the service, and the father's like, well, you know, better than it was in Egypt, but at least here our own people are not attacking us. To which Khalid says, you're wrong, Dad. They are our own people, and that's something we need to remember. I like that one a little more. It's shorter, and it's way over the top heavy-handed, but like, I appreciate the heavy-handedness, you know? Like, it's something where it's like, no, here's something where Fate's making a difference. He's making a change. And for all the sort of weird religious iconography we had across previous arcs, I appreciate that sometimes we can come in and just say, magic, and it just happens. So, yeah, that one's probably 7.5 for me personally, but it's still just a solid story in both backup and main. Dr. Fate number 15, written by Paul Levitz, art by Sonny Liu. We open up this issue where it's a beautiful day, and Shia is out enjoying the sunshine out in Central Park. Meanwhile, Khalid is back at home doing some studying, and they're just mercilessly flirting, and she's like, oh yeah, you know, it's a beautiful day out here. If you want to come chill with me, wink, 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 wink. And he's like, I absolutely I do, but like all of my books are still like normal books. How am I supposed to carry them all out to Central Park? And then all of a sudden, she stops responding to texts. And I think her last text was just the letter I over and over and over again. And he's like, what the hell is this? Why aren't you responding? And he's like, oh, okay, well, she wants me to show up. I guess I could Dr. Fate it over there. She acts like the world is ending. Women. Meanwhile, over in the park, we see a bunch of mummies have emerged from their grave, and they are attacking. So we cut over to the Tower of Fate, where we see Kent Nelson is talking to a cat, just a normal cat who's there. And he's like, I thought that Khalid dealt with the whole thing of shutting the doorway, but like, I don't know, maybe this is too big for him. Maybe I've got to do this on my own. And we see that his powers, the way that he's looking like Dr. Fate, is more so just an illusion. It's just, he's like saying, oh, I can just make myself look, I can conjure myself what looks like the Helmet of Fate. But in reality, it's, you know, it's not. The real Helmet of Fate's with Khalid, and this is just his own magic powers. But he's like, well, I got to make sure that nothing happens to Khalid, because if so, his mom would kill me, and that is a fate worse than death. So we cut over to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. We see a bunch of mummies have broken their way out, and Khalid's like, I did a report on these guys once, and I'm pretty sure they were dead when I was doing it. So, I mean, but then again, I also died, so maybe that's something. And Naboo's like, you weren't fated to die at that point. And he's like, yeah, thanks, Naboo. I got that part. So He starts going after the mummies. He uses some of the new spells that he's learning from Kent, and he wraps up the mummy in a bunch of turf. However, the mummy just busts right out of it. He's got some amount of strength, and he starts attacking this woman. And Khalid's like, nope, that's not going to happen, not on my watch. And he ends up just taking a giant-ass boulder and dropping it smack dab on the mummy, who still is moving underneath, but at the very least, the woman is safe. So at that point, Khalid's like, okay, that reminds me, where's Shia? I got to figure out where she is. So he uses a little spell energy ball thing that starts whipping and weaving its way through the park, theoretically towards where Shia is. He sees her iPad and bags are left on a nearby tree and just like, all right, well, that's concerning, but she's got to be safe, right? She must be. Meanwhile, we cut back to Khalid's parents, who are signing their names on a petition that they're going to join a march that Aquila is organizing as a march against racism. It's happening, and they're like, yeah, we'll let Khalid know about it too. So then we cut over back to the park, and we see there's a whole lot of like broken branches and chaos looking stuff, and he's like, damn, what the hell's going on here? How can a bunch of mummies do all this stuff? And then all of a sudden he gets smacked by a tree, which it seems like the mummies are able to knock down on their own, and he's like, all right, I need to learn how to conjure some ibuprofen. So they start beating him up with branches and trunks and stuff like that, and eventually he's like, no, please make them stop. And it seems like he uses his magic abilities to hold them off just long enough for a bunch of planks to be moved and do a makeshift jail, more or less, that the mummies are unable to escape from. And he's like, okay, that's holding him still for a second, but I really need to find Shia. Also, how many mummies did the Met actually have inside of it? Because this seems ridiculous. So we see that he's scouring the park, trying to find out where Shia is. Shia has made her way over a footbridge, and as the little ball of light approaches, she's like, well, if I can't outrun you mummies, maybe I can outswim you. And she jumps in over the footbridge into the river. We cut over to Brooklyn Museum, and we see that a bunch of mummies are coming out of there as well. And they're just attacking random civilians. There's a cop who ends up getting trapped underneath a boulder, and the cops are like, oh, we'll get you out of there, Josh. And he's like, oh, please help. Everything hurts. But Fate shows up and he's like, hey, don't worry about it. And he lifts up the rock and he's like, you can take it from here, officers. And he goes to fly off. And the cop's like, who is that guy? I don't recognize that one. So Shia's still trying to outswim the mummies. Khalid comes in. He's like, hey, you don't know me, but I am your fate. I am your density. And she's like, I don't care what you are. Were you responsible for these mummies? Because if so, you don't want me to be anything related to you. And he's like, okay, sorry. I'll make sure you're safe. And he flies her over towards like the city part. And she's like, you're flying me over Midtown and you're saying I'm safe? Yeah, okay. And as soon as he puts her down, she's like, what, am I supposed to say thanks? And he's like, guess not. And just flies off. And he's like, well, all right. Guess she doesn't recognize me. Fair enough. But he asks Naboo, like, hey, what's going on with these mummies? And Naboo says they're seeking you. So we cut it back over to the neighborhood where Khalid's parents are. Police are calling out people saying, hey, there's a situation. Everyone needs to evacuate. And they're like, this seems racially profiling. And there's those, it's not, this just happens to be a more Muslim neighborhood, but like, it's an issue. Everyone needs to evacuate. And they see the mummies approaching. Khalid's mom is freaking out for a second, like, oh, what are these mummies doing here? Oh, wait, hold on. There's Fate. Never mind. Everything's fine. And we see Kent has arrived, and he just zaps all the mummies, turns them all to dust, and he's like, all right, well, that was easy enough. They were all centralized, but who gave you life? This seems to be a big question here, is who has the ability to do this stuff? And then one of the cops is like, hey, excuse me, sir, thanks for the help with the mummies, but we need your name for a report. And he's like, oh, you can call me Fate. And he disappears into magic. So because all the mummies were taken care of, everything's seemingly fine. But we get a play out narration where we see all the different people at sunset, and the narration says, oh, for millennia, all cultures have had some level of sun worship. They worship the rising sun day after day, and they take it for granted nowadays. So what would happen if one day the sun doesn't rise? And we see some dude teleports in, and he's looking all evil. Set up for next issue. I don't know. this is a tougher one for me because I appreciate the idea of, okay, Shia has now interacted with Fate. We're getting this weird thing where, like, she obviously liked Khalid, but doesn't seem to have much of a care for Fate himself. I'm down with that sort of stuff. My biggest thing is that I was kind of sold on the aspect of Kent Nelson being a mentor teacher and, like, doing this stuff. And the beginning of the issue was this idea of, like, maybe Khalid's in over his head. But then nothing in this issue does anything to further that. You know, like, he's not talking to Khalid. They're entirely separate and doing their own stuff. And I don't know. I kind of wanted a little bit more of a teacher-student sort of thing. And then maybe Ken gets into trouble and Khalid has to save him. Something like that. Here it's just so separate. And it doesn't feel like they're doing anything that's doing a mentorship. So it's good to have Sonny Liu back on art. But overall, I got to say this one is it's just a flat 7. It may be a 6.5, but I've got enough promise with the end of the issue that I'm willing to bump it up to the 7. Dr. Fate number 16, written by Paul Levitz, art by Sonny Liu. So last issue we got this whole thing of a character showing up and saying, what happens when the sun doesn't rise on humanity? And it turns out he meant that extremely literally, where we're at New York at dawn and the sun just hasn't come up. It's just not there. And the radio's like, yeah, we don't know. Morning prayers for all of our Muslim listeners will continue at normal times and all that. And we see Muhammad, Khalid's dad, is like, this seems apocalyptic. This does not seem like a good thing. And meanwhile, in New York, there's still crowds bustling around. A lot of people are freaking out. And Khalid's like, this isn't your everyday, like, New York weird. Like, this seems like a really big thing is going on here. So he apparently has been learning from Kent Nelson in the background, and he learns how to just pause at least a large portion of a crowd so nobody can move and they can't see him. And he pulls his Fate helmet out of his bag and he's like, all right, well, I gotta do something. I gotta figure out what's going on. So he slips on the helmet, flies up, and he's like, I mean, it is morning, right? Like, we're not just all mass hallucinating and it's actually midnight. So we then see Kent, who's also flying around, and he sees off in the distance over on the horizon a little ball of light. And he's like, okay, this is some intense major magic stuff. Like, this is like millennia old sort of things, but maybe that has an answer as to what we're looking for here. So he flies out towards the sunlight and he sees that it's coming from beneath the ground. It's like slightly underneath. And he's like, well, I'll try to get it up into the sky. As soon as he approaches it, he is just engulfed in flames. And he's like, okay, all right, this is some powerful stuff. And it tastes like an old god, the magic here, but it's not a dark god. It's I don't know, it's reminding me a bit of Naboo. Like, what's all this about? And all of a sudden this booming voice says, nah, it ain't you. You're not the one. And as soon as Ken looks up, he sees an Egyptian god, and he's like, oh, duh. Like, how did I not manage to place that? Of course it's Egyptian. But, like, is he a demon? Is he a fallen and forgotten god? To which point he's like, hey, you know I can read your thoughts, right? I'm Osiris, bitch. What are you doing? And he just stops all of Fate's magic, kicks him on his ass, and Kent is down for the count. And he's like, oh, hey, I recognize that helmet. I'm the one who made it for Thoth to imprison Naboo. So let me check it out here. And he's like, wait a minute, hold on. This isn't the real thing. This is just a trick. This is just an illusion. But, like, it's close. You got the magic real close. So then we cut over to the Tower of Fate, Massachusetts, and we see a cat that Kent was talking to last issue is now being hailed by Thoth off panel and just like, hey, your master has failed. I need your body. And he takes over the cat's body and is like, all right, fair enough. And then just walks through a mirror as the cat. We cut back over to Khalid's house and we see his mom is worried about him, saying like, oh, this is all end time stuff. Like, we had fires, we had floods. Now the sun isn't coming up. If locusts start showing up, I'm going to flip my shit. And she just wants Khalid to be there if this is like end times. And Muhammad's just like, hey, you don't need to worry about our son. He's stronger than you think. And she's like, I know exactly how strong he is. Thank you very much. And he's like, oh, you like actually know. And she's like, of course I do. I'm his mother. And at that point, Khalid comes in, just be like, what's the big deal, guys? I was just at classes. And she's like, your classes are canceled because of the sun not coming up. Like, we just want you here. We just need to make sure you were safe. It's this horrid darkness. And both Khalid and Muhammad are just like, hey, it's fine. Like, everything's going to be okay. Nothing. And then the roof caves in, and Osiris is there. And he's like, hey, I found you. You're the one who's got the helmet. And everyone's reacting strongly. And he's like, wait a minute, what's going on? He throws on the helmet, and Osiris is like, Anubis told me that you dodged his judgment. And that ain't cool, because I'm the one who does the judging. So that's my thing. So he disables the magic of the helmet, because he's the one who made it. And he puts Khalid's soul on the scale against the feather of truth. And he's like, all right, I highly doubt your soul is lighter than this. However, Bastet shows up. And is like, he's the one in the cat. And it's just like, hey, Osiris, you don't need to be doing this. And he's like, Bastet, what's up? Anubis told me this guy's a dick. And he's like, no. Khalid's my guy. He's my champion. I'm the one who told him to do this because Anubis was overreaching his authority and he was doing it behind your back. And then from like 6 issues ago, the dog, the archangel, and the prophet guy from the Muslim authority, I don't know if he has a name, all of them come up to Osiris and are just like, not only is Khalid Bastet's champion, it is also the champion of humanity. Like, we've all kind of chosen to rally behind this guy because our religious powers are growing dimmer. Like, the universe is growing smaller and we don't have as much control as we would like to. So he must go out and he must be the defender and blah, blah, blah. And Osiris is hearing all this and they're all talking to him at the same time. He's like, shut up. Everyone shut up. This is my job. I'm the one who says whether or not he can be judged. That is what I do. And I happen to judge him as, okay, he's fine. He can live. But that's my judgment. So, like, that wasn't anybody else. And then he just walks off all pouty. So Khalid basically is like, oh, well, okay, that, like, me being fate is what saved me. Like, it's not the fact that I did anything particularly there. It's the fact that, like, the things I have been doing, the actions I have taken have managed to save me. So that's something. Like, you know, that's a little bit of karmic balance, I suppose. And we see Osiris hops on his chariot and he finally causes the sun to rise again. And everyone looks up and prayer and happiness and all this stuff. We see Kent from wherever the hell he is, takes it off his helmet and he's like, you did it, kid. You finally earned your keep. And yeah, everyone's just super happy about that. And we end with Shia texting Khalid saying, hey, see the sun's coming up. Why don't you come on over? And he's like, oh, it's maybe my fate to heal the world, but like, I don't have to do it alone. I have my friends and my family and everyone else. Maybe I can do this after all. And he texts back to Shia saying, it's a beautiful day to be alive. I'll see you soon. The end. There's 2 more issues. I don't know why they said the end. They literally put the end at the bottom. And don't get me wrong, it's the end of this story. It's the end of this arc with Osiris and all that. But like, we got 2 more issues. Admittedly, those don't have Sonny Liu on them. Those have a guest artist. I believe it's Brendan McCarthy. But, okay. How do I feel about this issue? It's good. I think it's actually very solid. It ties together a lot of stuff from the old stuff. It reeks of cancellation, which is weird because there's 2 more issues, but it reeks of like, we just got to rush this out real quick. We're going to do a thing with mummies, and then we're just going to plant Osiris at the end, and then 1 issue Osiris is going to be done. Meanwhile, Anubis took like 8 issues to wrap up. So it's a little bit of a trade-off there. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's fine. I like the art style. Coming back to Sonny Liu, it still looks great. It's how I think of it. It's nice that the mom knows. Again, going back to what I said last issue, I think that we were given the promise that Kent Nelson would be more of a mentor, and I never got that. It definitely does not feel like he was mentoring Khalid, so don't really know what the point of having Kent around was, but so be it. Yeah, I'd say this is like a 7.5. I think that's how most of the series feels to me. It's a 7.5. It's good, approaching great, but it's just never quite getting there. So, I mean, I'd love to say this as a wrap-up because it feels like a wrap-up, but we got 2 more issues. So, yeah. Dr. Fate number 17, written by Paul Levitz, art by Brendan McCarthy. So, yeah, everything that happened in the previous issues I don't think really matters. There might have been a mention of some sort of march against racism. However, this is just opening with a march. Whether it's the same one, who knows? We see a whole bunch of people turned out. It's a march around Freedom Tower Plaza, and Khalid's basically like, so what's the goal here? And Aquila, who's also at the march, is like, we're going to try to make the world a better place and all this stuff. And it's like, cool, is that going to happen before sunset when we all have to leave and go home? And she's like, hey, someone has to make the better place, why not us? And he's like, yeah, if only you knew how much it takes someone who's not a regular person in order to keep all of you safe. And he basically tells Aquila, like, I'm going to peel off, see my parents, I'll meet back up with you. However, as he's doing so, he looks down at this little pool in front of the tower, and all of these strands, these colorful strands, come off of it, and he's like, oh, it smells weird, it like a bad weird, and like all of these strings are coming out, and they're grabbing onto people as well, and they're coming off of people. I'm getting a bad vibe from all this. It feels like a very bad thing. And as he looks around the crowd, he sees that Aquila has one coming out of her head, and it's starting to burn. And he's like, that seems bad. I really don't like this, Naboo. What is all this? And he just basically says, mortals are fated to die. Anubis waits for you all. And he's like, nope. I refuse. I am fate, after all. Why can't I stop it? I'm gonna try. And he puts on the helmet, and he's basically like, I say that Aquila does not die here. So he grabs hold of her thread and just starts to follow it, and it pulls him up, not only into the sky, but also like out of reality. He says that he sees all these colors that he's never seen before. And it's important to note that art-wise, all of the pages have this like half-inch border going around them that is just a bowling alley floor. Like, it is all these neon colors and crazy things like that, but it makes the story feel condensed and like compacted, where it's surrounded by this weirdness. So he goes up, he goes through and sees all these strange colors, and he's like, this is weirder than the afterlife. And then he arrives at where all these strings, all these threads are coalescing, and it looks like a giant cocoon. And to keep with the theming, as he approaches it, some bug creatures come out, and he's like, what the hell are you? And what do you have to do with these threads? And what do you want with my friend? And it goes, and it's like, all right, well, usually magic translates everything, so it's kind of weird that you still speak in bug. But regardless, as he's looking at these bugs and trying to communicate with them, they start wrapping threads around him, and he's like, nope, I'm not doing any of this. And so he starts stretching his way out of it, and he's like, all right, what do I do now? And he looks around, realizes that he has lost Aquila's thread, and he's like, crap. But then again, I don't even know what any of this is. Why am I so convinced that finding her thread is important? And Naboo says directly, because it is the thread of her life and it's burning away. And he's like, oh, all right, thanks for the direct confirmation, Naboo. Super cool. So he dives towards the cocoon, makes his way inside. Like, all the bugs seem to just let him in. It's not a big deal. However, as he gets inside, he comes across this giant-ass caterpillar thing. And he's like, all right, that must be the mama one. But, like, it's taking all these threads and putting them into a pot. What's the pot for? And how do I deal with it without getting near the monster? And then the monster starts to talk and says, hello. Finally, I meet you. I am Clotharus, and you are the human fate. I have long wished to burn your thread. And he basically says, like, look, there's been a bunch of different fates over time. They've all escaped my ability to burn their thread. So come here. I want to melt that helmet down. He's like, oh, okay, this is an ancient grudge. This is nothing to do with me personally. So he tries slipping out of the threads. His intangibility doesn't work, and he's like, what? You of all people don't recognize the threads of fate that binds all of us together? Those bugs out there are called dream spinners. They offer mortals hope, and therefore I take their threads and I weave them, and I have to cut them whenever I deem it necessary. And Fate's just trying to escape from all this. He's like, no, this is a blessing of doom, and it will slowly take you over, and you will have joy in your ending. And he's trying to rip it off. He's doing whatever. Eventually, he's like, Naboo, I really need your help right now. This is super important. And he manages to break the thread off of him. Clotharus is pissed off, just like, your damnation will be tenfold now that you have defied me. And he's like, yeah. Anubis wants the same thing. I'm used to it. So he ends up yeeting through color space again. And he's just like, ah, man, that smell is so much worse when it's on you. But also, I have a feeling I'm not going back to the city again. And when he ends up arriving, he realizes that he's not magically healing, that's some powerful magic that damaged him. But when he looks around, he sees the pyramids. But, like, as they're being built. And they're not being built with slave labor, they're being built with alien spaceships. And he's like, that's not right. That's not how that happened. And he, like, flies up to it, he looks around, and he's like, this is insanity. So this isn't my reality. Where the heck am I, Nabu? And he's like, you're fated to where you need to be. Don't worry about it. But, like, what about your friend's thread? You still need to look for that. He's like, damn, I keep on forgetting about that. So, being the pyramids, he sees the Sphinx nearby. He's like, hey, I asked the Sphinx for help before and it gave me a riddle, but it was actually helpful. So maybe I can get the same thing here. So he comes up to the Sphinx and Sphinx is like, hey man, you're still alive. You figured out my thing? And he's like, yeah, well, Anubis killed me, but like I got there in the end. And he's like, cool. But you also are here again. So like, you must not be that smart. And he's like, yeah. Question, what's the crazy caterpillar thread thing up in weird color space? And he's like, oh, that thing's Clothrus. It's got the thread of destiny, and like, yeah, there's no escaping it. Like 100%, you should not try. But it does say, if you would defeat the mother, you must embrace her and all her children. To which he's like, can you just be straightforward with me for like 5 seconds here? He's like, nope, I'm the Sphinx, so get at it. And he's like, it's not fair. But then he looks down and notices that he is ensnared once again in some other sort of cloth or thread. Cliffhanger. That's the end of the issue. So art style wise, I think the monsters look great. I do like the color space. Like, it all looks good. I'm reading on the back here that Brendan McCarthy did shade the Changing Man, and I feel that. It feels very much in the vein of that. I will say it feels a bit too different from what I've been doing with Dr. Fate here, where seeing the characters, especially like human, like when we're looking at Khalid without his helmet, boy, it's a completely different person. And then the Clothrus stuff, I mean, okay. It's a fine enough setup, and doing this idea of fate, and like, oh, here's this entity that represents fate, and then you have Dr. Fate, and like, how are the two going to coalesce with each other? That's fine, but it also doesn't feel too different from what we've already established in like Egyptian lore, where it's like, oh yeah, the gods will determine your fate by judgment or whatever, but fate is different than that. So I don't know. I'll wait till next issue to render judgment on whether or not I think that the character works, but it just feels like we're redoing previous arcs to an extent, just weirder. So I'm going to say this one is honestly, I got to give it a 6.5. It's under the 7 for me, and a lot of that is art and the fact that the book just feels like it's being weird for the sake of being weird now, which even when I thought it was being weird in previous arcs, it had a point. This one just feels like it's throwing stuff at the wall just to be weird. So 6.5, maybe we'll get better on the final issue. Dr. Fate number 18, written by Paul Levitz, art by Brendan McCarthy. So last issue we had a lot. Khalid went to some sort of different dimension where there's bug things called, I think, dream spinners, and the big one's trying to kill him. And then he went to some alternate Egypt that aliens made, and the Sphinx told him, hey, you can't escape the Dreamweavers, but also here's a way to do it. So this issue picks up where he's been re-ensnared. He's got a thread that's wrapped around him. And he's like, maybe if I pull on it, maybe I try to like snap it that way, maybe I'll do something. And he just whiplashes him into one of the pyramids, where all of a sudden he's inside of a burial chamber that's just loaded up with loot. And he's like, oh man, Mom would love this stuff. But he looks at the sarcophagus and says, wait a minute, that's not a human sarcophagus. That's Thoth. Like, that's the one that the helmet is based off of. Is it a dead god? Do we bury dead gods? However, Thought's like, I'm not dead. Wisdom never dies. And he pops out and he's like, hey, you wear my helm. You've had my power. Do you swear to be loyal to me? And Khalid's like, Nabu is asking me to convert? Like, what's going on here? He's just like, no, just asking you to accept wisdom as your guide. And then Thought's like, look, Nabu is just one of my servants. He's an idiot. Like, he barely knows anything compared to me. I see the universe for the way it really is. And he says, you came across the spinners, the dream spinners or whatever, and you believe that they weave fate, that their threads are weaving fate. That's not true. there's a bunch of things in the DC universe that claim to do that exact same thing, that they have control over fate. But what you got to understand as Dr. Fate is that it's all bullshit. The only thing that controls a person's fate is their own decisions. Everyone's in control of their own stuff, and their choices matter, and you being Dr. Fate makes your choices matter just that little bit of extra more. So I heal your wounds, I send you back out into the world, you do what you gotta do, and hopefully don't fall into darkness if you take on the Dream Spinners again. He's like, I don't understand anything about what you just said there. I just want to make sure that Aquila, whose thread was being burned away, doesn't end up dead. And Thought's like, all right, you showed wisdom in sensing the power of the thread. Now you got to show power. That's how you take out the thing. So good luck. So he sends Khalid through the color space again. And Khalid's like, oh, God, this sucks. And he ends back up at the cocoon. And he's like, all right, so the Sphinx told me a riddle. Thoth just spoke in fortune cookie stuff. I wish I could talk to Ken Nelson, but he's not here right now, so I guess I just gotta figure out a way to deal with this stuff. And as he looks at the bugs, the little dream spinners, he's like, Thoth said these guys are sort of pretenders, so maybe let me try, like, reevaluating the way I'm looking at things. And he says that he learned a spell from Ken Nelson to see something. And when he casts the spell, he sees the way that these bugs and the way that they're moving overlays with reality. And he's like, okay, I mean, this is a they live moment for sure, but like, I'm starting to get it now. And he gets that these bugs aren't actually controlling fate. They're parasites. They're feeding off of their souls and stuff like that. And the thread for Aquila meant that, like, she was burning up essentially. So he's like, oh, okay, I can just indiscriminately murder these things then. They're horrific parasites and they should be taken out. So he starts casting fireballs and burning magics. He says be gone over and over again, and he just starts blasting bugs. However, there's a lot of bugs, and he's like, all right, they're starting to swarm me, what do I do? And he just gets overrun. He fades away, and when he comes back to, he's all ensnared in threads, and he's dangling over the boiling pot of Clotharus, and he's like, yes, I've got you now. I'm going to feel your thread unweave and scatter your essence. And Khalid's feeling burning up because the pot's super hot. And Nabu's telling him, don't surrender to the pain. You gotta focus. You gotta do what you gotta do. So he starts being slowly dipped down, and Khalid's trying to magic his way out of it, but it's not working. There's not much he can do there. And the bugs are laughing at him, saying like, you're out of option. With one by one, your threads of fate disappear. You're out of other options. And he's being lowered down in there, until finally he's completely submerged. He's like, all right, there has to be a way out of here. My insides are burning up. Wait, that's it. My insides. I got to go from the inside out. And he focuses his magic internally, and he says, Kent taught me to let the magic fill me and let it become me and just let it do what it needs to do. And we see, as he's boiling in this pot, all of a sudden he busts out of the threads, and the helmet part becomes a snake-like object that starts moving around the page. And he's like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm just going to roll with it. And the pot explodes with liquid. It casts itself onto Clotharus, who starts burning alive itself. And he's like, all right, yeah, I'm using their own stuff against them. Cool. And so he busts out of the cocoon. Again, just the snake head and an ever-expanding snake. And he wraps around the cocoon over and over again and says, all right, Clotharus, you've been bugging humanity for too long. I'm banishing you to your own world and away from them. And he constricts the cocoon, and it all explodes. His little fate snake head comes crashing back down to earth right in the middle of Prospect Park in Brooklyn. And as he sits up, the helmet's off, and he's like, what the? All right, I guess I'm back home again. And he looks over at a tree, and he sees a little egg. And in that egg, a little bug starts coming out of it. And he's like, nope, not doing that again. And he walks over, crushes it with his foot, and walks away. The end. All right. I said 2 issues ago on issue 16 that it felt like a really solid ending. I stand by that. I think that this arc was fun. I think that it did some interesting visuals, but all in all, it didn't feel like an ending for the character. So take that for what you will. I will say that one of my critiques last issue was that the Dream Spinner Clotharist felt like it was just rehashing old DC, like other things we had done even in this series. However, obviously with Thoth coming out and saying like they're all liars, they're all bullshit, none of them make any sense, I'm like, okay, I like that there. It makes me question what Fate's powers really are. Like, if no one controls Fate, and there is really no such thing as Fate, what is Dr. Fate? But that's a question for the philosophers. For me, this is a 7. It's okay, it's good even. I think we really should have ended on issue 16. I don't think this issue and the previous one end with any extra oomph comparatively to the previous. So take that for what you will, but 7. And that's it. That is a bunch of comics that DC Comics published after the end of the New 52, but technically still exist within the New 52. But we're not done. As I said up top, like, this is a bunch of books that all had a single issue left. There are a bunch more books that had more than a single issue left, and as much as I hate to say it, this upcoming episode is going to be very Harley-centric. Just be ready. So what's coming out? I'll go ahead and just run through it real quick. So we have Batman Beyond 13 through 16, Bloodlines 3 through 6, Deathstroke 19 and 20 plus an annuals in there, and then Harley. So we have Harley Quinn 29 and 30, Harley Quinn and her Gang of Harleys 3 through 6, and Harley's Little Black Book 4 through 6. So yeah, it's look, I don't blame you if you skip this episode. I really wish I could skip it myself, because I'm going to be reading so much Harley over the next week, it might actually kill me. And good luck with me trying to keep those separate in my head. I'm going to have to read them and then sit down to record them like immediately following. I can't bulk read these. So yeah, I mean, the other stuff is cool too. Check out all that stuff if you really want to. But that's what's coming up. I really don't have much more to say. We're going to 250. I hope that you'll stick around for that long. Apologies for the length of this episode. It won't get any better. I think this might be the worst it is, but like only by maybe 30 minutes tops. It's going to be pretty bad throughout. So either way, we've got places you can go. Discord, Patreon. I don't care. I've checked out. Look, as soon as episode 247 hit, I'm like, and that's it. The end. What do you mean there's more? That's all I've been doing. So yeah, check those out. Leave some comments. I really do want to hear everybody's opinions. Yeah, I guess that's it. I don't know if I should even end on my normal line, because like it was so nice to end on like a slight variation of it last episode. It kind of feels weird to go back to the original again. Consistency, whatever. Always try to remember, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.